organization in cooperation with University of Southampton, coping with water-related disaster in small island developing states through water resilience approaches towards sustainable development in seeds. Warm welcome to the session. This is an effort that we have started with University of Southampton a few months ago, and we had a consultation meeting between the seeds representatives. And we came up with our idea to come up with a framework to be implemented in order to develop water resilience approaches for the seeds. And this is a very timely issue for the COP26 that is going to end the negotiation. We hope countries will agree in a target that will help develop resiliency, particularly through water. And my name is Anil Mishra. I'm Chief of Section Hydrological System and Water Scarcity at UNESCO. And I would like to welcome you in this program. Thank you very much for all the panelists and speakers. I will introduce all the speakers and panelists after we have opening remark from Dr. Abu Omani, Director of the Water Science Division and Secretary of Intergovernmental Hydrological Program. Abu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Anil. Dear friends, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very delighted to be with you and to make these few remarks on behalf of UNESCO to welcome you to this event on climate vulnerability and water resilience for the small islands and development states, and also to thank you for making time to be with us. We all know that seeds are extremely vulnerable to climate change, posing to some of them existential threat. In that regard, we need to act boldly and urgently. As you know, according to the recently released report of IPCC, the 6th assessment report, drying trends will persist in several seed regions, and also the increasing of temperature will further exacerbate heat stress. Also, more intense tropical cyclones are projected. In addition to that, sea level rise will continue to increase with consequences on groundwater, plus the massive salt intrusion. Among the different impacts of climate change, within the seeds, hydroclimatic hazards and more frequent coastal floods are the most devastating and represent a big threat to water security within the seas. The strategic plan of 9 phase of the UNESCO Intergovernmental Hydrological Program on science for a water secure world in a changing environment is aligned with UNESCO's commitment to strengthen the effort of seeds to achieve the sustainable development for which we know water will play a key role. The IHP strategic plan will enhance UNESCO's contribution to the Samoa pathway, to the SDGs, including SDG 6 and also SDG 13 on climate action, as well as the Sendai framework on disaster risk reduction. IHP, in collaboration with the University of Southampton, is carrying out a multidisciplinary study aiming at establishing a framework to assessing seeds' vulnerabilities to hydroclimatic hazards. This framework will contribute to support seeds in increasing their response capacity and to enhance their preparedness facing hydroclimatic hazard through a water resilience approach considering hydrological, climatic, social, and economic perspectives. 2 workshops on the study have been already organized with the participation of experts from seeds, and the outcome of these meetings will be present later during this event. So I would like to thank all of you for your contribution to the discussion, which will help to shape the framework for assessing hydroclimatic vulnerabilities facing seeds. Finally, I would like to thank the University of Southampton and all my colleagues within the Water Division who have contributed in organizing this event. So we are looking forward for fruitful discussions. And as I've said, we need bold actions and urgent and decisive action to support seeds in facing climate change impact. And as I said, some of them even facing existential threat. So thank you. Back to you, Anil.
Thank you very much, Abu, for reiterating UNESCO's commitment to strengthen efforts of seeds, particularly to achieve their SDGs through water and making water resilient seeds. With that, and also informing us that we will implement those efforts in ISP 9. And with that, I would like to inform you that we have distinguished panelists today who will intervene in science and policy session, which starts right now. And we have three distinguished speakers who will talk about some of the studies, some of the issues that has been discussed during the workshop that Abu mentioned earlier, hydroclimatic hazard in seeds, assessing the governance framework for resilience to climate change risk in seeds, and towards a water resilience framework for climate vulnerability in seeds. So without further delay, I would like to invite Professor and friend Justin Seffel from University of Geography and Environmental Sciences, University of Southampton, who is also part of the team to co-organize this event. And Justin already working with us on several other projects, including flood and drought early warning system and platform. And he will now present climate and water security risk in small island developing states. Justin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Anil, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about this work, and thank you for everyone joining this morning or afternoon or the middle of the night, wherever you are. So I'm going to talk briefly about some of the climate and water security risks that small island developing states are experiencing and are expected to experience even further under climate change, and some of the approaches that we've been developing around risk assessments to try to address some of these challenges. And you can see that we're talking about a global problem across from the Caribbean through Africa, the Indian Ocean, and out to Southeast Asia and the Pacific, covering some 52 SIDS and a population of 65 million people. So just about the same as the UK, where I am and many of you are today. And these SIDS are vulnerable to climate and water hazards for a number of reasons, primarily because they are geographically remote, often spatially dispersed within an island state as well, and often low-lying. And climate change is expected to have a really disproportionate impact on SIDS, and already is in many ways, especially via water security. And that's often because those islands have quite complex and often limited water resources that make them vulnerable to climate change. Next slide, please. So here are some examples of some of those hydroclimatic risks that are really important for water security in SIDS. So there are some obvious ones like tropical cyclones and storms that were mentioned before, obviously causing infrastructure damage, loss of life in some cases through wind damage and flooding and inundation. And this is affecting inland, this is affecting coastal regions as well. And we also have hazards from tsunamis as well in some areas. On the other side of the kind of climatic spectrum, we also have impacts of drought, leading to impacts on agriculture, obviously impacts on water resources directly, and leading to things like salinization of water resources and agriculture, the soils that are so important for that as well. And as I said, some of these islands are quite tenuous in terms of their water resources because of the reliance on shallow freshwater lenses, so shallow groundwater that is often quite connected to seawater, and with sea level rise, that becomes quite a problem in terms of making those water resources sustainable for the populations of those islands. Next slide, please. So under expected climate change, there are a range of impacts that are expected in terms of changes in precipitation. So as was mentioned before, many islands are expected to see a substantial decline in freshwater availability as precipitation declines overall in some of these regions. On the other hand, there are some places such as the Western Pacific Islands and islands in the Northern Indian Ocean that may actually see an increase in freshwater availability. And often this is going to be challenged because of changes, not just in the overall amount of water, but how it comes as well. So changes in the variability from year to year, that's often associated with changes in ENSO, in El Nino and La Nina events, that's increasing the frequency of floods and droughts, especially in places like the South Pacific. Sea level rise is expected to be a real challenge, already is in many places. It's expected to be higher than the global average in many SIDS regions, that will lead to, and is already leading to, salinization, flooding, in some cases permanent inundation, so loss of land, associated erosion, and also pressure on ecosystems of various types. And in some cases, those ecosystems are providing services to the population, so those are going to be diminished as well. Was mentioned before by Abu, tropical storms are expected to change, and change in different ways. So there's projected to be a decrease in the frequency of weaker tropical storms, but an increase in the number of intense cyclones. And as you can imagine, that's going to be associated with increases in extreme precipitation and flooding, so causing even further problems on top of what is happening already. Next slide, please. So how do we go about assessing risks in SIDS? So there are a bunch of key challenges, which I've alluded to a little bit already. One of the key challenges is the diversity of SIDS, not only between island states, but also within the islands that make up those nations, so those constituent islands. There is a lot of diversity geographically in the landscape, but also in the socioeconomic, socio-cultural context as well. So this really requires specific and high-resolution risk assessments, not only for current climates, but also for those future climates. And this is challenged because of a lack of existing data on risks. And when that data does exist, it's often fragmented or it's low resolution, so not really resolving the complexity of the islands that make up these nations. So some of the key goals in assessing risk is to really capture that diversity from within islands, but also up to the regional scale, and I'll talk about that in the next slide. And to do that, to promote awareness of those risks. Sorry, can we go back one slide? To promote awareness, but also dialogue between islands and nations via a common risk assessment framework and language. And use that to identify, especially the communities that are most risks now and also into the future, because things will change, and potentially to identify safe areas that have that inherent adaptation potential that will allow populations to exist as they have done into the future. On the right here is a risk framework, and this is the risk framework that's adopted by the IPCC that takes into account the three major elements of risk. So firstly, the hazard that's coming from climate change or biodiversity loss. Also the exposure, so what infrastructure and populations are exposed to those hazards. And also importantly is the vulnerability. So what is the range of vulnerabilities of different populations, of the infrastructure, of the governance structures as well for these various island states. And when you pull all these together, then you can have an assessment of risk, but it requires assessment of each of those and bringing those together into one whole risk assessment. Next slide, please. So the work that we've been doing at Southampton, and we've called this SIDS at Risk, has really been focused on Pacific Islands, and we developed a database that goes some way to addressing some of the challenges that I spoke about before, and providing a data set that is going to be shareable and hopefully useful to a whole range of stakeholders. So this is focused on the whole tropical Pacific, looking at small islands, that's 5,000 plus islands. We're going down to resolutions of tens or hundreds of meters So really getting down to the scales that are important in terms of the variability within islands and between islands, focusing on SIDS, but also overseas territories as well, using the latest hydroclimate hazard data sets. So that's thinking about the climate and the hydrology, the water resources data sets, the latest population data and other infrastructure data. We use a data set from WorldPop, which is based here at Southampton, and looking at these risks and how they change from current into future climates under 1.5 and 2 degree warming, and looking across a range of hazards, as I mentioned before in earlier slides. Next slide, please. So in terms of the scales, just to reiterate, we have to look down at the small island scale to really understand the risks across island nations, and have to go down to this kind of tens of meter scales. But we also have to think about how we scale this up to the scales of governance and also the scales of the region that allows us to understand, to compare between islands and between island nations, and actually exchange information between different types of risks happening on similar types of islands, but also different types of islands as well. So this scaling up and disaggregation down as well is really important to get the fuller picture across the variety and diversity of island nations, particularly in the Pacific here. Next slide, please. So to just give you a few examples of the kind of data sets and the kind of metrics that we're developing in terms of the components of the risk, but also risk and how it's changing as well. I have a few slides to show that, and comparing across different types of islands as well. So on the left here, we have an island within the Solomon Islands. On the right, which is a high island. On the right, we have Kiribati, an atoll island, very low lying, and showing the hazards from landslides. You can see the diversity across the island in terms of high risk areas and low risk areas at the coast. And on the atoll island, very low risk because we have very low elevations. But when you look at other risks, other hazards such as fluvial flooding, you see quite opposite kind of picture, where on the high island, you see coastal areas with very high risks, and on low-lying island, you see quite dispersed and complex picture of risks. Next slide, please. In terms of exposure, we've been looking, as I said, at population, also infrastructure that includes things like health facilities, communication, connectivity, agricultural land, roads as important infrastructure as well. And again, you can see the differences across different island types with these two examples of how these exposure metrics play out spatially, especially in terms of the concentration in populated areas. And when we have some of these low islands, it can be quite dispersed in terms of the exposure across the whole island itself. Next slide, please. Vulnerability, as I said, is really important. This is actually very difficult to derive at very high resolution. Ideally, this is derived from census information, but that can be very difficult to obtain. It can be limited to broader administrative areas, and often it's out of date as well. So the approach is often to use simple indicators such as infrastructure per capita, urban area per capita, and so on. And here's some examples across a diversity of islands showing that even though we have aggregation to the island level, we can also see quite diversity across island states. So for example, in Fiji on the bottom right here, you can see a diversity from low vulnerability up to high vulnerability, even within a small proximity within one island state. Next slide, please.
Justine, you might want to summarize now as we are running out of time. Thank you.
Okay, can we go forward a couple of slides then, please?
In 1 minute.
Okay, to the last slide here. This is actually an out-of-date slide, so apologies for that. So I was going to talk about recommendations and outlook. So it's really important to consider the range of relevant climate and water-related hazards for the islands. And as I said before, there is a complete range of hazards from one end of the climate spectrum to the other in terms of floods and droughts, coming from different angles that we have to consider. It's really important to consider the best sources of data to estimate the hazard occurrence and exposure as well, thinking about local data where it's available, but also global data sets and bringing those together. It's important to identify the different modeling approaches to estimate the hazard probabilities, including duration and severity, and think about how these hazards are going to change and the exposure as well in terms of population and infrastructure is going to change in the future, and what types of timescales are really important there. And very importantly is to make sure these assessments draw from and complement existing knowledge and approaches, including indigenous knowledge. And finally, very important to consider how these types of assessments can be used in the short term for decision making, but also longer term in terms of policy development and implementation. Thank you, Anil. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Justin. Indeed, very interesting talk. We wanted to have all the slides presented, but because of the time limit and the issues that you have highlighted, I think will come back to us during the Q&A session. In order not to lose the time, I would like to go to the next speaker, Ms. Danielle Andrande. She is attorney at law, is a partner in Joff Law. She has also served as a consultant to the United Nations Development Program and National Environment and Planning Agency. She will tell us today addressing the governance framework for resilience to climate change risk in seeds. Danielle, thank you very much for joining, sacrificing your morning time. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Anil, for that introduction. So I'm going to try and be brief, or as brief as I can be, and I'm going to be talking about the governance framework for fresh water. So if you could go to the next slide, please. All right, so I won't spend much time on this because I think Justin did a really good job outlining some of the peculiar characteristics of SIDS, and also some of the climate change risks and impacts to SIDS. But something to note is that SIDS are also very diverse in their climatic conditions, their geography, their environment, and culture. And this may be something that is attributable to their regional specificities, but is also something that within specific regions as well, you might find some SIDS have their own peculiar cultural, distinct legal frameworks. And so any type of governance approach needs to be flexible and take that into account. Next slide, please. So SIDS experience many challenges to environmental governance. These include, for example, lack of coordination among institutions, having multiple agencies and sectors that are involved in the high demand for freshwater use and management. For example, in many SIDS, agriculture, tourism are some of the competing industries. And there might be a lack of coherence between different water sector plans and physical planning development plans. There's also one of the challenges I have in terms of the lack of collection and analysis of empirical data on water sector to inform appropriate decision-making. And so what we find is that in many cases, SIDS have limited laws and policies that comprehensively address these issues. So water access, the quality, the distribution, the management, and risk, and that can adequately mainstream climate change considerations. So how do policymakers know whether existing policies and laws are effective in addressing the range of anticipated climate change risks and hazards related to freshwater? And what provisions or measures should be incorporated in legal and policy frameworks to ensure climate resilient freshwater resources? Next, please. So the good thing is we are not starting from scratch. There's literally been decades of work on freshwater governance at the international level with bodies such as UNESCO, but also at the regional level. In the Caribbean, you have the Caribbean Water and Wastewater Association, you have the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. In the Pacific, we have, for example, the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, and there are a number of other different regional entities that have been working to develop plans on sustainable water and water management and deal with the issue of freshwater governance. So when we look at the objectives for laws and policies related to freshwater resilience, we want to be able to reduce vulnerability. So examples of vulnerability, for population, location of coastal communities, the high water demand. We want to strengthen the capacity and build resilience. So looking at our freshwater regulators and our governance system. And then we also want to be able to prevent and mitigate some of the risks and hazards which have been mentioned. Thank you. Next slide. So one of the first things that we need to look at from a overarching sort of view is what principles and concepts can be incorporated in climate change laws and policies. And I have produced a list there, and by no means am I saying that this is an exhaustive list, because there may very well be many principles and concepts and tools that can be incorporated in freshwater governance. But these are certainly some of the more well-known, tried and tested concepts and principles and tools that can help with freshwater governance. And many of them are very also consistent with the international obligations of SIDS. So for example, Article 7.5 of the Paris Agreement, which requires states to acknowledge that adaptation action should follow a country-driven, gender-responsive, participatory, fully transparent approach that should take into consideration vulnerable groups, communities, and ecosystems, and guided by the best available science, appropriate traditional knowledge, knowledge of indigenous people, and local knowledge systems, with a view to integrating adaptation into the policies and actions where appropriate. Thank you. Next slide. So this is where I want to spend most of my time talking about some of these actions or criteria that can be used or considered in reviewing climate change legislation and policies. So there is a useful starting point when looking at reviewing climate change legislation and policies. The World Bank Reference Guide on Climate Change Legislation has done some work on that, building on work by the Grantham Institute. And then we can also look at some studies, the IPCC Fifth Assessment Report, which kind of has some focus on some of the specificities of SIDS. So one of the things that, or one of the first major things that need to be considered is having a long-term target. Incorporating quantifiable long-term targets for adaptation in water management can help SIDS ensure commitment. It can help attract investments in meeting these objectives. And it's a way in which that these objectives, if they're set in a specific law or policy relating to adaptation for freshwater resources, can help SIDS to attain these long-term targets. In addition to that, having an intermediate or sectoral target is also important. So ensuring that water management is effective in the long term, it also means ensuring that it can be easily monitored in shorter timeframes. So having intermediate targets and targets within specific sectors is also important. Justin spoke about the importance of having climate change risk and vulnerability assessments. We know that data collection and risk and vulnerability assessments are critical to informing decision-making and identification of highly vulnerable areas to flooding, storm surges, salination, and other types of impacts. And this can enable our governments to do appropriate and future planning. But we know that SIDS face issues with lack of climate information. And so ensuring that we can incorporate appropriate measures to collect data and be able to use data in decision-making is important. So I know my time is running, Anil.
Yeah,
So
if you can summarize in 1 minute, please, as we have to wrap. Yeah.
I will do that. So national adaptation planning is also important. Having a mandate to prepare national adaptation plans is important. Having specific policy instruments. So having a mandate to prepare specific policy instruments that look at adaptation and having mechanisms with appropriate enforcement penalties is also important. And then one of the recognitions has been that SIDS, a barrier to good governance is a lack of coordination among institutions. So ensuring that there is an appropriate coordination mechanism within the laws and policies to coordinate activities around the various actors and sectors that are dependent on water use is important. And then stakeholder engagement as well, ensuring that there are built in within these laws and policies appropriate mechanisms for ensuring that there is consultation among the various affected stakeholders. And of course, we can't forget finance, which is a huge part of freshwater governance. So Anil, most of those on the screen are there. People can look at them, and I'm open to any questions persons may have on any of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for being with us with this excellent presentation. This is a process, as I said, we are going to implement next year. So we would like to present the policy option as you have presented, and we'll collect all the feedback. Without further delay, now we will move to next presentation, which is kind of outcome of based on those two workshops, and which will be presented by my colleague, Dr. Paulina Lopez, who has a master's and PhD in water sciences from Montpellier, France, and MA in international relations. With her rich academic background, she will now try to present the findings of those two technical workshops and also present the pathway that we want to implement next year. Paulina, you have the floor. Please consider limited time. Paulina?
Thank you very much, Anil. Good morning. So as we saw in the previous presentation, seeds are highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change in general, but in particular to hydroclimatic hazards. So therefore, there is a need to build resilience in seeds, and this implies the policy-making process. So UNESCO, in collaboration with Southampton University, is developing a study aiming to support seeds in building resilience. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this presentation is to talk to you about that study, but I would like to also share with you the initial findings and the further steps. Next one, please. So the question that we would like to answer in this study is, facing hydroclimatic hazards in particular, how to increase response capacity and enhance preparedness in seeds. So the study comprises 3 phases, and at the end of the first phase, where we are today, we expect to have a set of guidelines in order to know how to assess vulnerability in seeds. For that, we have decided to follow 3 steps, main steps, which is the assessment of hydroclimatic hazards, the vulnerability assessment, and the policy gap assessments, giving emphasis, of course, to vulnerability. So based on those results, the further step will be to explore resilience pathways. And in this, I will develop more later. And after those phases, we will have a set of guidelines that we will implement in selected case studies in seeds. So I would like to emphasize that this work is a process, is a flexible process, an iterative process, meaning that we can return to previous steps if needed. Next slide, please. So here we are. So the question we asked for the first phase was how to build a vulnerability assessment framework. So how we're doing that? First of all, it's a science-based work, policy-oriented, and for that we have been doing literature review, workshops and with experts from seeds and many places, and of course Justin and Daniel have participated because they are collaborating in this study, and of course at events. And now we are in the first level of analysis, which is the initial findings, and for that recommendations to assess hydroclimatic hazards, vulnerability, and policy gaps have been provided in the studies, and based on them, we have been exploring a conceptual perspective, a conceptual approach, in which the coming steps will be based. Next one, please. So here we are. So this slide represents it's a summary really of what we have been doing until now. You already saw the presentation of Justin and Danielle, and here on the left there are the main recommendations that they have provided. I will not go into the detail, but what I would like to highlight is that the three of them, the study of the hydroclimatic hazards, the vulnerability, and the policy gaps, they highlighted common needs and difficulties. And the first one is related to data, availability of data. For example, there is a lack of data for seeds in the global data sets, difficulties in downscaling to the local scale, and of course, a tremendous need of local data. They all highlighted the dimension of the spatial dimension and the temporal dimension in the context of climate change, the definition of priorities, the capacity building, because to assess vulnerability, we need capacity building in terms of skills, in terms of funds, in terms of institutions. The stakeholder engagement is very important, and maybe most importantly than everything is the involvement of local communities. So in this iterative and flexible process, new questions arose at the end of this preliminary stage. For example, are those recommendations adapted to seeds in a context of uncertainty and considering that vulnerability is a dynamic process? It's a dynamic process. So what are the lenses that we should assess climate vulnerability in seeds? Next one, please.
Paulina, you might want to finish in 1 minute, please.
Yes. So climate change is impacting several spheres, the natural environment, but the socio-ecological, the socio-economic and political spheres, of course. It has big repercussions. And this is spreading out uncertainty, not only in terms of climatic variability, but in all the spheres of society. So what we suggest is that instead of focusing on vulnerability of populations, which is represented in the frame in this figure, rather we focus on the vulnerability of socio-ecological system, which is defined as the complex interactions and feedbacks in between populations or society with ecosystems. So we need to find resilience for the whole system and not one part of it. Next one, please. And this idea of the socio-ecological system plus the resilience approach led us to the masterpiece for us for resilience, which is water. And according to Falkenmark et al., water has roles and functions. And among those roles, so water is a source of resilience, is an agent of change, but the victim of change too. And considering all the functions, water maintains ecosystems. So is determinant for the ecosystems, is interlinked with all the process of socio-ecological systems, etc. I will not go into the detail. So therefore, what we are suggesting today is to propose achieving resilience in seed through water. Next one, please. So the implementation and development of this approach is very challenging, of course, because it's very innovative, completely innovative, very in phase with the climate change, of course, but very innovative. And those challenges are the required paradigm shift, interdisciplinary skills, to incorporate non-traditional data sources, to break the ice in between communities and science, etc., etc., etc. The list is long. However, UNESCO feels can cope with this challenge through its interdisciplinary expertise, its collaborative networks, and of course, its high commitment with seeds, and particularly through the intergovernmental hydrological program and its 9-phase strategy in which holistic approaches, interdisciplinarity, socio-hydrology, and seeds, of course, are at the core of the strategy. Thank you very much, Anil.
Thank you, Paulina, for making excellent pathways, which is work in progress, but summarizing how we are going to implement. And this is, of course, under discussion, and we will also present next week here in Paris during the side event. Thank you very much, Paulina. We will go directly to the panel session. We have an excellent composition of panel today. We have Dr. David Sear from University of Southampton. We have Roger Pulwarthi from NOAA Physical Science Laboratory and atmospheric research in Boulder, Colorado. Thank you very much for sacrificing your early hours. We have Karuna Rana from we have Karuna Rana from SEEDS Youth AIMS Hub, a youth-led non-governmental organization focusing on advanced implementing youth-led sustainable development. And we have Kusum Atukorala, who is an activist and also community water practitioner. We've been working with her for many of the water projects. And so without further delay, I would like to ask each of the panelists, based on the presentation that we have just heard, I would like to first go with David. David, how can we improve our understanding of climatic hazard faced by SEEDS, particularly coastal and fluvial floods in the context of climate uncertainty? If you can respond in 3 minutes, please.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Anil, and thank you, speakers. That was excellent. I think first of all, we've got to remember that flooding and droughts are natural processes, and that actually it's as much as well the movement of people and infrastructure into areas that are hazard prone that creates the risk as well. And we've also got to understand that uncertainty is always going to be with us, uncertainty in the data. And therefore our decision making will have uncertainty with it, which means moving forward, we're always going to need some sort of adaptive approach. Justin, the others have mentioned that one of the two challenges is the diversity of small islands within SEEDS. And this diversity poses challenges. One is it sort of causes problems for overgeneralization. But it also causes problems from trying to learn from very detailed site-specific case studies. What's the transferability? But the good news is that there's an explosion in high-resolution data from remotely sensed platforms and increasingly efficient modelling tools. And that's enabling us progressively to drill down to the sorts of levels and scales that are going to be SEEDS relevant. But to address the question specifically, Anil, I think there are sort of 5 key areas we can improve. One is in the underpinning science and modelling of flood and drought processes, particularly at SEEDS relevant scales. So how do we downscale from our GCM outputs, for example? Secondly, improve measurements of topography and bathymetry of small islands, because these are what help constrain our estimation of hazard exposure within them. And I think there's a real challenge here for the global community to ensure that these aren't hidden behind paywalls and restrictive licensing. Thirdly, improved measures of the receptors of hydroclimate, particularly the infrastructure and populations exposed to these, but also I think finding new ways to measure the vulnerability at small island and sub-island level poses a real challenge in undertaking this sort of approach. We need better understanding and awareness and protection of existing natural capital and the ecosystems themselves, because these actually have a role to play in mitigating some of the effects of climate change. And then finally, and sort of linked across the whole of these, is a need for capacity building at local to national scale within SEEDS.
Thank you very much, David. I have to stop you. This is very high prominent point. I want to go to the next panelist immediately in order to not lose time. If there will be opportunity, I'll come back to you. Kusum, I want to come to you. What would be the mechanism to integrate local communities in the science and policy making processes in the context of hazard faced by SEEDS? Very briefly.
Thank you very much, Anil, for inviting me. And I'm speaking with two hats, community water practitioner and my former hat as academic. I believe that an urgent set of prioritized actions to set up participatory planning platforms, PPP, in affected areas is essential at this point. Most disaster management agencies and systems work on parallel lines. Therefore, setting up the platforms and partnerships for actors with complementary skills have to happen before the crisis occurs. We don't need responses after the event. We need that preemptive action. Creating these platforms, breaking the silo approach, the partnership of getting to know each other, complementary skills, building trust. It takes a lot of time, energy, and patience, and most importantly, funding. It calls for high-level decision-making and advocacy programs for political decision makers to support the relevant changes in the laws. Many of the SIDS have undergone a colonial experience, and I still have to contend with outmoded colonial laws which act as a barrier to participatory mechanisms. Academics carrying out research is important, but they need to interface and build citizen science programs where the community is much a trainer as the trainee. Civil society is also important for planning platforms, but both the community and the civil society need to have skills training and capacity building. And most important, together, they have to become a conduit to reach out and support women as positive agents of change and not merely victims of climate change.
Thank you, Kusum.
Finally,
we have got some key messages now. So I have to cut short you because of pressing time. I will come back to you if our time allows. I will go to Karuna now. Karuna.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kusum. Sorry for cutting you off in the middle. How the youth network created can contribute to overcome challenges in assessing vulnerability of hydroclimatic hazard in cities.
Thank you, and hi, everyone. So human resources are one of the key assets of SID, and as such, we should be giving capacities and trusting them, trusting young people in being crucial in assessing and addressing this issue. So we see ourselves as being able to contribute in three key ways. Firstly, we can help tackle any technocratic barriers to youth engagement by setting up programs that make hydroclimate hazards, science and policy more accessible, simpler, and in a youth-friendly language. This would include training them to be effective advocates in this area. We've already successfully done that for climate change issues through some of our projects. The second way is we would be closely linked to, since we are closely linked to schools and academia, young people can lead and be involved in citizen science initiatives to help access data from communities most impacted. And thirdly, we can go beyond just the assessment of these hazards. Young people are creative and entrepreneurial. As such, we can tap into the young people's creativity to give them the opportunity to design solutions that tackle hydroclimatic hazards and help them implement them. Last thing to end this, I would like to say with any other program, with all programs of this type, we would love to have support in terms of financing opportunities and also collaboration in project design and implementation, including policy and decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Karuna, for keeping time very efficiently. Kusum, I would like to come back to you after Roger. I know you wanted to finish with the final word, so don't stay online. Roger, I want to come to you as a hydroclimate expert. How are these global agenda, particularly Sendai Framework and Paris Agreement, can align the challenges in the context of data uncertainty, data problem resolution that we have just heard about? Very briefly,
Right. Yeah, you bet. Okay, thanks, Anil. So aligning the different aspects of things we've seen in the Sendai Framework, in the Aichi biodiversity goals, with the Paris Agreement, and so on. There are a couple of key areas, right? The enhancement of international cooperation in developing countries, and especially SIDS, through the support to complement their national actions, and to substantially increase the availability and access of multi-hazard early warning system as these affect infrastructure and development. As we think through some of these and what you've heard, we have some limitations on web services accessibility. being accurate about the exposure elements, understanding that static exposure of electrical grids and infrastructure does not represent people's capabilities to respond to disasters. They're extremely important. But most critically is that link between DRR and climate change adaptation, especially in places such as islands where I'm from, where the information is not actually reliable at the local levels, but there's poor representation of ground conditions. So what is needed is actually work across the board, WMO and others, on high resolution global models, not just downscaling. I mean, dynamically consistent global models. There are some examples, such as the linked open data for global disaster risk research, a lot of work in the Caribbean through the 5 Cs, as you heard, the Caribbean Climate Center, and others, and collaborations through GEO as well. And the Caribbean created the early warning information systems across climate timescales to do exactly this alignment. The challenge remains is the difficulty of keeping the long view. There's fragmented responsibilities, different funding structures, and most critically, lessons on the appropriate use and data availability. And I see water as the thread, just as was discussed, across all of these agreements, because there's a temporal mismatch between disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. So translating the information into technical deliverables, maintain reliable technical deliverables, moving beyond just vulnerability as static risks, but capabilities, and the vertical and horizontal integration. To wrap up, investing in more science and data along all pieces of those as a red thread, but most critically is to shift the way of thinking from simply focusing on water infrastructure and building that towards delivering water services when nature-based solutions are systematically considered. And those are in all of the agreements. So pulling out the threads for water, I think, is critical in the science behind it.
Thank you very much. Water is the thread, Roger. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Excellent ending panel intervention. I want to go back to Kusum to present your final important point, Kusum.
Well, I think what I have to say was said better by ABBA. Money, 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 always handy. It's a rich man's world. And, mobilizing these participatory platforms, it calls for this thing that we are always talking in 26, the funding. And we need to understand that unless we have funding, we cannot do the capacity building, the training, the regulatory changes in the regulatory framework. So my last message is to the billionaires who spend a lot of millions for 11 minutes of free fall in space. Look down on the vulnerable people of the SIDS and give them the equivalent for their urgently needed adaptation measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Kusum. I hope the negotiators in Glasgow will listen that the funding priority needs to be made to the vulnerable. Otherwise, it will remain as a big talk. With those key messages that we have taken, as I said, it's a process and we are going to continue to work on the framework. And I would like to invite you as a follow-up of this session, we will have exactly after 1 week on 16th of November, during UNESCO's 41st General Conference session, we are going to have a sit session and you all are welcome to join. We will circulate the link, of course, of the event, but you can find also in the UNESCO website. And with that, we have got lots of feedback in our framework processes, which we started with University of Southampton. I have taken note, for instance, citizen science, data resolution, the challenges presented by Justine, but also by David, immense opportunities presented by Daniel about the responses needed in the policy. We have a youth voice, we have heard, and also from Roger's statement that water is the thread, and that's why Intergovernmental Hydrological Program will implement. With that, I would like to thank all of you, our co-organizer, University of Southampton, the panelists, the speakers, and my colleague Paulina, who led this event, together with all the colleagues from UNESCO's Intergovernmental Hydrological Program who stood behind, particularly Rita, Benjamin, Mahmoud, and Chantal, Jorge, Barbara, and Hong, as well as the director who find time to attend despite the general conference to give opening remark. And again, I would like to invite you, 2 p.m. today, we will have a session in the Water Pavilion please come back to us on the climate resilient water management approaches. And with that, thank you very much.
Good morning or good afternoon, depends on the hour. A warm welcome from my side to our session, Mitigating Floods and Droughts, Innovative Approaches for Closing Urban Water Cycles, where we want to focus really on what urban water cycles can do to prevent disasters triggered by climate change in cities. A close look on our agenda for today. So my name is Michael Eichholz from BGR, and I will give a short introduction to the topics, disasters and urban water systems. And after that, we will have two examples from cities. The first one is by Sonja Schlipp from Hamburg Wasser, so Hamburg's water utility. She will speak about stormwater management in Hamburg, the transformation to a sponge city by a multi-stakeholder approach. And after that, we will have Pierre von Rendsburg from the city of Windhoek. He will talk about another major disaster that is droughts, and the title will be Mitigation Through Innovation, Sustainable Water Supply in Windhoek. And after that, we have a wrap up and closing by my colleague Ramon Brandführer from BGR also. So happy to welcome you all from the virtual space and in Glasgow. I hope you will enjoy the session. And I will start right away to highlight the two major disasters we are dealing with today, floods and droughts, which are hitting cities all over the world very hard. And it's not climate change that started to provoke such disasters, but expectations and prognosis for climate change foresee a sharp increase of extreme events such as floods and droughts in cities. So we see here examples from Los Angeles or Sacramento, from California, where droughts are becoming more frequent. In the last year, we see a picture from Cape Town where in 2018 there was a major water crisis that brought the city close to the day zero, and we see flooding here. An example from Sri Lanka that is affecting cities very hard, causing losses in infrastructure and also provoking health issues. I would like to give as an introduction a systemic view of how water cycles are made up traditionally and what this has to do with disasters in the context of climate change. So we see here a schematic view of an urban water cycle and the traditional approach. So we have in many cities of the world where water system built by which surface water or rainwater is directed to reservoirs. The rain is collected and drained from the city in order not to provoke health, not to provoke flooding and evacuate the city from the water from the city. We have the supply system that are working with surface and groundwater, brings water to the waterworks, the two treatment plants. We have then the water is distributed by the supply systems to the consumption, to the users. And then the water is discharged to sewers and treated as wastewater and finally given back to streams and flows to surface water. And this traditional system is coming to a crisis, so to say, as the climate conditions are changing. So more heavy rainfall events and more drought are provoking that the hydrological side of the system is changing. We have major rainfall events that are exceeding the capacity of the drainage system, and we have major droughts that are exceeding the capacity of the water storage systems that have been built. So storage dams are running dry, because of lack of rainfall for many years. And so this brings many cities to a situation of crisis, which triggers also a rethinking of how this urban water cycle and the urban water systems can be converted and transformed towards resilient supply. So some transforming solutions that are brought up in the literature, and also some cities are taking this journey and in innovating in many things. But the core aspects and concepts are the increase of recharge. So this relates to the groundwater. So have decentralized recharge facilities that try to close the water cycle within the cities. There's another strategy is to increase the storage by augmenting the storage dams, and also using the aquifer as a storage solution. We will hear of that in our second example. And also, of course, of importance is the consumption, reduce and the consumption, and make efficient use of water within the cities. And the core aspect is also to reuse the water that has been used by the public, by industries, and also by agriculture. So the term of wastewater in many cities is being reviewed, and it is seen more and more as a resource than as a burden that has to be evacuated out of the city. So what is the transformation about? I think, and the point I want to raise here is that urban supply systems are more than technical infrastructure, that a supply system connects the resource with the user from a very basic perspective, and it comprises not only technology, but also institutions that manage the technological infrastructure, but also knowledge and everyday practices of users and of the people that are managing these systems. And a transformation of a supply system, therefore, it's not only about introducing a new technology, but also reviewing the institutional setups, the knowledge exchange, and also the practices in place. So, without further ado, and we will come now to two practical examples, as I said in the beginning, where we can see how two cities are approaching this transformation in order to prevent floods and droughts. And the first example is from Hamburg. So it's a pleasure for me to welcome Dr. Sonja Schlipp from Hamburg Wasser, Hamburg's water utility here. She's working for Hamburg Wasser, in the Department for Integrated Stormwater Management. And she's working since 2007 in several projects about climate change adaptation and urban planning. And thus has a lot of strategic and practical experience in the field. So the floor is yours, Sonja. Happy to hear your contribution.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. I hope everybody can hear me. And I hope I'm now able to share my screen like I want to do it. It's always, and okay. I think it works now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. I see what I wanted to see. It's always an adventure to present like that, because every time it's different. Yeah, but thank you for the invitation, for taking part in the water pavilion here. And I'm looking forward to my presentation and to the discussion we have afterwards, hopefully. So I'm like to talk about stormwater management in Hamburg and how we try to implement it and how we try to include all the stakeholders which are needed to do this transformation. So my talk I will talk about the challenges of water and sanitation systems in Hamburg with regards to climate change and urban growth, the planning of adaptation measures, the implementation of those measures, and the cross-sectoral integration at the city level, and we'll give a short outlook on it. But first of all, I want to show you this picture. This is the entrance for one of the oldest sewage systems in Germany and in north of Europe. We have it since 1845, I think, and this is the entrance which was built for the Emperor William II to visit this sewage system because it was that new. Hamburg Wasser is a utility which is responsible for the water supply and also for the wastewater management, and we have different consulting services as well, and still have Hamburg Energy is another company which provides renewable energies for Hamburg. Just as an introduction, where I come from and where I'm working for. And I'm working in the department for integrated rainwater management. So just an outlook to our drainage system. Since it is very old, about more than 200 years old, we have in the middle this combined sewer system, which provides the service for the whole city. And in the outer areas, we have a separated sewer system with wastewater sewers and stormwater sewers. So we have two systems in one city, and we have one plant which cleans the water. So the sewage plant. The challenges for stormwater management are that they are coming so fast. And we are faced in Hamburg with this as well. So you can see here one example of one stormwater event. The water is on the street and the runoff is not that fast. So that means Hamburg, as a growing city, has problems with soil sealing. So with the runoff, the water is faster. We have less possibilities for infiltration of the rainwater and so on. And since we have such a huge sewage system, which with about 6,000 kilometers of sewer system, we cannot maintain every corner of the sewage system once in a year. So we have to do and think about new strategies. And on the other hand, there's climate change. So we have higher temperatures, more heat waves and droughts. We have high tides on the Elbe, which means that we have restrictions for the drainage runoffs into the Elbe, and we have a higher probability of heavy rainfall. So this is what we are facing to our water and sanitation system. That means Hamburg is thinking since the 1990s how to meet that topic and how to reduce the risks of stormwater management. And the first thing what happened was a big invest to install these huge intercepting sewers under the combined sewage system to reduce the runoff of or the overflows of the combined sewer system into the rivers inside of Hamburg. This was a great success. So we have less discharges into the rivers now, and the quality of the water is increasing, but it's not enough to do this. So that's the reason why Hamburg started RISA. It's a project which is called Rainwater Infrastructure Adaptation. And there we have these goals to do flood mitigation, to prevent and prevention methods to protect the waters and the rivers in Hamburg, and to install or do an adaptation to the near natural water balance. That means that we are trying to reduce the runoff, to restore the water in the place where it's falling, and to use and reuse the water wherever we are able to. And since therefore we need a lot of stakeholders, it's a common task, and there is as well active and working the water and wastewater utility, but as well the environmental and energy agency, the different districts and municipalities, the urban planners and other actors are also involved in this project, because there are so many things we need to talk about. So what does this mean for the urban water management? We have started to have multifunctional plans for rainwater treatment here in the upper left level, where we can do some water retention, and the water is being cleaned by a plant-based sewage plant, especially for the street water which comes from the streets. We are trying to disconnect surfaces, maybe, for example, on school yards. This is the other example. But we have to keep the robust drainage system as well. And we are trying to have some redundant systems and try to implement circular resource efficient systems for the energy, water and material flows, like the Hamburg water cycle. This is one example you can see on the Hamburg Wasser website as well. Yeah, what does this mean for the city? We are trying to implement the sponge city concept. That means we're trying to increase the evaporation and the infiltration, and to keep the water everywhere where it's possible. So the best would be to have kind of blue-green streets, where the water of the streets, the rainwater, is kept in the streets and can be used for the trees, for example. So we have green roofs, or we are trying to implement green roofs, and to reuse the rainwater of the rooftops, for example, and so on. These are the stakeholders we are having involved in our RISA project. So we have the Environmental Ministry for Environment, Climate, Energy and Agriculture. We have the State Ministry of Economy and Transport and Innovation, Hamburg Wasser, the citizens, different investors, the universities, the Senate, and the different district authorities should be involved, and we are working to increase the network on that. So what is RISA doing? We have different development paths. First of all, we are developing and working together to implement a strategy of the integrated stormwater adaptation in Hamburg. That means we are trying to develop plans for the whole city, which give guidelines for the districts, for example. We are improving the databases for planning and maps. We have a communication strategy with a website and brochures, and we are informing about the different levels of stormwater events and what kind of effects they do have. And we have many pilot projects which show how to implement stormwater management in Hamburg. Just have a look on the information system. So we have some maps which are on the building and paved areas, for example. We have a look on the topography and the drainage systems. We have a map which shows the infiltration potentials within the cities based on groundwater level and the soil construction and the geology and the groundwater table I already told about. One of the newest maps which is provided by the Hamburg Geoportal is the stormwater map, which shows the low-lying areas which can be filled by rainwater. It's only topographic map without dynamic calculations. Hamburg is too big for that to do this once in a short time, but we are working on a dynamic map at the moment, and it will be implemented in the coming years. And the other topic is the stormwater index. We are Hamburg Wasser is collecting a lot of data on the rain events all over the city. So we have everywhere different stations which are collecting data on rains and on the runoff and the soil moisture and so on, and the data is collected in the stormwater index map, which can be shown in the internet as well. Here you have the internet address where you can have a look on it, and it's to raise the awareness that the citizens can have a look on it and have more aware or see how heavy the rain was, which was fallen, and if it's just usual rain or it's kind of stronger rain, which can be where the sewage system can deal with it, or it's just a catastrophic rain, which is extraordinary, and they need to do. Usually prevention by the citizens is necessary as well. So they have to have a look on their plot and to do some own safety measures. I want to show you now some examples what we are doing to raise awareness on the one hand, but to show what kind of possibilities do we have to have some retention on the different areas. So we are working in some cases together with schools and the authority which is responsible for the schoolyards. And there we have installed some rigols and some low-lying areas where water can be retained during heavy rainfalls. But this is sometimes included into educational programs, so the students can learn more about heavy rainfalls and how to prevent with these. And it's a great, a big and a successful program, I think. Another topic was to implement flood prevention in a playground development. So we have here an area which was flooded, or a school nearby this area was flooded very often, and the stormwater retention basin was too small. So there we were looking for some areas and places to prevent these events and to retain the water for heavy cloudbursts, for example. And there was then the possibility to use this playground. So there was this playground, the stormwater playground was constructed in 2013, and we have several water drains to water retention basins like this, which can be used for playing during dry times, but if there is a stormwater event, the water can be filled with that, and after that the water is drained to a protected well area and can contribute as well to the groundwater recharge. Another very successful example is a new example. It's a sporting facility in the Heinz-Kling Stadion. It is a previous hotspot for flooding. There was a necessity to increase the drainage capacity in this area, but it was prohibited that the water would run here into this river. The river needed to be protected because it was too many water which would have been run down here. So Hamburg Wasser looked for an area where the water could be retained very easily, and they found this sports facility over there. It was a very lucky situation because the sports facility was lower than the street. So, and it was planned to reconstruct it. So we used this chance to redirect the surplus stormwater into this area. So here you can see how it works. So the water.
Sonja, could you please mind the time?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thanks, so yeah, this is just another example. I just skipped this. We have also some research projects dealing with this topic. So so where are we now? So we have this relief programs. We have RISA as a community task. We have some information bases, the structure plan, some pilot projects. And now we start with a new phase because we have new political will with the climate plan of the Hamburg Senate, that we can implement more measures on RISA and rainwater infrastructure adaptation in Hamburg. And we are very happy that we have the ability to do more in the coming years to integrate stormwater management in the city and the landscape planning and have more blue and green possibilities and more blue and green in the city. Yeah, I skipped the summary now and I'm looking for the questions. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sonja. I know you have a lot to tell. And you have a lot of interesting examples from Hamburg, but unfortunately we have to mind a little bit the time. So
yeah, it's fine.
I would propose to make the questions after the next presentation, if there's some time. And but once again, thank you very much for the many insights from Hamburg. So we come to our next presentation. I'm very happy to welcome Pierre van Rensburg here. He's born Namibian who, after completing his education in South Africa and the UK, returned to Namibia to become involved in the water sector in the country, and his career spans over 20 years of working was in public and the private sector, and until 2017 he served as a strategic executive for infrastructure, water and technical services at the Windhoek City Council. And he also experienced in this position the water crisis of the city between 2015 and 2017. So really a lot of experience and a lot of practical insights that he will share with us. We're very happy to have you here, Pierre, and the floor is yours. You're still muted.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, and you can also see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As Michael said, I'm Pierre van Rensburg. I work for the municipality of Windhoek. I'm going to share with you some of what we have done to try and mitigate the impacts or lessen the impacts of climate change on our water supply. through the incorporation of some supply methodologies, which maybe is not so common everywhere in the world. So Albert Einstein said this about the development of atomic weapons some time ago, but I think it is very relevant for today in terms of the challenges that we face for climate change. So looking at the issue at hand, if you consider the global desert scenario, and more specifically, if you look at Africa, you will find the Sahara Desert in the northern parts of the continent there. But if you look a little bit further to the southwest, you will find the Namib Desert along the southwestern seaboard, as well as the Kalahari Desert just adjacent on the inland. And that happened to be exactly where you will find Namibia. So if we look at surface water availability on the continent, it reflects very much the same scenario. You have the Sahara Desert in the northern parts, but then here you can see the outlines of the country of Namibia, and you can clearly see that there are no surface water resources anywhere to be found inland in the country. But just quickly looking at the climate of Namibia, you will also see the impact of the desert landscape on the climate. So on the top left-hand corner, you look at rainfall. So everything sort of along the western seaboard and south of the country receives in the region of 200 to 250 or less rainfall. The same with evaporation. It's slightly reduced because of the mist belt along the coast, but everything to the south, especially the southeast, you will find a heavy evaporation in the order of 2,500 millimeters per annum or more. In terms of rainfall variability, much the same picture. So you will see that everything that's not, or that's kind of yellow, that's lower than this beige, has a rainfall variability of 40 to 50% or more, reaching 100% or more along the Namib Desert coast. So not surprisingly then, you will find a water deficit basically everywhere in the country, but more extreme around Windhoek. You see Windhoek in the central areas there, as well as the Namib coastal areas and the far south of the country. Just a brief introduction to Windhoek as the capital city. It's about 450,000 population. It's located on the central inland plateau, so it's a 1,650 meters on average above sea level, so quite high. And the city is surrounded by mountains. On the left side, you see a picture sort of taken in a northwesterly direction. You can see the mountains in the background with the city basin in front. There's just a picture of some curios, beads working, and also some guys selling kapana, which is a very popular local street food. Windhoek, being the only major city in the country, is then also the main economic, social, and cultural center in the country. So getting back to the topic of water supply, as I've already mentioned, Windhoek sort of slap bang in the middle of the country. But in terms of availability of surface water, there are some rivers shared with Angola, the Kunene, as well as the Okavango Zambezi shared with Zambia, and some lower rivers shared between Botswana and Zimbabwe. But for Windhoek, the nearest surface water to the north is about 700 kilometers away from the city. And to the south, it is the Orange River shared with South Africa. It's more than 800 kilometers away. So really nothing that the city can draw on from a water supply perspective. And that is against the background of an annual rainfall of around 350 to 360 millimeters, and then evaporation, as I've already mentioned, which is massive, several times the rainfall, leading to a big water deficit. Then just the supply scheme for Windhoek. It's quite a complicated picture, but I'm just going to highlight something specific here. It's the 3 surface water dams. So the Omataku Dam, which is about 150 kilometers north of the city, the Van Bach Dam, which is about 70 kilometers north of the city, and the Swakopmund Dam, which is about 100 kilometers northwest of the city. So Windhoek is lower in the lower corner here. And then also something to note is the 2 aquifers. There's a northern aquifer, which basically supplies the whole northern area, but provision has also been made to transfer water from this aquifer all the way down to Windhoek. And then obviously the Windhoek aquifer, which I'll explain a little bit more later on. Something also from a climate point of view to note is that 2 of the 3 supply dams sit on the same river and obviously shares the same drainage catchment. So from a climate perspective, if that fails or has a high variability in terms of rainfall, then both those dams would be affected. Okay. Then from a climate change in the country, as pretty much everywhere else, there's a expected increase in temperatures, both summer and winter. But I think what is more important from a water supply point of view is the fact that we expect a total rainfall decrease of between 15 to 20%. And on the other hand, we expect an evaporation increase of 10 to 15%, which obviously will greatly impact the fact that we obtain our water from surface water dams. Then just putting it in context in the African continent, just resonates what I've just said. So the increase in temperature expected, if you look at the scale, that's around 3 degrees. And then overall, there would be a decrease in rainfall or precipitation, which is in the order of 10 to 15%. Interesting to note is the big reduction in winter rainfall expected, which obviously would affect Cape Town, which is predominantly a winter rainfall area. Something we've seen in a single day, several years worth of rainfall fall in the desert, leaving us pictures like this. But on the other hand, if you look at this is normally grassland savanna, but these have been impacted with long or prolonged periods of below average or almost no rainfall, leaving you scenes like that. So how do we deal with this from a water supply point of view? So obviously water demand management, Michael already mentioned that in introduction, is sort of a first go-to. Then we have these three, which is both non-potable or irrigation reuse as well as direct potable reuse. And then obviously we have the managed aquifer recharge scheme. So because of the impact this had on the last drought, I'm going to focus mainly on this last two schemes that we've implemented. So the Windhoek Managed Aquifer Recharge Scheme, if I'm trying to explain this to you in a single slide, then what you have here is basically the Windhoek Basin depicted by these buildings here. And then you have the Awas Mountains, which sit southeast of the Windhoek. And in between, you have the aquifer, which is basically a highly porous fractured quartzite aquifer. And that area is cut off. So the normal drainage of the water is to the north, sort of underneath the city. But there is a schist, a micaceous schist layer, which basically seals off this aquifer, creating a basin between the natural recharge area and the cutoff line on the city. And that basically is an underground storage area that is utilized for water supply to the city. And the basic concept is that in the years when we have plenty of rainfall and dams are full, we will actually transfer those water from the surface water dams where evaporation is quite high to an underground storage to try and make sure that the storage is full to the brim, that if we hit a period when the surface water fails, we can actually supply the city for an extended period of time from this underground reservoir. So just the figures in short of the concept. So estimated losses from the surface water dams over a 10-year period is about 50%, which is quite large. And that is against the losses from the aquifer, which is predicted to be 3% or modeled to be 3% or less. Currently, we are drilling to a depth of 450 or just a little bit deeper than that. And that enables us to access a target slice of water about 250 meters. Currently, most of the infrastructure is equipped or installed to be dual recharge and abstraction. But we've actually seen that practically it works better. So the newer infrastructure, we've done separate stations for recharge and abstraction. But the main thing is that estimated storage is about 80 to 90 million cubic meters. And that can supply the city between 3 to 4 years in an emergency situation. And the impact of combining the aquifer storage with the surface water is actually an increased yield in the supply system of around 40%. Just to show you the main, what we call water banking areas. So the city is indicated in red there. You can see the development. The Awas Mountains to the southeast and the aquifer lying in between has got various compartments which are targeted for both recharge and abstraction. Something we realized which greatly impacts on the scheme is the fact that because this aquifer area is so porous and highly infiltratable, we actually realized that it's also highly vulnerable to surface pollution. And this probably led to one of the most or biggest impact political decisions, because it was decided a few years back to actually block out this entire southern area as a no development zone. And you can say in the moment, the development is all planning to the north. The impact of this is the fact that around the city you find mountains, and this was really the only remaining flat area for development to take place. So quite an important decision to actually block this off from a water supply perspective and not allow development to take place here. Moving on to the reuse part of it, as you can see, I'm not going to go through all of this, but already conceptualized in the early 1950s, gained a lot of momentum in the 1960s because of a water shortage at the time, and finally implemented in 1968, which is very, very early if you look at the global context. Through the years, a number of process upgrades as well as extensions, capacity extensions, and currently we are looking into feasibility studies to expand the system with a second DPR plant, which is planned in the next 5 years or so. Just something which is a big fundamental of the reuse in Windhoek, because we do direct potable reuse, we only use domestic wastewater. So the system is designed that the majority of the basin, if you look at the green, actually drains to a single point on the northwest around there. And that is the point where we do the wastewater treatment and also the reclamation part. During the 70s and 80s, there was another big political decision, and all industries which generate wet effluent, industrial effluent, was moved to the northern part of the city, which now has a separate drainage area with treatment in the far northern corner. The areas marked in yellow and pink purple, that's what we are targeting for the next phase of DPR, together with intensification in the already existing basin. I'm not going to say much about the process train, but just interesting to note is that although this is direct potable reclamation, there is no RO in this process train. The principles, I've already touched on the fact that we use only domestic wastewater. I think the other important one is the fact that the design is a multiple barrier design, which has become sort of a standard everywhere in the world. And then the fact that we blend the final effluent to sort of mimic the effect of discharge into a natural buffer. So we blend it with water from a natural resource, being the surface water, in a 1 to 2/3 ratio. So getting to the actual point in the 2015-17 drought. So what you can see, the red here is actually droughts occurring. And this is one in the early 80s, sort of mid-90s, and the most recent one. And the blue bar shows you above average rainfall, the brown or orange gives you below average, and the black line gives you total runoff actually received in the dams. So what we've noted was with previous droughts, you had large periods of below average rainfall, which eventually led to a situation that the surface water failed. Again, the same year. But in the last drought, we actually saw that we didn't have that much. There was a short lead time. So because we had a lot of rain, the dams were full, and we thought we were comfortable, but very, very quickly the dams failed. And the result of that was, even though the actual rainfall was maybe not that low, the runoff was much reduced. So we had very little, if any, rainfall at all. And we've seen that this is an effect that we've noticed in the last few years, that the rain tends to come later in the season. And the impact of that is that by then the surface or the vegetation growth on the surface is so much that your runoff is much reduced. So we don't actually see so much inflow into the dams. So how did we deal with that? I've already mentioned that we've increased the DPR. So both the potable, which is the gray roof area, as well as the irrigation recharge was up to try and supply the deficit coming from the dams. On the recharge side, we were very lucky. As you can see here, this is a period of high abstraction. The blue shows abstraction from the aquifer. That was before the DPR and the dams were built, so that actually went down. The green shows actual recharge or artificial injection into the aquifer. So that started in the early 2000s. So the black line is the actual aquifer level that you can see. So it started picking up with artificial recharge, and we were greatly helped by a massive rainy season, which brought us about 3 to 4 times the annual rainfall, which really allowed us to start the drought period with a more or less full aquifer. So the only thing to do was to make sure that we can actually withdraw the water. So we had emergency access. So these white dots were 9 boreholes already drilled at that time, but not installed. And we added 12 more deep, large diameter boreholes to be able to access the water. And that allowed us to increase the abstraction capacity by about a 5 or 6 fold. Also, we allowed access by the industrial areas to the saline northern aquifer, which were previously unused, and that we keep in existence so that if there's a future water shortage or supply, they can disconnect from the public system, allowing us that saving and connect to the saline aquifer, which is then should be then in a position to supply them. So just as the last slide, Michael, the impact of this on our water supply. So normally we get about 76% of the water from surface water dams. That is the normal situation. About 15-16% from potable reuse, 4% non-potable, and 4% from the aquifer. What happened was when this portion fell away and the dams actually failed, we had to make up this massive supply portion from something else. And there the aquifer actually stepped in. So by the time we had completed the emergency implementation of the aquifer project, we were able to supply 60% of the demand from the aquifer, 3% still from surface water, actually the northern aquifers. A massive 30% of about 1/3 came from reuse, and 8% came from non-potable reuse. And obviously that is against the background of a 25% demand reduction. So clearly you can see that going forward and with the expected climate change impacts that we are expecting, we really need to be in a position to be able to have alternative supply to supply the city in the case when the surface water fails. Thank you very much, Michael. That's the end of it.
Thank you very much, Pierre, for this very interesting insights and also for highlighting what role city planning and urban city planning plays in the setting up such recharge schemes and how really the groundwater is being used as a water bank for times of drought. As I picked this term off of I think of one of your previous presentations I heard, and I very much like the idea of having groundwater as a safety net for times of droughts. And I would like to ask maybe if there are some urgent questions from the Water Pavilion in Glasgow that could be raised now. I know we are a little bit short in time. Otherwise, please give me a sign, maybe colleagues from Glasgow. If not, I think we will, also considering the time, I will hand over to my colleague Ramon Brandführer, who is also working with me in BJR and our project on policy advice on groundwater. So I'm sure we would have to discuss a lot of if we were on at a real conference, but I think we will have to wait until pandemic is over for discussing more in detail with the questions that might be raised. So I will hand over to my colleague Ramon, please, to wrap up.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Do you see the presentation? Just to check.
No.
No. Okay. So I think we are short in time, so I prefer then just to skip the presentation. I thank you for giving me the last words of the session. I think we had some really interesting, innovative approaches today in urban planning, and that had all of them had some common practices that these approaches have. So they all very holistic and integrating measures, and they all finally close the water cycle somehow. And whether it is if it is about storage of water for dry seasons, or if it is about finally slowing down the water flooding and the surface flow. So I think these approaches like that they're urgently needed for adaptation of extreme weather events, and we have seen that especially here in Germany. We have seen what these extreme weather events, what can happen. So we had the flooding in the Eifel areas in Western Germany in summertime, with 220 people died in that weather event. And on the other hand, we have droughts like in Cape Town, the day zero, which was not the only drought, I think. We have also on other places in the world, like Chennai or in Western Africa, in Bouaké, there was a severe drought a couple of years ago. So cities need to adapt to this situation, and I think today we have seen two really good approaches to it, and I'm sure there are many more approaches within the world to adapt to these situations. And I think it's time is now to look for these approaches and to change business as usual, and to look how to become flexible in the water management to the circumstances. And I think the time is ready for upscaling in many cities, and it's good that we see that it works out and finally improves the situation and the livelihood of many citizens. With these words, I like to close this session and thank you for attendance. And I can just repeat that I think we should keep eye open for good approaches, and to close the water cycle and bring space for buffers. Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone attending the COP sessions at Glasgow. Glad that you could make it to the first ever water pavilion at COP. And good morning, afternoon, and evening to everyone joining online from wherever you are. My name is Dr. Aditi Mukherjee. I'm a principal researcher at the International Water Management Institute, and I'm joining you all from Kolkata, India today. I'm very pleased and honored to be facilitating today's session on adaptation and maladaptation in the context of disaster risk reduction. Today, as all of you know, is the theme of the day is disaster risk reduction. I have a stellar, absolutely all-star panel whom I will introduce to all of you in a few minutes. So as I mentioned, the main theme for the day is disaster risk reduction, and we will discuss the role of water and adaptation in disaster risk reduction. Now, you may wonder why water and why adaptation in the theme of disaster risk reduction, or maybe it's just very obvious to you as it is obvious to me. So to set the background about why we are talking about water in the context of adaptation and DRR, I want to bring forth some of the findings from a latest global database on adaptation, which many of our panelists joining today and all of our panelists today are joining online were involved in that work. So we know that majority from that database, which is called the Global Adaptation Mapping Initiative, GAMI, we know that majority of the adaptation action is taking place in response to hazards like floods and droughts. Be it in the context of rural areas, agriculture, urban areas. So water somehow is the reason people are adapting. And we also find that a lot of the actual adaptation action is in water. So actually numbers show that 60% of documented case studies on adaptation list water-related hazards as the main hazard that the communities face and to which communities and other adaptation actors are also responding to. We also know that water-related hazards like floods and droughts account for the major share of loss of property, lives, and livelihoods. For again, a very recently released WMO report, I think that was in end of August, early September, the WMO report said that between 1970 to 2019, 44% of all disasters and 31% of all economic losses were flood-related. It also found that while only 7% of all disaster events were drought-related, yet they contributed disproportionately to 34% of disaster-related deaths, mostly in Africa. I think for many of us who have been following the adaptation space for years, as our panelists are, we do know that very often adaptation also have maladaptive outcomes. And in the context of reducing climate risks, we aren't really sure how much the current adaptation is actually leading to reduction in climate risks, even when they are not maladaptive. I mean, they may not just be, they may have benefits, but we don't really know if they are helping in reducing climate risks. Then also, we are also realizing overall that adaptation space will get severely constrained beyond a certain degree of warming, perhaps beyond 1.5 degrees of warming. And whatever is effective today in the context of the disaster risk reduction, but also in the context of livelihood benefits or adaptation in general, will not remain so in a warmer world. So with this backdrop, in this session today, we are a group of 6 panelists, and we will be talking about climate change adaptation, DRR, and the role of water and adaptation and the way forward. I have with me an eminent panel who are each doing exemplary work in the field of climate change adaptation, and almost all of them in this panel today are contributing to the latest IPCC Working Group 2 assessment, which is due to be released in March 2022. I will introduce our panel and then I'll pose a few questions to them. If all the panelists can have their cameras on, please. Our audience would love to see them. Our first panelist is Dr. Lisa Schipper. Lisa is an environmental social science fellow at the Environmental Change Institute at the University of Oxford. She has worked at the interface between climate change, adaptation, and development for the last 2 decades, including during her postdoctoral work at IMI in Sri Lanka, where Lisa and I were colleagues. Actually, her work in adaptation goes back to a time when there wasn't that kind of widespread acknowledgement that climate change is critical for water management. Lisa is also a coordinating lead author of the IPCC's Working Group 2 chapter on Climate Resilient Development Pathways, and she's a co-editor-in-chief of the Journal of Climate and Development. We are very glad to have Lisa with us today. Thank you so much for joining. Our second panelist is Dr. Chandni Singh. Chandni is a senior researcher in the School of Environment and Sustainability at the Indian Institute of Human Settlements in Bangalore. She works at the interface of climate change adaptation and development with a focus on the drivers of different vulnerability and livelihood transitions. She has led projects on urban agriculture, disaster recovery, and climate resilient development across South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. She's also contributed to the IPCC's special report on 1.5 degrees, and she's a lead author in the current Working Group 2 report in the urban chapter. Our third panelist is Dr. Johanna Nallau. Johanna, she is a researcher at the Griffith University, and she's also, she has done a whole lot of work around adaptation, understanding what motivates communities to adapt. And she is a lead author also in the Working Group 2 of the IPCC. Our fourth panelist today is Dr. Tabia Lisner. Tabia is a head of vulnerability and adaptation at the Climate Analytics, a research and policy institute with headquarters in Berlin and global offices in small island developing countries and least developed countries. Her research focuses on understanding impacts, risks, and vulnerability to provide science-based support for adaptation planning. Prior to joining Climate Analytics, she was based at Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. She's currently our lead author for IPCC Working Group 2 Water Chapter. And I am not entirely sure if our final panelist, Joop, has yet joined, but we have Joop Verhagen, who is the global lead water at the Global Center for Adaptation. Before this, Joop worked for the World Bank, and a key in Joop's 25-year career in the water sector is ensuring that benefits of improved water services and water resilience reach all. Last but not the least is Dr. Rachel McDonnell. She is a Deputy Director General, Research for Development at the International Water Management Institute. And many of you, I'm sure, would have seen her yesterday. She was curating and running the Water and Food Day at the Water Pavilion yesterday. So Rachel leads and drives the water security science agenda to address global development challenges leading to food, land, and water systems under climate crisis. With that introduction, and I hope that you would be able to join us soon, I would now like to start with Lisa. Lisa, my question to you is, you recently published a great paper in World Development, and I would, as soon as I get some time, would actually copy and paste the link on the YouTube chat or something like that. So where you and your co-authors actually showed that how much of the adaptation effort is not even effective in reducing climate risks, and many are also maladaptive. Can you please walk us through the reasons for the same? Why are so many adaptation failing? Where are we going wrong? Over to you, Lisa.
Thanks, Aditi. I'm happy to do so. I have an echo, and I'm having a hard time processing two voices at the same time in the background. So I'm going to try to speak slowly to make sure that's minimized. Hopefully that can be addressed by somebody on the tech side. So I would say basically that there's something kind of, we have been doing adaptation research for a long time, but it's only really recently that we have had enough empirical evidence to kind of confirm a lot of the theory that we've had around adaptation. And from that perspective, I would say adaptation is at a crossroads. It's become a very kind of mainstream thing in a lot of development projects, but we really, in order to make it effective, we need to bring it back to its radical roots. And these technocratic perspectives on adaptation, unfortunately, what they do is they obscure the social dimensions of vulnerability. And this suggests that quick fixes are possible, that we can, through one single project, help a community to adapt to climate change. This incremental adaptation, the sort of small steps of adaptation is generally insufficient to trigger the changes that we need. But the problem is that most of these initiatives are incremental. And so I would say that by framing adaptation as something that can happen outside of other crucial development processes, the space for unsustainable adaptation becomes larger. And it's against this backdrop, essentially, that we decided that we needed to pull together a number of different studies on adaptation projects to be able to look at the extent to which they're actually working. And what we found in this process, and there were 20 authors, the paper is led by Siri Eriksson, we found that there were 3 ways in which adaptation resulted in vulnerability. The first one is that vulnerability is reinforced. The second is that it was redistributed, moved around elsewhere, or that it was created, new vulnerability was introduced. And then we went through and looked at the avenues for strengthening vulnerability reduction and adaptation efforts. What we found, therefore, is that the reasons that vulnerability was being reinforced or redistributed or introduced is essentially that there is a kind of a blueprint approach that's being taken to a lot of adaptation projects. And this is based on the insufficient understanding of the vulnerability context and the social inequities that are underlying the different people, the way that they're affected by climate change. Also, there's very little critical analysis or evaluation of the long-term effects or potential positive and negative effects on other areas or groups of specific adaptation initiatives. And there's really little participation by marginalized groups in the design and implementation of adaptation projects. So as a start, there are a number of other issues too. I'm not going to go into all of them. But the way that we can address this is by engaging more comprehensively with what we consider to be vulnerable groups and placing knowledge and learning at the center of adaptation. So not just knowledge and learning for the people who are supposed to be adapting, but also for the people who are doing these projects. And then we need to make a space for adaptation knowledge and design processes to challenge existing development agendas so that it's clear that they're not just sort of repeating each other and that they're different. Yeah. So I wanted to raise this issue of sort of, because of working on this chapter on climate resilient development pathways in IPCC and thinking about it, what the role of adaptation in climate resilient development is. We need to ask ourselves, what is fair development? And what does it mean to say that development is actually the real problem, not climate change, which is something that I say often. And what exactly is this climate resilient development, which I should say, the way that we define it is it's a combination of mitigation of greenhouse gases, adaptation to climate change, and sustainable development. But how can we ensure that climate resilient development is something that everybody can be part of and not just a few? So I guess to conclude, I would say that while the climate is changing and many people are still living in extreme poverty and in circumstances that will make even the current amount of warming really difficult, we need to keep that in mind. If we stop emitting greenhouse gas emissions now, fantastic, but we still need to work really hard at achieving sustainable development. This means that we need to achieve development that is both low carbon, and we also need to integrate the changes in climate that we have now, so we need adaptation. And that's essentially the idea behind climate resilient development. It takes into account that development still needs to happen, but emphasizes that this development needs to be different to avoid making climate change worse and to build resilience to the changes that have already happened. I just want to note that there are two problems. One is that the window of opportunity to forge these pathways is very quickly closing. And the second is that the opportunities are not even for everyone, as I said. So it's this problem of this inequitable opportunities that are actually driven by the underlying vulnerability to climate change, which creates this rift between the need to adapt to the impact of climate change and the gap in development. And until we close the development gap and address the drivers of vulnerability, adaptation will be inadequate. And I think that's just a way to kind of bring back to the center the need to really understand what drives vulnerability to climate change in order to have effective adaptation and also address underlying development problems.
Thank you, Lisa. That was, I think, you went to the heart of the issue, as in almost equating good adaptation with climate resilient development and talking about radical rethinking, which like adaptation cannot just go as business as usual, that you kind of, incremental and add a few drops here and there and talk it talk about it as an adaptation project. So I think that was an incredibly important intervention. To follow up, Chandni, there's a lot of thinking you and your group has done around. One of the things that I think I took away from the work that Lisa and colleagues have done was this very hard to know if the adaptation has been effective, and even knowing that they have not been effective. So what I found quite interesting in the work that you have been doing, Chandni, is look at even defining adaptation effectiveness. What makes a successful adaptation? Can you walk us through some of, and this was a recent paper published in Climate and Development, which I found super useful. And I think you talk about 10 or 11 principles around defining those criteria of what does it mean to have a good adaptation and effective adaptation. Can you walk us through, us and our audience, through those criteria, and at the same time situate the discussion, given we are talking about DRR and hazards and disasters, situate your findings within the context of urban droughts that, again, I know have worked and written about extensively. Over to you, Chandni.
Thanks so much, Aditi. And it's a pleasure to go after Lisa and link with what she said and laid out so well already. So yeah, coming to what you said. So we wrote this paper on how do we think about effectiveness when we talk about adaptation? And again, I'm talking about it, but there's a large team that worked on this. It was part of a 5-year-long project on adaptation in semi-arid regions, actually, called ASAR. And so the starting point for that work was that if you look at the Paris Agreement, there's clear language to say that we need to ensure adequate adaptation response. The term adequate is not clearly defined. To adapt to a 2-degree global temperature goal, or aspire to staying at a 1.5 or below 1.5 degree goal. So this idea of adequate adaptation response, because it's not defined well, it has been interpreted in many ways. And what we want to do is take a step back and say, when we talk about defining or measuring adaptation success and effectiveness, what does that really mean? And what are the frames or the concepts we're using to really understand effectiveness? What does adequate mean? What is effective? What is successful? And in different places, it's going to mean different things. And there are groups of people already talking about this and thinking about it, both in the research community as well as the practice community. People who actually implement and fund adaptation projects. But we really wanted to review the breadth of this. And to add, not only look at the concepts, but also see what are the metrics that people are using to think about effectiveness. So to do that, and also to add, I think one of the key motivations or the hunches that I and others had was that the frames that we use to talk about effectiveness determine what metrics we use, and then who is rendered resilient, who is counted as vulnerable, and then who is counted as a group of people or a place that has adapted. So this idea of metrics hold power, and the concepts that we use to talk about effectiveness hold a lot of power. That was really one of the driving forces behind this work. So what we do is we looked at the adaptation literature, as all of us, I think, as part of the IPCC know, it's huge, it's growing, and we did as best a job as we could to try and distill that literature to find what are the different ways people are defining effectiveness. And we come up with these 11 frames that people use. And I'll just quickly walk through those 11 frames. So the first one is around maximizing economic return. So there are lots of things like using cost-benefit analyses to understand whether a particular adaptation option intervention has really been successful or not. That follows a utilitarian frame. It tends to use numbers and economic outputs or benefits as a way to measure success. The second one really talks of improved well-being, which moves away slightly from the economic or material well-being to look at subjective and relational well-being. So are we doing better? Are our lives improving? Is the quality of life improving from a particular adaptation intervention? The third one, which is very commonly used, and I think all of us and even listeners will be very familiar with, is this idea of, is a particular adaptation option reducing vulnerability or building adaptive capacity? The problem here is that there are so many metrics, again, to assess vulnerability reduction or the indicators of adaptive capacity. So you have this frame, but then it has numerous ways of really measuring that. The third one, and that's another, the fourth one is around increased resilience. So talking about resilience, it comes from an ecological framing of systems thinking. There's a lot on interconnectedness and scales and how actions at one scale can impact or have effects, both unintended or intended at other scales. So that's what a resilience framing brings to this idea of effective adaptation. Then there are, from the sustainability literature, there's many people have written about sustainable adaptation that should be long-term, that should be inclusive, and that should be for future generations as well. So that idea of temporality comes in. And so the metrics that are used in this framing also are more long-term than the earlier ones. And then there's this sixth one on avoiding maladaptation, which is to say that we don't want to have unintended consequences for different people or different places over time. We don't want to increase greenhouse gas emissions by doing a particular intervention, and that's how success will be measured. So these first six are more goal-oriented frames. So frames that think of what is the outcome we want, and then how do we reach that outcome? So we want to avoid maladaptation, we want to improve well-being. Those are the kinds of thoughts behind this. The next five actually are more process-related. And while I divide these two, of course, there are overlaps. There are some process elements in the goal outcome-oriented ones as well. So the process-related ones, I'll go over this quickly. There are two which have been discussed a lot. One is ecosystem-based adaptation and one is community-based adaptation. We pull them out as these specific frames just because they have a large body of work, a lot of funding, and a lot of implementation is guided by both ecosystem-based adaptation and community-based adaptation. So these are two ways of actually process related. The principles really say that if you do ecosystem-based adaptation, you're putting nature at the center and bringing people along. In community-based adaptation, people are at the center, and participatory methods and collective decision-making is seen as a way to enable effective adaptation. The next one, which is process-oriented, is adaptive governance. So actually having institutions that are flexible and forward-looking that allow for more successful and effective outcomes. And then the last two, one is this drawing on the climate justice literature, and I would also say the gender and feminist studies literature, which says that ensuring equity and justice, so outcomes that are equitable and just for the most vulnerable, is a good metric to use for thinking about effective adaptation. And finally, which is now what I think the IPCC also is moving towards, is that we need to think about transformational adaptation, where we're not only tinkering, as Lisa said, with incremental small changes here and there, but actually changing the systems that we operate with. Now, this long list, I know it can seem overwhelming, but the idea of doing this was that the disciplines that we are embedded in, the communities of practice that we are part of, shape the choices we make around what metrics we use to assess adaptation, and they have very clear implications on, again, what is judged as successful and what is left out. So if you take a maladaptation framing, you might think that is working. Like, for example, you're not having long-term unintended negative consequences, but in the short term, you might be increasing unequal outcomes for certain people. So I think looking at these frames together is what is critical, rather than just having, one at a time and seeing what are the pros and cons of each. I will stop there because I think I've gone a bit over time. Thanks so much.
That was absolutely fascinating, because I know so much. I mean, all of us have struggled with knowing what is the best way of defining success, and it's almost as if and we have to use these different matrices, and we have to use these different frames to make sense of that huge adaptation literature. And as we all know, I mean, that's easy enough. And I thought these 11 ways of looking at it, maybe we won't call it indicators or anything, but these are I think, incredibly useful for the adaptation community. So thanks a lot, Chandni, for that. And I want to follow up now next with Joanna. Joanna, again, given your extensive body of work on looking at adaptation, should we be even caring about, for one, as Chandni made it clear, and also as Lisa was saying, it's really hard to pin down what is successful adaptation. Then do we even need to? I mean, are we chasing up a mirage, looking for definitions of success when we should really be looking at something else? Over to you, Joanna. What else should we be looking at? And not just effectiveness, but what are the other larger concerns around adaptation that we should care about within the adaptation community?
All right, thanks, Aditi. All right, thank you. Yes, it is a very elusive concept in many ways. And I think that was a really, really great intro by Lisa and both by Chandni in terms of highlighting that often when we start discussing success, it's clear that that's often quite perceptive or perspective dependent. So who's saying what is success and what they think has actually happened as well. So in terms, and this is something that we have been with the scientific community thinking about for a long time. And I think when we talk about adaptation success, so I think there is a fundamental issue, for instance, in the timeframes and timescales that are being used at the moment for adaptation projects. So you might have a project, for instance, for 12 months. And we know, for instance, with ecosystem-based adaptation, that you really need a longer-term investment. So we've written about this as well in a few Nature climate change pieces where we've said, well, we should really be looking at the longer-term adaptation programs where we can have, a longer-term robust M&E monitoring and evaluation of the project and actually what's happening and why the outcomes are as they are. So I know that a lot of projects they do their kind of 12-month final monitoring and evaluation, but then there is no follow-up. Although I was really positively surprised that Adaptation Fund has announced that they will actually start looking into maybe doing evaluations. So after a project has been, so maybe 5 years later, to actually understand, well, what is the actual impact of the project? And that's really key information in terms of designing more effective adaptation projects as well, and understanding the range of factors and frames, as Chandni said as well. But I think there's also often when we talk about success, so, some people say a project has failed, others say that it was a great success. And I think there's also often the misalignment of perception and expectations as well as to what do these projects, what are they capable of delivering and within what reasonable timeframes. But also stronger monitoring evaluation frameworks are definitely needed, but also adaptation is, as when Lisa was doing her PhD, it was just a really, really kind of novel and emerging topic, whereas now, for instance, the scientific community is producing so many papers on adaptation. And so I think one of the key issues that we have at the moment is how do we collectively harness that knowledge? How do we make sure that we are learning the right lessons? And also we have to acknowledge that when we talk about adaptation knowledge, it's not just in scientific papers, it's, people's lived experience, how they're adapting. Adaptation practitioners have so many insights and so much information as to what is working and what's not. So I think when we talk about effective adaptation and how can we make sure that something is effective and success, I think we have to really, create mechanisms and processes so we can harness that broader knowledge base. So those would be my 2 cents.
Yeah. Thanks, Joanna. And I can see there's a lot of similar themes coming up, the importance of learning as we go, the importance of long-term monitoring, the importance of looking at the bigger picture, at the larger time frame, but also looking not just project specific, but to other aspects of interventions as well. So I think there's a lot of common things that has come up through these discussions so far, and I'm looking forward now to the rest of our panelists to offer further insights. So if I can now go to Tabia. Tabia, and you and I have been working on the water chapter closely, and I know one of the struggles really has been around our definition of effectiveness. but that was current. We struggle with knowing what's working, what's not in the current context. But it becomes even more trickier when you go down the future. In a warmer climate, what kind of adaptation will work? What kind of adaptation will not work? So basically going into the future, how would adaptation efforts fare in a warming world? And would you like to share your perspective on having worked on this? Over to you, Tabia.
Thanks a lot, Aditi, and thanks a lot, for also adding this future perspective. And yeah, for sure, thanks a lot to the previous panelists who've perfectly set the scene for this additional perspective that I would like to give now. So yeah, as we've heard, even under present day climate conditions, we see that really understanding adaptation is challenging. And we do know that a lot of the efforts that go into adaptation are not necessarily as effective as we would like them to be for the very various reasons that have been outlined. And there's certainly kind of at the broader level, there's a range of barriers that contribute to the difficulties or the challenges that we face around adaptation. And one major one, of course, is access to finance, also to ensure that all of the efforts can actually be implemented. But even if all of the finance in the world were addressed to adaptation, as we've heard in a lot of detail previously, there's many other factors that are not as easily overcome, even if we were able to finance all of the plans that we have. And of course, as we kind of struggle to fully understand adaptation success, adaptation efficiency, or effectiveness in its entirety currently, of course, when we look into the future of adaptation and additional impacts that we're facing, of course, there's plenty of additional challenges that we need to address and look at there. As well. And while of course there's a lot of uncertainty around it, a lot of things that are just simply not within what we can actually know or what we can assess, what we do see that is that climate change increasingly limits the adaptation space in essence, even just looking at kind of the option space that we have through the mounting climate impacts. And I guess if the past summer has shown us one thing, is that even under current warming of just over 1 degree, we face quite a few extremes also that we simply cannot adapt to across all world regions. So in terms of looking into what has been kind of modeled in terms of scenarios of adaptation, even under very optimistic scenarios where all of the challenges that we've just heard about, all of the barriers that we've heard about were kind of pushed out of the way, and we were simply able to implement all of the adaptation or all of the technological option, especially that we would want. Most water-related adaptation is actually unable to reduce the mounting risk that we face at higher levels of warming. So basically mitigation and adaptation, as Lisa's also pointed out, just go hand in hand in us being able to actually address those risks. For the water sector specifically, there's also a distinct risk of biophysical limits being reached, both in terms of availability as well as access across different, time and space areas for the most commonly used adaptation measures that we kind of know in the portfolio of water adaptation. Then for some adaptation measures, especially the ones related to nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based adaptation, it's also really important to consider that the effectiveness of such options is also affected by climate itself. So for those to remain effective, we really do need to limit warming, again, within Paris Agreement goals to be able to continue to draw on those. What we do see as one, or I guess a couple of final points I want to make is that both, I guess, under current conditions as well as in terms of projections of effectiveness of adaptation, we see that integrated approaches that really combine a number of different adaptation measures, both both in terms of kind of technological options, but also in terms of combining technological options with training, capacity building. So hard and soft measures are really most effective in reducing climate risk, and also ensures that those adaptation pathways that we look at remain sufficiently flexible and reduce the potential of creating lock-in effects, if you will, where decisions that we make today might put us onto a path that is very difficult to adjust on the long run under changing condition. Because in essence, adaptation is a process and not a plan that is created once and implemented and then it's there, but it's something that needs to be continuously evaluated, updated, and adjusted to a changing environment that of course changes in terms of the climate reality that we're trying to adapt to, and that is of course constantly changing, but of course also in terms of the global and regional development setting that adaptation needs to take into account and be mindful of.
Thank you, Tabia. I think for me, the main takeaway is that unless we keep our temperatures within 1.5 to 2 degrees as per the Paris goals, we are really constraining our space for adaptation. And the second big takeaway for me was that it's not like one silver bullet kind of, this is a good adaptation project, but it's really a combination of various things, various technologies, but also capacity building and various ways of doing adaptation that would work out to be more effective than others. Thanks, Tabia. So with that, I go to our final panelist, and after that, then there would be one more round of very quick sum-ups from each one of you. I'm conscious of time. We have around 10 more minutes. So I wanted to come to you, Joop. As a global water lead at the Global Center of Adaptation, my question to you is something that I have always wondered, that when I interacted with a larger body of climate scientists outside of the water community, what we are kind of drilled into the water community is that water, adaptation and water are synonymous, but that's not something that's quite common in the wider adaptation community. So why do you think that water isn't always at the heart of adaptation discussions? And what can we do in the water community, or what is GCA doing to basically get this link between water and adaptation more explicit and more, so over to you, Joop, for
Yeah, thank you very much.
Reflection.
Thank you very much, Aditi, and thank you very much to the other speakers as well. I think, of course, water is at the heart of adaptation. I think I'm speaking to the converted if I say water stress, too much water, too little water is affecting all, and in particular the poor and the most vulnerable communities. And I think women and adolescent girls are at the forefront of the impacts of climate change on the water cycle. I would like to rephrase your question a bit, because if you look at the water sector without climate change, we're not doing particularly well. I mean, even without climate change, we live in a world with growing water shortages. We're living in a world with floods. And if you just look at the SDGs, the finance gaps to achieve the SDGs is massive. And climate change is just compounding our efforts, right? It's making our challenge even more formidable. And I would like to say, basically, climate change hasn't helped us yet to put water in the center of human development. And I think maybe this is also an opportunity to give water a big push. If you speak to local communities, they do not necessarily distinguish between impacts of climate change and the day-to-day issues they're struggling with: lack of income, lack of access to reliable water sources, lack of access to sanitation, and so on. For them, it's one big issue, and it's hard for them to ask, and we can't expect them to actually focus on climate change only. So we need to address the water-related issues as a whole. The previous speakers mentioned already, like, what we need to work on is really on integrated approaches towards water. But I think, need to realize that it is not necessarily a technical process, it's a political process. Because distributing or allocating water equals allocating income and well-being. And that's a political process. So we need to be far better as a water sector to engage with the political sector, with decision makers and people who take political decisions, and be far more aware of it. Because I think that's one of the things that as a sector we have not been particularly good at. At GSA we try to combine that. Of course we have a strong political presence in the adaptation sector, but we like to, as much as possible, link that with also work on the ground. I think secondly, water tends to be a common good. It belongs to everybody and nobody really owns it. For me, a typical example was what I encountered in Chennai, in India, where farmers around Chennai were over pumping groundwater and selling it to the city as drinking water. And when we asked them, you are over pumping, another 2-3 years down the line, you'll be out of water. They said, we know. But if we don't do it, our neighbors will do it. And our way forward is that the income from this water will allow me to educate my sons well. And I'm sure that one of my sons will take me in when I'm an old man. So basically, water is not owned, and we need to be much clearer about it. It's really something that's everybody's problem, and the impacts of my actions will affect all. I think the other one is basically what we've not been very good at is engaging with private sector. The water sector is being considered to be high risk, politicized, and the income on the return on investments is uncertain and slow. And I think for us, it's important to find pathways to actually involve private sector in the water sector, but also especially in adapting the water sector to a different climate. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there for the moment, because I think these are the key things. It's about integration as a political process. It's about engaging private sector. And it's about recognizing that for many people, water is part of a day-to-day problem. It's not necessarily linked to climate change if you speak to people in informal communities or villages. Thank you.
Right, right. Those words were music to my ears, that it is a political process. It's not a technocratic solution. So thank you, Job, so much. And we are almost running out of time. What I will now do is to come back to all our speakers, and maybe it's good if all of us have our cameras on. And starting with Lisa, and in the same order we spoke, can we have 1 minute of very short, punchy summary statements of what we are interested in is what's one big message for the COP26, the climate change and the adaptation community? Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, thanks, Aditi. I think what we need to, probably the message that I would like to send is that what we've talked about is that funding is not the main barrier. In some cases, it's a really important part of being able to adapt, but it's really not sufficient to just have lots of funding, because it obviously, if we don't design the processes correctly and we don't consider what's driving vulnerability, we're likely to result in maladaptation or fail in some way. I think that's my message.
Thank you, Lisa. Funding is not the only barrier. Yes, great. Yeah. Over to you, Chandni.
I think my message is that we've been caught with this whole thing of, so mitigation has a goal and there's an end in sight, or at least you have something. Adaptation doesn't have something similar, but the lack of having a defined goal should not be a reason for inaction right now. So I think we still have to move forward. We have to do it. There is a lot of evidence already that exists. So let's stop quibbling about that and just, work.
Yeah, no, that's a very important thing, because we often keep on comparing mitigation, how well are we defining adaptation, and then that's where we feel that we as a community may be falling short of somehow having measurable impact on the ground. Yeah. Over to you, Joanna.
Thanks, Aditi. I think my main message would be to start really thinking about adaptation projects as long-term programs. So instead of funding a pilot project for 12 months, another for 12 months, we really need to, make longer term investments so that we can actually track what's happening and why. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yes, invest long term and follow through those actions and keep measuring impacts at the different points in time. Yeah, fantastic. Over to you, Tabia.
Thanks a lot for these excellent points. Couldn't agree more with everything that was said. And just to reiterate, I guess what Aditi already summarized, I think my main message would be adaptation can only be successful together with immediate and stringent climate action. It's not an either or. So adaptation is not a follow-up from where mitigation fails, but we really need to kind of focus on the integrated nature of the Paris Agreement, where there are several pillars that need to work together, not just mitigation and adaptation, but clearly also finance and loss and damage as an integrated approach.
Right. Yes. So given that so much, we will lose so much of the effectiveness, quote unquote, of adaptation in a warmer world. So they have to really go hand in hand. Over to you, Joop. Your final reflections.
My key message would be that we have to use the momentum to put water central at the basin and national level, essential to human well-being and development. And I would like to echo what the previous speaker, we need to be very aware that there will be places in this world where people no longer can live because of water-related issues.
Yes, true. Putting water more centrally into the entire climate debate. And it would actually surprise a lot of you, but also good news is that we are having a water pavilion for the first time ever in COP. So it took us 26 years to get to a water pavilion. So we are getting there, baby steps, one at a time. So with this fantastic panel, I actually now hand over the most difficult task of summarizing to Rachel. Over to you, Rachel, and you get this not enviable work of actually summarizing this whole rich discussion in the next 5 minutes.
Okay, so Aditi, thank you very much. And I've got some pictures in from the pavilion. There are people sitting there listening, so welcome our friends in the pavilion as well as around the world. And one of the things I thought as I'm listening to this is, all of us are doing our lateral flow tests every day to gain entry. And we have to have this text or email to say, you have passed, so you can now enter the COP. To me, I would add another one. Anybody who enters the COP has to listen to this session, because the rich learning, I have heard all about adaptation projects and everything all week. And all for the last 10 days, and people are excited, they want to make that change. But I think the learning that has come out of this session is so critical to help future programming, whether that's programming coming from the donors, and there are amazing pledges in the last 10 days from donors. But we know donors have project cycles of 2 years or 4 years of that funding, and then it might change. We have many different partners who, again, work on that project cycle. And I think what you're saying is so critical to influence how we design. This came up in some of the questions, the designing of the projects, the planning of the projects, how we implement, where we implement, and how we embed those projects. Because Lisa, you were saying about reinforced, re-included and redistributed those effectiveness in the adaptation. And as we know, most of the work that will be undertaken will be through projects and programming. And I think what you're beginning to say is all of those will have metrics. Now, how do we measure effectiveness? How do we measure adaptation? Because what we're hearing is there is timescales, space scales, that we need to bring that into the thinking. And as you're also saying, is that it should be transformational, not incremental. We can't do incremental change given the rapid dynamics that are going on with our climate and how that is then impacting. Too much of our planning is based on the last 10 years of water, or the last 10 years of climate, the last 10 years of the conditions of the environments we're trying to change, but what that is changing far too rapidly. So what we're beginning to see from what you're saying is that as we're looking at how we do that, we have these fantastic pointers on how we can be more effective in that adaptation. And that really should be used it's the checklist that should be used in all future programming and planning. Aditi, I'm not going to take the 5 minutes because I know we are over time and I know how hard I don't want the Zoom to cut us off, but I do want to give the last word to you. So I'm handing back to you, Aditi.
Thank you so much. And my last words are just thank you. I thought it was a fantastic discussion, and we went through a whole lot of ground in looking at whether adaptation's working, even if we are using the right metrics to look at the effectiveness of adaptation. And to me, also very interesting was the fact that mitigation and adaptation have to go hand in hand for us to have any measure of success. And and I think I also like the point about we have to rethink development and climate resilient development. So with that, thank you everyone for joining us today, and have a good day and the rest of the sessions. Enjoy. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for joining this important session on reinforcing climate resilience through integrated climate solution here. I would request Dr. Rachel McDonald, Deputy Director General of International Water Management, to moderate and lead this session. Over to you, Dr. Rachel.
Thank you, Girish. Thank you. Welcome everybody on the pavilion and everybody around the world for joining this. Today at the COP is the day of disaster risk and reduction. And we know this is taking place across many of the pavilions, many of the discussions, because those impacts are some of those areas that are undermining development. They affect some of the most vulnerable people in the world. Here on the Water Pavilion, we are particularly looking at droughts and floods, but this morning we've already been thinking about waterborne diseases. We've been looking at storm surges in small island states. We've had a very rich discussion so far on those areas. With us today are a group of distinguished experts who are going to bring further nuance and further insight into these discussions as we looking at what are climate resilience solutions and what can we undertake. We've just had in the previous session about a whole set of discussions focused on adaptation. What is effective adaptation? What is effective resilience? And how can we bring that into our projects and planning? So I think in this conversation we're going to look at more strategic approaches and strategic plannings about looking after drought and risk floods, because we do know that these have such appalling impacts, as we can see around the world. You can look at Angola or Jordan or Madagascar or the mighty Colorado River. So many of those images coming that these droughts are having the effects now. And under the IPCC report, we can hear that they're not only going to increase in frequency, but they're going to increase in intensity. So this is a conversation that we need to have now. So Girish, I'd like to call on you first to set the scene and give us your talk on innovative strategic approaches in managing drought and flood risks. And Girish is the research group leader at the International Water Management Institute for Water Risk and Development Resilience. Over to you, Girish.
Thank you, Rachel, for setting the scene, and thanks again for the crowd gathering, and I know it's how important this session is. You did a right job of joining this session. So thank you again for all being with us today. So I would speak on some of the strategic approaches we need when it comes to managing floods and drought. I present this on behalf of consortium of all the partners from IMI, ICR, CGR research program on CCAF and WLE for giving this opportunity. The next set of intervention, I think this is an important running title we would like to speak on today. A climate crisis is a water crisis that we should keep important at this perspective, because we are in COP. It's not about just climate, it's also about enhancing water resilience, right? So when you look at the statistics of water-related risk, it is about 80% of the water risk are natural disasters like floods and drought. You see the alarming number of people died, population exposure. We're talking about $850 billion of economic damages. We are talking about COP is about 100 billion. We're talking about 20 years, we lost about $850 billion US. So it's alarming statistics for development aid when it goes to climate adaptation and mitigation. And I think critical is about implementing an integrated water risk management strategy is very important, promoting a increasing resilience strategy on conjunctively manage the floods and drought. And how do we really tackle floods and drought? That's some of the solution I will be speaking today. So one of the main important is there are 4 pillars we speak on: information and data, technologies, policies, and governance. I think it is very much important to integrated floods and drought management. We need to have a clear shared vision, not about just having some early warning. If we do not have an holistic approach, having some information on preparedness alone is not enough. We also need to have bottom-up process, right? One side we have policymakers promoting what is the strategies they need to do in the coming 10 years. But it's also important to come from the community perspective, what they need in terms of resilience development. I think that's what I would like to see, and we need to keep these 2 global targets very clear in terms of SDG and as well as the Sendai framework. Now, to go more detail, for any adaptation and mitigation, it is important to use digital tools and technologies to know where and how much the risk is happening. We need to quantify when it comes to development partners or governments to invest in priority. So I'm not going to go more detail, but we were able to quantify the various multi-hazards in the region like South Asia. And again, as I speak on climate solution, we need to speak on the important framework that launched by WMO when it comes to integrated drought management program. So this cut across monitoring and early warning, vulnerability and impact assessment, and also the response strategy when it comes to medium to long-term strategy we need to develop in the region. So look at some of the examples like IMI is leading a larger program on water secure Africa, which is on resilience application to quantify and estimate where and how the risk is happening. It's an important framework we are working on. We do have powerful cloud technologies that can help. How do you determine a timely early warning to early action? And also we need to ensure these informations are produced and shared to the relevant authorities in a holistic approach and in a participatory process. And I just want to also highlight, as we talk about a lot of building disaster risk management strategies, it is also important to translate residual risk from public sectors to private sector. So it is an innovations we have developed over the years called index-based flood insurance, which can help communities to transfer their risk, whether it is through farming practices, whether it is livelihood risk, etc. So this is an innovation that is recognized by Group of Earth Observation as one of the climate action innovation. At this point, I would like to highlight this particular release of this particular publication here. There are two important publications we are releasing today. One is on scaling and economics of index-based flood insurance. We have the link here. Feel free to browse through that and learn more about our initiatives. And I just also want to summarize these two important elements. Yesterday also, the executive director of CGR spoken about how bundling is important. We have been doing it successfully on enhancing resilience by promoting integrated bundle solution, where providing better seeds, climate services, index insurance, etc. So this is how we have tested this. As you can see here, farmers are receiving the seeds, locally tested weather stations where citizen science data is promoted. Farmers are getting the weather index insurance for the risks they have come across. And farmers are also producing better production when it comes to managing the production risk, right? So I also want to summarize by saying how important it is to co-manage both floods and drought. And one time we see the floods is coming, couple of months we see there is a drought is there. So this is an interesting concept my colleagues in IMI India has developed, where you can conjunctively manage both floods and drought, right? So I will close up with the key messages here in terms of why we need to be proactive. I think a COP event like this is about learning best practices from across the country, South-South learning. It's also important to promote better knowledge products and listen and learn from other users, and also build capacities and institutions in region where they need the most. And I also want to say technologies and tools are there, but equally we need better policies and institutions. With that, I stop here. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Over to you, Rachel.
Thank you, Girish. What a terrific overview that you've given us, and that you've highlighted that we need to move beyond data technology. We hear in a number of the sessions this week, they'll just say, we need data, we need data, we need Earth observations to be able to highlight where the droughts, where the risks are, where the floods are. But you have highlighted that yes, we have the risk identification, but we need risk management and we need risk transfer. So thank you very much for bringing that into setting the framework for what will be the discussions going forward. And now we're going to hear from 5 distinguished speakers, experts who are going to give us short pitches on their experiences in this space. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Mr. Chaudhary, who is the Deputy Director General of the Indian Council for Agriculture Research. And you've said you will talk about moving from drought monitoring to management, learning from ICAR's experiences. Dr. Chaudhary, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening from my side and good morning to everybody there. This is a very, very important event, and as such, the great discussion which is happening in COP26 and in this side event also. In India, agriculture is a sector where a lot of things are happening, and we are having 140 million hectares of land. And whole Indian agriculture, we have variety of agroecologies, from hill ecosystem to desert ecosystem to coastal ecosystem to irrigated system to rain-fed system. All sorts of systems are there. On one hand, we are suffering and we are having problems with the floods. On the other hand, some ecological reasons, they are suffering from the problem of drought. So it's rightly said that climate crisis is a water crisis. Otherwise, also water and water management, whether it is water management in low rainfall area or excess water management, it has become an important part of Indian climate research and climate scenario, climate development plans and contingency plans, which are in implementation across the country. So managing and floods and droughts, both the situation, individual farmers have very little to do unless some good quality research demonstrable in the community lands or through community approach at a scale. If it's not taken, then probably it has not much relevance to individual farmers. And therefore, the integrated solutions or integrated water risk management solutions, whether for excess water or deficit water areas, both the areas, some integrated solutions are required, and not a single solution will serve the purpose across the country, because dimensions are so great, scale is so high, because we are dealing with 141 million of land. Out of that, roughly 50% of land is irrigated, and remaining 50% is rain-fed, and many of that dry lands are there. Now, management of drought in the areas where semi-arid and arid type of climate is experienced, and management of drought in the areas where humid and subhumid type of climate is there. Both the situations we experience with drought, and therefore drought has a bigger dimension in Indian economy and Indian context. And for that reason, we want to find out some integrated solutions for which we are more dependent on our scientific organization within country. We have a big system of research. This is called Indian Council of Agricultural Research, having 103 research institute, and many of them, they are dealing directly or indirectly with the drought. And one such possibility of having some natural resource management techniques of either rainwater harvesting or enhancing groundwater recharge, or making use of harvested water, enhancing productivity of harvested water, and integration of various sectors like fisheries, horticulture, crops together, so that you can have better solutions through integrated farming system. These are some strategies which we are following in India for drought mitigation. And also in the flooded area, as just Amarnath has mentioned, we have one product. We had a partnership with the International Water Management Institute, and we came up with a wonderful product which is called index-based flood insurance. And this we tried in the flood-prone ecologies and flooded ecologies of the country, where we have seen that this product is very impressive, and this can be very well integrated with the government-supported insurance schemes or insurance plans. And the flood-prone ecologies where water stagnation is there for a long duration. So duration as well as the depth of flood and duration of the flood, both are important. And we have areas, roughly 5 million hectare areas, where this kind of problem is there, water condition. Either we call it flood, or somewhere we call it flooded ecology or flood-prone ecology. And most of the river systems in India, like Ganges, the Great Ganges, and some parts of other river systems also, some river basins, they experience this kind of situation. And there, this our strategy of flood management is very, very important. And for this, really, not a single institution can do well in these areas, but we need to work shoulder to shoulder, involving some partnership and devising some good policies for different areas, and also different organizations they are working. So we need to have some good institutional linkages for them, and also we want to have some transparent regulatory mechanism for the control of drought and floods in these areas. Because most of the government schemes, they are pumping money for betterment of farmers, and also they are providing support to the farmers. Suppose in 1 decade time, there are 3 years of drought and 2 or 3 years of floods. So out of 10 years, roughly 5 years, they require some kind of support from the different organizations, including the government organization and non-governmental organizations also. And therefore, the partnership and policy institutions, they play a vital role in devising strategies for both flood and water. Other than flood and drought situation, we also experience variety of climate extremes and climate extreme linked climate challenges, like in low pressure belts, and also during the cyclone period, and also hailstorm events are there. The longer or elongated winter is there, prolonged winter, what we call, and also terminal heat during the months of April and March. So suddenly temperature rises and it brings down the yield levels of wheat. There also we require some good strategies. And therefore, this kind of discussion, this kind of strategies will really provide a better way forward, not for India, not for South Asia, but also for South-South cooperation, and also for the countries where climate change is affecting or climate change impact or experience at the ground level. So thank you very much for inviting me and giving the opportunity to participate in this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chowdhury. So you've been telling us about the differences, but the similarities between managing droughts and floods, and the way we can bring technology, but we need strategic planning as well to be effective. And what you were giving us details about how in 10 years, you will have 3 droughts and 2 floods, or that the continued experiencing of extreme events. And this is something the IPCC report has highlighted is happening and will happen even more. So we know that it's not even just drought adaptation. We have to have both management of those extremes in our portfolio as we deal with the future going forward. Thank you very much. That was a really valuable interjection for us. Our next speaker is Mr. Mangesh Nirajam Pantaka, who is the head of agricultural reinsurance at Swiss Re in India. When we know insurance and reinsurance that backs us is a critical part of the risk transfer process. And Mr. Mangesh is going to talk about why we need to rethink our natural catastrophe risk models. The floor is yours, Mr. Mangesh.
I hope you can see my slide.
Yes, we can. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Great. First of all, thanks for this opportunity. Glad to see the launch of the publication on the index-based insurance products, where Swiss Re was also associated. Honored to share some thoughts on a very important topic, which perhaps keeps every actuary, underwriter in the insurance industry busy. Why do we need to rethink our natural catastrophic risk models, or in short, CAT models, as we call them? To begin with, perhaps let's try to understand a bit more on what these models are. These are simply mechanisms by which we can compute the potential losses due to specific natural perils. And in the agriculture context, obviously, they help us in understanding the economical impact of these perils, major catastrophic events on crops, on livestock. And a changing climate means there would be changes in the frequency, intensity, and perhaps timings as well of the extreme weather events. This makes the job a bit tricky for the person using conventional sort of CAT models. This is something like a difference between driving conventional cars with a rear view mirror vis-a-vis driving very sophisticated car with predictive features. It is getting clearer that we cannot really keep on using just the historical sort of loss view to predict the future. And in this context, I would like to draw your attention to a powerful insight from the Geneva Association about the current status of catastrophe models. While I'll quote, while highly useful for today's and next year's portfolio management. Catastrophe models are limited in providing decision useful quantitative information over a longer term, impeding the progress towards a forward-looking climate change and exposure/vulnerability landscape. Quotes complete. If you see, in general, the topic of this climate change and interaction with the CAT models, obviously, it does affect the overall branch or branch of science of CAT models. First question is, what is the magnitude of the risk? Climate change can actually increase the frequency of the risks for agriculture, and this relates to the frequency of primary perils like hurricanes and earthquake, and what we call as secondary perils, which are like bushfires, droughts, or increased rains. Typically, these secondary perils are actually those who have affected the agriculture sector the most in the recent past. They're also harder to predict because they're more localized in nature. Apart from this, we expect that the yields can become more variable. Moreover, the distribution of the crop yields or even the livestock sector, maybe the milk productivity of the animals can also change because of climate change. Second question is, what is being insured? Does it change? And we may have actually new crop varieties and perhaps more sturdy animals which adapt to the hotter climates easily. And that means the core varieties of the insured matter itself may change. Third question is, where do we sell this insurance? And we may have actually increased cultivations in Asia or Latin America going forward, perhaps more arable land in the places which are currently covered perennially under snow. Fourth and very important question is, what is the exposed value or how much is being actually insured? That insured quantity itself can change. For example, we may have more winter crops, more low-cost animals, perhaps due to lower productivities. And these are just a few of the topics which remain variable in the nature due to climate change. There could be actually thousands of other scenarios, thousands of other possibilities which we may not have even thought about, perhaps. So overall, this makes the topic very, very difficult and very relevant as well. But there is a silver lining, especially around the topic of data availability. Why data availability? Because most of these CAT models cannot work without data. They are very data intensive in nature. And one factor is the cost of monitoring of the risks. The data that is collected, innovations like microsatellites, thanks to the agri-tech companies which are paving their ways in this field. We have more awareness in public sector about data sharing. Public-private cooperation is also increasing, and most importantly, there is more awareness about the effects of climate change, and mitigation and adaptation measures are clearly increasing. So I'm overall hopeful that considering all these positive elements, if the academics, insurance industry, the multilateral organizations, some of which are actually present here in this panel as well, and the governments, if they join hands together, we can have actually better loss models in the future. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity once again.
Thank you, Mr. Ankush, and thank you for leaving on a positive silver lining note. We can see that this is challenging, and we can see that, for example, droughts and floods, they work on different space and time scales. Where the flood, we need to have every few hours, we need to be able to assess whether flood is damage, whereas droughts are much longer, and just being able to find them, and definitely working with donors, with funding, with investment, and bringing insurance in as part of the total package, not on its own, but part of the total package of risk transfer. I think that's points very well made, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
And then what we do know is that vulnerability is different. where you come from, your background, your gender, your literacy skills, all of those can impact how vulnerable we are to drought. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome Sarah Breslin from Glasgow, from the Water Pavilion, who's a gender focal point and program officer at the Stockholm International Water Institute. And Sarah, we welcome that you're going to bring a talk on applying gender lens in climate change adaptation and risk transfer mechanism. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for that introduction. And yes, like Rachel said, I am the gender equality focal point of the Stockholm International Water Institute, that is part of organizing the Water Pavilion here in Glasgow. And I just really want to start by thanking the previous speakers for setting the scene a little bit about all of the different data that is really needed, to really prepare ourselves and understand what climate change entails for communities. But I also just am here to really highlight that even though climate change adaptation is really measured on the hard science, the hard facts, this does not mean that climate change adaptation is gender neutral, because climate change disproportionately affects women. As was said yesterday at the COP presidency event, climate change is not gender neutral. Climate change is actually sexist. And we really do need to take this into account when we are applying these adaptation measures as well. So I wanted to start by talking about the restoration of wetlands, which is something that has really been talked about a lot here during the COP. It's a really, really great way to mitigate climate change. Wetlands it's a big carbon storage, and it does protect against flooding as well. But if you restore a wetland or a peatland, what if that specific piece of land was the safest route for women to go and fetch water or relieve themselves? And when you have undertaken this restoration, these women have to take a longer route, or even worse, they need to take an unsafe route, putting them at higher risk of violence. This is why it's really crucial to consult communities before undertaking these types of adaptation measures. Also to make sure that their needs are not sidelined, which they often are in these sorts of discussions as well. And it's really important that when we are undertaking these adaptation measures on the ground, that we do involve them. So another example that I would like to bring up, which has been talked a little bit about today, is that of adapting the agricultural systems that we have, which is absolutely crucial to ensure food and nutritional security. And I specifically want to talk about the small-scale female farmer, because they are a really, really crucial group in agricultural output globally. Not least in South Asia, where 60% of women are in some form employed in agriculture. So we really do need to consider the needs, the knowledge and the capacities of these women if we are going to truly make food systems resilient. Because their decision-making power may differ a little bit of that from men. There are legal barriers and also social barriers and stereotypes that mean that these women often aren't the legal owners of the land that they cultivate, which also is important to take into account when considering risk transfer mechanisms, as the previous speaker was talking about. How are these women protected if they aren't the legal owners of the land? So women might have a little bit less to do when it comes, less decision-making power when it comes to large investments, such as what technology is being applied in this agriculture. But they might have more decision-making power when it comes to what plants are being planted and what seeds are being sown. So if we really do want to encourage the use of climate-resilient crops, it's absolutely crucial to also speak to these women. And here, access to information can be a real barrier. Often the literacy rates of women in many parts of the world is lower than that for men. So we actually need to work actively and consciously to make sure that these women farmers actually get the information that is crucial for their and for our survival. It's also very important that agricultural adaptation considers the needs of these women. Studies in both East and West Africa show that women are less likely to undertake adaptation measures if this requires a lot of time. And this is because these women are often responsible for a lot of other aspects and have a lot of other obligations, not least, looking after the family and the children and so on. So we really need to make sure that they are able to take these adaptation measures into their work that they do. So it's really crucial, again, that they're consulted to make sure that adaptation measures are actually carried out in a fair way on the ground. So in conclusion, I would just really like to reiterate that we do need to take the decision-making powers of women and consult entire communities and especially women's groups if we are going to avoid unintended negative social consequences of climate change adaptation. We need to make sure that the information about different types of crops and different sort of strategies actually reach the women on the ground. And we need to consider their knowledge and their time constraints and their powers if we are to make sure that this actually happens. Because, in the words of Nancy Pelosi, when women succeed, the world succeeds, and climate change adaptation is no exception to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. That was a really fascinating insight, and it gives us such guidance on as we're developing our drought and flood or our risk management, mindful of the barriers that are there, whether they're physical barriers or safety or legal or knowledge access barriers, but also some of the areas that we really think about as we develop those adaptation management. Are we reinforcing, are we reintroducing, or are we redistributing to some of the most vulnerable the risks that come from droughts and floods? So thank you very much for challenging us to think in this further dimension as we develop new measures in that. So our next part of this session is a panel discussion, and I'm delighted to introduce three panelists who are going to answer particular questions that bring more insight and nuance to what we're talking about. Ms. Anna Castara is the Senior Water Resources Specialist at the World Bank. Anna, if you'd like to turn your video on. We have Alona Bachi, who is the Senior Advisor at the Bureau for the Middle East for USAID. And we have Rashina Pereira, who is the Senior Climate Services and Disaster Risk Reduction Advisor at the World Food Programme. And it's a great pleasure to have you here to be part of this panel. Anna, I'd like to ask you first of all, how do you see the initiative the SADRI initiative, which was launched earlier this year, which is a Southern African Drought Resilience Initiative across all 16 SADC countries. How do you see the initiative catalyzing national and regional investments on drought preparedness and promoting multi-sectoral impacts? We welcome your thoughts.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and everybody for giving me the opportunity to talk about the SADRI, the Southern Africa Drought Resilience Initiative, at today's event. So I would say that we are trying to have the SADRI initiative catalyze innovation through three different channels, if you wish. First of all, we are applying the integrated drought risk management framework. Secondly, we're really trying to work across different sectors, and it was very inspiring to hear the speakers, the presenters, how they really already nuanced how drought impacts the various sectors, and also as impacts in impacts differently at different degrees different parts of the society. And finally, we are looking at a third channel or aspect, which is to work with institutions and with data to drive sustainable and adequate investments. So let me start giving a little bit of context. You already mentioned that this Southern Africa Drought Resilience Initiative involves the SADC member states, as well as the regional institutions, which include the SADC Secretariat, the river basin organizations that work in the region, Other institutes like the SADC Groundwater Management Institute, as well as the member states, and very importantly and critically, the member states, as we move from a local to a national to a regional dimension of drought, because drought doesn't know borders. So one important element, also when we are looking through the lenses of the integrated drought resilience drought resilience management framework, is to focus on data and to have reliable, trustable, shareable data that can be used for joint decision making is a very important aspect. And one initial effort that we have done in cooperation with the International Water Management Institute has been to prepare drought profiles, both for all the member states, but also for a regional drought profile. And that already includes some elements, and we wish that these are live tools that can be updated with better data, more data, and can help inform decision making. We are also operating at various sectors. The SADRI is organized across three main pillars, thematic pillars: cities and economic drivers, energy systems, and livelihoods. And we work with a multi-sectorial team. We have water, urban development, disaster risk management, social, energy, financial services, agriculture, and environment. And we are trying to take into account the various aspects as we move forward. And finally, as we say, we work at different levels. So important to have the member states really speak with each other and look at opportunities at the regional level for well-planned and strategic investments across various sectors. And I stop here.
Thank you, Anna. And it's been a great pleasure to work with you on this project and see the development of these drought risk profiles that really do capture the state, but also where we can go to help the 16 SADC countries. So thank you for bringing that into the conversation today. Alona Bache, it's a great pleasure to have you here. Alona is the Senior Advisor for the Bureau of Middle East of the USAID, and it has been terrific here in the COP, Alona, to see how well taken on board the new USA climate change strategy has been. It echoes down through the various corridors, and we're so pleased to have such a strong commitment from the US government towards helping climate change. So, but we've worked together in the Middle East, and I welcome us to focus on that. And Alona, given your experience in the MENA region, what's your experience on integrating climate action and this future strategy of the USAID? How do we do that to build resilience and mitigate the effects of climate change? Over to you, Alona.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Rachel. Thank you for Rachel and the entire team for organizing this great and very important conversation. So as you all mentioned, climate crisis is a water crisis, and that's especially true in the Middle East, one of the most water-scarce regions globally, and that water scarcity is exacerbated by climate. Raised in the Middle East as a kid, our home was connected to the water utilities. We had pipes, we had water infrastructure, etc. Yet despite that, a few times a week, I had to join my late father early in the morning as he went out to the Truma in order to pump water. And we really could not get anything out of our faucets. Strict water conservation was a way of life. And though the technology was available, apparently that was not enough to provide us with the water that we needed. Only many, many years later, as a professional adult, I learned that there's a lot more to the climate crisis than only, there's a lot more to the story, there's a lot more to providing water than really only the availability of the science and technology. And while science and technology are essential, as Anna just mentioned, for addressing water scarcity, and it's an extremely powerful tool, science and innovation are not enough. In fact, it's only after becoming a scientist and appreciating the significance and power of data, that's when I realized also the limitations of science, and that there are a few more essential pieces in order to get that resilience puzzle right. As Sarah just emphasized, climate disproportionately impacts some communities. Sarah's example, that was women. And so as we discuss resilience and addressing the climate crisis, we really have to emphasize the significance of a multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder approach, and really enabling us to address the problem from multiple facets. So we feel that science and we feel that resilience and climate action generally depends on an integrated approach that builds on evidence-based solutions and SDI to start with, protecting critical lands and ecosystems such as watershed management or wetland restoration, which we just mentioned, alongside win-win approaches like for economic growth and reconciliation ecology at the same time, so sustainable economic growth, but also working with the local communities, both in order to learn from them traditional tried and tested solutions like terracing in the Middle East, and in order to understand how we can really change the situation and together work as a team in order to address the climate crisis. And finally, through policy and governance, which is partially where we come from. One project that exemplifies that approach is the MENA Drought Project, which is implemented in Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco. That's a prime example of leveraging global and big data from NASA in order to help local farmers. Through this activity, the team is developing country-specific localized drought forecasting and management tools. But then in Morocco, for example, the government leveraged these tools in order to increase transparency and accountability with the local farmers. That enabled them to make climate-smart decisions, but also promoted environmental justice. Now, while MENA Drought is an example of an ongoing activity, USAID, as Rachel just mentioned, is ramping up climate ambition and action. We're starting first with a new global strategy that was released last week here at the COP. I'm glad to say that equity and a multi-stakeholder and cross-sectoral approach are at the heart of the strategy. Our vision is motivated by a vision of resilience, prosperous and equitable world with net zero emissions. And the goal is to really achieve that through two strategic objectives. One is one that allows USAID to continue doing things which work, like the MENA Drought example, and do direct targeted action. And the other one is driving an entire system change. These two strategic objectives are not necessarily contradicting, and many of the projects achieve both, for example, MENA Drought. So the USAID strategy is now open for public comments until November 21st. I highly encourage and request your input in order to help us really see how we can work together and address the climate crisis. You can find it on the usaid.gov/climate. You'll see that in conjunction with the strategy, we have multiple initiatives which we released in order to combat climate, including on the adaptation side as well as the mitigation side. So I'll just end quickly by just saying that hopefully if we do our job of fully integrating these various elements into our resilience work and alongside science and innovation, we emphasize governance, environmental justice. Maybe the next generation of children, hopefully my childhood hometown, will not have to rely on water trucking as they still do, or pumping water before school because of the disproportionate impact of climate on some communities. So with this, I'm going to end, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Alona, for joining us. I know it's early in the morning, but thank you so much for joining us and sharing that.
It's a privilege.
the personal experience, but also what's in the MENA region, but also the USAID strategy. This is terrific, and we're all going to be sending in our comments by November the 24th. Thank you for that. So our last speaker today is Roshini Pereira, Head of Resilience at WFP, and we really welcome you to talk about what are the challenges and opportunities in its implementation. Roshini, the floor is yours. We see your slides ready to go.
Great, thank you. And thank you for having me. Greetings from Sri Lanka. Thank you, Rachel, for that question. Let me first give you an overview of WFP's approach to integrated risk programming, presenting the challenges that we face, but also the opportunities, areas of further investment that we're really looking to take on. So our integrated risk programming has been a framework that we developed for the Asia Pacific region, recognizing our exposure and vulnerability to extreme weather events. We are supporting national governments to better understand risk and vulnerabilities, develop systems and capacities, strengthen local adaptation, as well as climate-proof value chains. And we're working across various risks from slow onset to sudden to complex compounded shocks and stressors. Here, we're looking at understanding risks and vulnerabilities from the past, present, and of course, the future, researching the impact of climate change and its connection to food security and nutrition, and looking at the future drivers of risk and vulnerability. Investing in understanding past data to better understand who, where and how vulnerable populations have been affected, looking at differentiated needs and intersectionality. And now we're also looking at developing the evidence base to determine the linkages between climate change, food security, and vulnerability. An area of investment and opportunity is one that I would like to speak on and highlight here is around risk analytics. We are developing a platform for a real-time impact and situation monitoring, what we call PRISM. This is a platform that WFP has developed or in the works of developing. Here it is about supporting governments to better manage information, analyze this information when it comes to risk and impact, particularly around slow onset events. Here, which is of course very applicable to the context here in Sri Lanka. PRISM is currently being hosted and managed, and while it's in development, will be managed by our national government as part of a broader national climate information system. When it comes to building national systems and capacities, this entails looking at both the national as well as local capacity strengthening endeavors, particularly around anticipatory actions, shifting from reactive to more proactive decision-making. And of course, anticipatory actions requires robust analytics, which is of course interdependent on our first pillar. An area of investment is continued focus on preparedness, early response, and shock responsive social protection. When it comes to social protection, we are supporting national governments to expand horizontally as well as vertically their social protection systems to be more responsive to shocks. One example of that is a recent endeavor of registering around 7,500 flood-affected households, providing cash-based transfers through the safety net system in response to the compounded impacts of COVID in flood-affected communities. When it comes to strengthening resilience and adaptation at the local level, there are two areas of focus: strengthening capacity as well as adaptation of livelihoods and practices. Clear focus on climate change adaptation, but an area that we're really trying to deepen is around last mile climate services, developing more tailored, simplified local advisories to farmers, for example, so that they can make better informed decisions and adapt their livelihoods to the changing climate. And when it comes to climate proofing value chains, recognizing that there is growing climate variability, we are seeing the great impact of when it comes to food systems. So again, shifting from a reactive to a more proactive approach, looking keenly at conservation, improving our efficiencies, tackling post-harvest losses across value chains, ensuring a more streamlined process of transformation from farm to table, recognizing the risks and vulnerabilities in the context in which we work. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Roshini. And I know we are very quickly running out of time, so I'm going to pass over to Stefan Uhlenbrook, the Director of the Waterland and Ecosystems Program at the EME and the Strategic Program Director for Water, Food and Ecosystems. Over to you, Stefan.
Thank you. This was really an exciting session, and I have probably 1.5 seconds to finalize it. But if I may, Rachel, allow me three take-home messages that I got over the last 60 minutes or so. I think the first one, which we might have heard before, but I think was made very clearly, among others, by Jiriash, but also Dr. Chaudhuri, and so is the importance of conjunctively managing floods and droughts, so not looking at one side of the medal only. And I think also in the work from Swiss Re, it was very clear that it's important of data and monitoring. And I like the statement on silver lining, and that makes us increasingly, it doesn't make it easy, but it is increasingly possible to estimate the extent of floods and droughts, to make better predictions, etc. And therefore, this integrated management is also taken up in organizations like WFP we just heard, which is wider than floods and droughts, but this conjunctive management of risks, integrated management, including social protection, food risks, etc., is the way to go. The second point, which was coined very clearly today, was countries need to promote all the phases of disaster risk management. And that should be really based on the latest knowledge, latest data, latest science, latest understanding, and include all players, including public and private, who often then should work on partnership solutions. And that is important. I think Anna from the World Bank made the point very clear when she spoke about the regional Southern African Drought Initiative, about the importance of data sharing also in this wider regional context. And I think we all are so happy to hear about the exciting developments recently at USAID with the new strategy, which puts also this up front, if I got you right, but also aspects of equity and building resilience for all. And my last point I want to make, which is often a bit forgotten if we speak about floods and droughts, is the gender issue that came up clearly very much. It's part of the USAID strategy, but also the colleague Sarah from CV and WFP made the point as well. There is a digital exclusion at the moment, and we need to work so stronger digital inclusion and give good focus on gender and integration, and that is very important for sustainable solutions in this space. With this, thank you so much. I was very happy to see as program director of WRE that some of the investments the program has made over the last years are taken up in science, but even more so in practice and operations. Thank you. With this, over to Rachel to close the session. Bye.
Thank you very much for our fantastic speakers. Stefan, you captured it so well. We have covered so many areas here. So thank you. Thank you to all those listening in. Thank you for those who are joining us in the pavilion. I'm getting lots of great shots of you there. So take care. Let's manage those droughts and floods, and see you all soon. Bye-bye.
feed from the pavilion. But I posted a link in the chat.
Okay.
It works. Hello, at COP again in the Water Pavilion. This is the place. I've been, having conversations here on water and health, water and climate, water and biodiversity, humanitarian aid, development, climate. Of course, we're at COP26 here in Glasgow. My name is Henk Ovink, Special Envoy for International Water Affairs, and I'm going to be the moderator of this session. Building coastal resiliency? No. Yeah. Building coastal resiliency in SITs and LDCs through comprehensive risk management. SITs, small island and development states, very vulnerable in the context of climate change impacts, but also amazing places to showcase how water, adaptation, resiliency and mitigation can actually forward and progress sustainable development for communities at the forefront of climate change impact. Management of those risks is of critical importance with that, and I have an amazing panel. I have with me here on stage Loretta Heber-Giarade, Chief Risk Knowledge Monitoring and Capacity Development Branch at the United Nations Office of Disaster Risk Reduction, based in Geneva, working across the world. Loretta, welcome. Prior to that, you worked in the Asia Pacific, right? So you have extensive knowledge exactly on this issue of vulnerability in the context of climate. Mushimi Chowdhury, she was supposed to be here. Oh, she's online. Okay. Community Resiliency Program Director, Coastal Risk Resilience from the Nature Conservancy. Very good to have you, Mushimi, online.
Thank you.
You lead and implement projects to help climate vulnerable people in coastal areas, minimize the impacts of climate change by building capacity, focusing on the enabling environment, strengthening their role, and work on nature-based solutions for disaster reduction planning. Thanks so much for joining, Mushimi. Then third, and she will join us by a recorded message, Sharon Rose Escoto, elected mayor of the municipality of Gubat in the Philippines. After 2016, serving as municipal councillor for 3 years. Prior to her role in public sector, she was a research and development chemist for the Asia-Pacific colloids. Served as research and development head of agriculture at the Office of Provincial Agriculture in Sorsogon province. Ms. Sharon Rose will join us by a remote, but also by a recorded video. And then last, but definitely not least, on stage with us, Chip Cunliffe, Biodiversity Director of AXA XL, the program. You're the Biodiversity Director of AXA XL, and managing ocean risk initiatives work to identify innovative insurance and finance solutions to the impacts of ocean-related risks. And besides that, I heard you're also co-chair of the Ocean Risk and Resiliency Action Alliance, an alliance that really helps drive those innovations so much needed for resiliency on our SITs. So, with the introduction of this panel and an amazing crowd here at the Water Pavilion, but many more following online, I would like to give the floor first to Loretta as a first speaker. You have a microphone, eh? Oh yeah, you both have microphones. Great. Tell us, Loretta, from the perspective, yeah, it works. From the perspective from UNDRR and your role there, in the context of vulnerability of SITs, climate resiliency, risk prevention, and insurance. What is your case? What did you want to bring here to this discussion? Because they're at the forefront. They're 38% of the countries in the world are SITs. They're not the majority of the people or economies, but they hold, I think, the majority of our oceans. SITs might be the key to sustainable development and resiliency. Tell us from UNDR's perspectives.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Let me start off by saying I am the mother of a 21-year-old son and a 27-year-old daughter. Since they were born, the number of climate-related disasters have doubled. And when their children reach the same age, who knows what the impact of disasters will be. Now, they are not living in a SIDS or in an LDC, but nonetheless, they will certainly face the impact of climate-related disasters. And so, therefore, one of the very key messages that we have brought to COP26 as the United Nations for Disaster Risk Reduction, that's okay, is that we need to do far more to scale up adaptation, but to scale up adaptation at the same time that we're scaling up disaster risk reduction. And we really see a need for a very integrated approach. Climate change and disaster risk reduction have been born of different processes. There's the Paris Agreement, there is the Sendai framework. But if we are to really reduce climate-related disaster risks, and we know that it is the countries that are on the front line, the SIDS and the LDCs, we need to bring these two communities together. And so we feel that there is really an opportune time right now to make the case for greater investment in disaster risk reduction at the same time that we are pushing for greater investment in adaptation. Now, the SIDS and the LDCs need support on multiple levels, and we feel that the Santiago Network, for example, is a very good opportunity to bring the technical support that these countries need around better analysis of the risks that they face. And we have a comprehensive risk management program, which is very much trying to ensure that as countries develop their national adaptation plans and their national DRR strategies, that they are working on a common understanding of risk. Climate, but also non-climate risks. And we've certainly seen, for example, with COVID-19, which has pushed 27 million more people, if not more, into poverty, that these populations are far less resilient now to the impacts of climate change. So we really think it's important that we look at climate risks as well as other risks in a more comprehensive manner. So our program on comprehensive disaster and climate risk management is very much about bringing more of a climate perspective to national DRR and local DRR planning, but also ensuring that adaptation planning is looking at the full spectrum of risks. We're doing this through the work at the national level, but we're also very much engaged with supporting local action. And that's really something that I've heard very strongly at the COP. We need to do more to help the cities. Cities in the SIDS and cities on the front line in LDCs are coastal cities, and we know that they are growing in terms of their population, but this means they're growing in terms of their exposure as well. And the vulnerability is already there. So through our Making Cities Resilient initiative, which we launched earlier this year with 10 partners, we now have over 500 cities that have joined up with the aim of building resilience strategies, implementing them, and the third really important component, which has been another message, is acquiring the financing that they need. We have to make access to finance far more accessible to countries, to the LDCs, to the SIDS that are not necessarily able right now to develop the high threshold bankable projects that are needed for funding. So that's another really key message that we wanted to bring here. Scale up adaptation, but do it alongside disaster risk reduction. Provide that technical support to the SIDS and the LDCs. Make the Santiago Network operational now, as soon as possible, so they get the support they need and bring the financing to those countries that are on the front line. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Loretta. A clear case. There's also we know disasters are more than climate, but a majority of the world's disasters are climate related. And of that majority, 90% is water related. So you're in the right place to talk about this. Resiliency and disaster risk reduction are perhaps even the same side of the same coin before you know it. There's so much overlap. Is it only words that turn them into two worlds? Is this also part of the achievement that you want? Is that we not talk about these different worlds of resiliency or DRR, disaster risk reduction, but that we more and more as a world align and put our money where our mouth is in the context of climate action, in the context of resiliency and adaptation?
Well, I think one of the things that we need, one of the ingredients that we need to focus more on is on governance, on risk governance. And I think one of the real lessons that we've learned from COVID is that we need different approaches. We're living in a new normal, so we cannot use the old ways of managing disaster risk. It does not belong to a national disaster management agency to manage the risks that a country faces. We really need multi-sectoral approaches. We need leadership. And we need a multi-stakeholder approach as well. So what we are seeing is that there is, I believe, a momentum now that perhaps didn't exist 10 years ago.
Yeah, but wasn't it also so 10 years ago we focused on the risk of yesterday and not of, you know, this future-oriented agenda where resiliency and climate now helps us, the sustainable development agenda helps us to say, hey, it's not the risk of the past we have to prepare ourselves for, it's the risk of the future.
Exactly, and very much so, because if you look at one of our key projects moving forward, it is to help countries better access the data they need to plan for the future. A lot of what we've been doing is to help them achieve better knowledge of historical disasters. But that historical disaster information will only take them so far. They need the climate projections, and they need to be able to bring the past and the future together in a meaningful way, but not in a way that's so complex that they can't actually plan.
Okay, I will go to the next speaker, perhaps get back to you, but thanks very much on expanding a little bit on that conversation. Thanks very much, Loretta. I go to Mushimi. You're online. Thanks for joining us. I'm not sure if you can see us here. I'm pretty sure you can't because I
actually can.
Oh, you can. Well, it's great. We have a good crowd here in the Water Pavilion, and we have many more online. So thanks so much for being here online. Nature Conservancy, nature-based solutions in this conversation on disaster risk reduction, preventing losses. We know with nature-based solutions, and it's also great to focus later on insurance, we can reduce those risks, but also increase resiliency and adaptation and mitigation. So tell us, in the work you're doing, how does it work? Is it about capacity? Is it information? Is it funds? Is it partnerships? Is it everything of the above? Please share your experience, Mushimi.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone from Washington, D.C. I'm really glad to be able to join you today. As you know, we are facing more and more frequent and intense impacts of climate change, such as storms and floods that affect a lot of SIDS and LDCs. And of course, one of the most powerful ways in which people can adapt to climate change and build coastal resilience is by using nature-based solutions for disaster risk reduction. So this is usually referred to as eco-DRR, or ecosystem-based adaptation, which involves sustainable management, conservation, and restoration of the ecosystems to reduce disaster risk, with the aim to achieve sustainable and resilient development. So nature-based solutions involves using ecosystems such as reefs and mangroves to protect people and their assets along the shore. It's a powerful and cost-effective way to build climate resilience. So for example, coral reefs can reduce 97% of wave energy, protecting people from impacts of storms. Mangroves can reduce 66% of wave height and help reduce coastal flooding. So these ecosystems can save lives and livelihoods. In addition to providing protective benefits from climate change, these nature-based solutions also support local economic growth, especially those involved in fishing and tourism in coastal contexts, while providing communities with food security and biodiversity benefits. So huge amount of benefits coming from nature-based solutions. And so one way in which the Nature Conservancy is promoting the nature-based solutions is to offer guidance and tools to help especially disaster risk reduction practitioners incorporate nature-based solutions into disaster planning. So we have produced the Blue Guide to Coastal Resilience, and this guidance document specifically targets humanitarian organizations because I think this is the time when the humanitarian world needs to transfer from or transition from a purely short-term emergency support to long-term planning, long-term risk reduction strategies, so that livelihoods can be sustained in the long run. And this is where nature-based solutions comes in, because it's all about long-term planning and preparing and preventing disasters. So the Blue Guide to Coastal Resilience, which can be downloaded at www.natureprotects.org, offers interactive tools for decision-making, links to case studies and videos that show where nature-based solutions have been applied successfully. And it offers 8 steps that DRR practitioners in particular can take to integrate nature-based solutions into planning. I won't go over the 8 steps, but I wanted to highlight a couple of things. One is that it provides very quick and easy to use guide in terms of figuring out what is the right nature-based solution in a particular context. So it compares different solutions using reefs, mangroves, seagrass, swamps, and dunes, and shelter belts, which is specific for to build coastal resilience. And it also provides information on not only the protective value, but also the economic value, environment benefits, cost and benefits to these various solutions and the conditions under which they can or cannot be applied. We also offer tools like the Solution Finder, which is an online tool where users can plug in information to toy with different solutions in terms of their suitability, their feasibility under different scenarios, so that DRR practitioners can take the results of this tool to the stakeholders that they're working with, especially in local level communities, to decide what is best for that community in terms of choosing the right nature-based solutions. So I wanted to end a couple of thoughts on how we can scale nature-based solutions, and some of it very much overlaps with what Loretta just mentioned. One, of course, is providing guidance, providing data, providing tools. That is absolutely critical, and that is the basic and fundamental way in which we can promote nature-based solutions. I mean, without information, it's really hard to raise awareness. But of course, that's not enough. We need leadership and champions to raise awareness, to drive action, to applying eco-DRR measures. Without political will from leaders at the community level where nature-based solutions actually are implemented, and leaders at global level at COP who can raise the profile of nature-based solutions, it would be very hard to support nature-based solutions and adapt to climate change. I would say we also need to mainstream nature-based solutions into national level policies or laws so that they can be included and they can be applied across ministries and sectors. Integration into national level policies is critical, not only in terms of drawing attention to nature-based solutions, but also allocating finances. And of course, last but not least, we need coordination and partnerships. I mean, ministries need to be speaking to one another since climate change affects all sectors. And unique partnerships also need to happen between, for instance, environmental organizations like the Nature Conservancy and humanitarian organizations. So together with knowledge, leadership, finance, mainstreaming, and partnership, we can succeed in using nature-based solutions as a powerful way to address climate change and build coastal resilience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Moushumi, for this extensive pitch, you could say, why nature-based solutions tick all the boxes that we want. On mitigation, on the adaptation, building resiliency, looking at health across the SDGs. I also really liked how you positioned nature-based solutions and their capacity to build resiliency between humanitarian and development. They're two worlds, separated, but the vulnerability around the world shows that they should not be separated. And we know they are. Adaptation, resiliency, nature-based solutions are perhaps the connector between those two worlds. Without going into a systemic discussion, which will lead to the next 25 years, let's go to an action-oriented discussion and position resiliency and risk reduction in the midst between humanitarian aid and development programs. Thanks so much for also making that case, and then listing and highlighting all the aspects of nature-based solutions, sequestering carbon, mitigating risk, but really building healthy communities. And as we see in the current context of the COVID pandemic, that part of health in resiliency and reducing risk is of critical importance. Thanks so much. Next we go to the mayor. And there is a video, but I also heard from my colleagues that she is also online. Is that true, Mayor Sharon Rose Escoto? Are you online? Very good. Welcome into this discussion. Then we don't do the video, but then we'll give you the floor. Or would you rather have the video? And you're muted. Can you unmute, Mayor? Yes,
okay.
We can hear you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Please, Mayor, one of the most vulnerable coastal communities in the Philippines, how are you applying risk information and ecosystem-based approaches in your local disaster risk reduction approaches and local climate change action plans? Can you share some of your experience in your city?
To be effective in achieving our vision, people have to be part of the process. People have to participate and establish ownership of our plans and actions. People's awareness is very important. Along with this, we have to enhance our social capital, strengthen public-private partnership and networks, invest in new technologies, harness indigenous and local knowledge, along with climate and disaster risk-based land use planning.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is at the heart. You say at the heart of disaster risk reduction, at the heart of resiliency and climate action are people. If we don't capacitate our communities, if we don't capacitate informal coalitions, if we don't ensure that inclusivity is not a word, but action and a promise we deliver on, then forget about DRR and resiliency, because it will never reach the most vulnerable and the most marginalized. The other thing you say is that these are not the most vulnerable in capacity, thinking, and experience. Bringing them in and giving them the position helps spur the action on resiliency. Their knowledge, their experience, being it indigenous and local, can really drive and inform the action needed. I think those are critical points when we think about resiliency, DRR, and de-risking our communities. They're also of critical importance in informing how decisions are made at the same site. Thanks very much,
Yes,
Mayor.
sir.
You want to
Yes,
add
sir.
something to that?
Sir, I have a video prepared for.
Yeah. Very good. We go to the video. Yeah. That's a good idea. It is ready.
Greetings everyone. I am Sharon Rose Glipo Escoto, the Municipal Mayor of Gubat, Sorsogon, Philippines. First, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and RARE for giving me this opportunity to share insights and talk before all of you in this prestigious event. To give you a brief background on our municipality, Gubat is located in the east coast of Sorsogon, the southernmost tip of Luzon, here in the Philippines. We are the third largest municipality in the province with a population of 60,294 as of 2020. We are composed of 42 barangays, in which 13 are coastal. Due to this geographic location and characteristic, Gubat is directly in the path of typhoons, low-lying landscapes, and with the presence of 3 major rivers, making it highly vulnerable to various hazards. On average, we experience not less than 5 typhoons per year. Now, as the world gets warmer, our community is also experiencing more devastating impacts of climate change. Typhoons are becoming more frequent and more intense. Dry spell is becoming a common scenario. With agriculture and fisheries as our primary income sources, we rely heavily on favorable climatic conditions to sustain our means of living. With climate hazards and extreme weather events exacerbated by global climate change, our economy and food security are most risk. To manage and reduce the risk, we follow an ecosystem-based approach, implement nature-based solutions, and recognize that the key to community resilience is through healthy, productive, and sustainably managed ecosystems. Is blessed with rich and abundant natural resource ecosystem. It provides food on our tables and sends our kids to school. If we do not protect and conserve it, it will soon be depleted. This is what we instill to our people. We promote sustainable farming and fishing methods to minimize the pressure on environment. It means more harvest and more income for us, while ensuring the future generation will have the same benefits. Our project Gubat sa Gubat, which means forest development in our municipality, is another effective tool for us to manage disaster and climate risk. By protecting our mangrove forests and planting more trees, enriching our watersheds, and developing more green spaces, we are not just creating natural barriers against harsh weather events, but also joining the global action to combat climate change. After disasters, we have seen that government support is vital, but the key to speedy recovery is to strengthen disaster resilience. We aim to achieve this by empowering the communities and enhancing social capital through shared governance. The challenge for us is how to enhance our technical know-how, sustain the project regardless of administration, and ensure vertical, horizontal alignment of plans from the national government down to the municipal level across all organizations. At present, we are updating our land use plan, which means forest development around watersheds, more green spaces, and more mangrove areas. We also have a strong public-private partnerships from active organizations, international volunteers, non-government organization partners, and national government agencies. And with the Mandanas ruling to take effect next year, it would mean more budget for us, which can be allocated for more risk reduction and climate change adaptation programs. The constituents of the municipality of Gubat, under the leadership of LGU Gubat, vows to commit to the call of the international community in curbing the factors that contribute to escalating negative climate change effects. Though a small community, we are moving towards this mission and make our presence felt and be an inspiration to other communities. As I end this speech, allow me to encourage my fellow local leaders to raise their voices, make a stand, and take action. We are faced with another threat today, the COVID-19 pandemic. But let us not stop our fight against climate change. Let us be motivated by our future generations for them to live in a world that is able to provide a healthy and productive environment. Let us be inspired by our united communities who, in their own efforts, contribute to the climate action. Let us do this together for our planet. Salamatunon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for this overview on what you're already doing, investing in nature-based solutions, investing in people, in that capacity, ensuring the funding, but also the need to ensure that that funding is guaranteed on the long run, that this is consistent, continuous commitment is there, that this is not a one-off, and also showcasing, as we heard before from both speakers, that nature-based solutions are part of the solution. They help drive progress because they tick so many boxes. Thanks very much, Mayor. I go to my last speaker on the panel, but definitely not least, Chip. From finance and insurance perspective, is it nature-based solutions that tick all boxes? Is this the methodology, the way to invest to reduce risks and create opportunities? Tell us from your experience from AXA XL on how that works for you.
Well, many thanks indeed for allowing me to speak today, and I think a great powerful message from the Mayor as well. I think it sort of brings us back down to earth when we're sort of sitting here talking about all these different things, but actually the impacts are real. So from my perspective, yes, of course, I think there's a real opportunity here from the private sector, and more specifically when we're thinking about mitigation and adaptation of these climate risks through investments and indeed through insurance. We've been working on a number of projects for a few years now that relates to nature-based solutions. I think that I wouldn't say we're far behind the curve, but I know that there's a lot of discussion around the importance of NBS, certainly from the political level, but it's now taking that from talk to action. And I think that we all need to be stepping up to the plate to be able to do that. Within the insurance industry, more specifically, I think that there are a couple of barriers, perhaps. One is data, and the utilization of that to build out our risk models, to integrate them into our risk models, and so therefore for us to understand how nature-based solutions can provide the capacity to reduce that risk for our clients, for ourselves, but of course for many millions, indeed billions of people around the world. So, I mean, I know that Mushumi was talking about coral reefs and mangroves. So, you know, there is a coral reef insurance product off the coast of Mexico that paid out for the first time actually last year. And we have been working through the Ocean Risk and Resilience Action Alliance that I help co-chair to scale and replicate that across 4 different areas of the Mesoamerican reef. So Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, and Honduras. By doing that, of course, we're able then to provide funds to restore that ecosystem or that reef system, because actually that provides the lives and livelihoods for many millions of people who rely on that healthy reef. And I think, you know, certainly if you're looking at Mexico, you're looking at a $10 billion a year industry. Now, that's one country, but of course you have many, you know, hundreds of thousands of people, many millions of people. In fact, I think it's $65 billion worth of flood reduction benefits from mangroves. And you know, that's 50 million less people who are flooded every year. From an from an insurance perspective, that's hugely significant. Certainly when we are trying to develop ways in which we can reduce risk not just to our community, but also to those who don't have insurance. Hugely important. The second thing we do, I mean, and just sticking on the data point perhaps, we've just launched as of last week a coastal risk index, which integrates for the first time mangroves and coral reefs. And we are now able to see what happens if you were to take a mangrove or a coral reef away. So the insurance industry itself, in some ways, is quite lucky. It focuses and it prices risk on an annual basis. But as an investor, and as you know, a community, you have a 40, 50, 60-year time horizon. What happens if your coral reef or your mangrove is taken away by a typhoon? And then we need to start to price risk differently. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing, and maybe my final point, is about education. And it's about literacy within not only the insurance sector, who I think probably are fairly focused on somewhat, wouldn't say natural, but work in which we've been working in this space for a very long time. Bringing in new ideas like nature-based solutions and valuing that and integrating that into our risk models is one thing, but actually creating and bringing in the risk engineers, architects, and many hundreds of other people that we need to integrate into this conversation is not going to be easy. And I think that's a critical piece of the puzzle that we need to solve fairly rapidly.
Thanks very much for bringing this forward. What's interesting, Chip, is that more or less we are better from finance and insurers and assurers to validate not only the prevented losses, because if a disaster doesn't happen, how can you validate it? But also the added value that comes with investing in nature-based solutions. So the business case and the alternative to the infrastructure investment that actually don't pay off across these SDGs and societal values that we need becomes more intelligent. That's part of what you say. Second, we're in the beginning. That's also what you said. We're beginning to educate insurers, investors, and across, but we're also beginning to educate governments and financial sector publicly that this is the only way. The alternative it's not actually not the alternative. This should be the mainstream. This should be our focus, and we reduce risks, capacitate communities, and enhance their societies. It's also great to hear that you come out with these tools that communities across the world, cities across the world, governments across the world can work with. And of course, in the combination of this panel, that NGOs, governments, UN, financial sector have to partner together. These coalitions you talked about, engineers and architects and designers to help innovate, come up with the models. And there are many examples of how nature-based solutions in the Gulf of Mexico, for the coast of the Mak in Samar, and I work on a project in Kulna. I got a text message when Cyclone Bhopal hit Kulna, and the Chief City Commissioner, Mr. Abir, said, Mr. Henk, the mangroves saved Kulna City. And that, of course, that is not a validated model for risk insurers, but it leads proof from reality that it does work. Thanks so much for bringing that in. We have time for... Well, I never can run over time, I guess. No, so I have 4 minutes. So I have time for 1 or 2 questions. And I look at the audience. Yeah, please. And tell me your name.
So my name is David Smith. I'm from Jamaica. I just wanted to, the more in the framework of comments as opposed to questions. It really resonated for me when you observed that disaster response is more than the emergency management agency. Way more. It's really cross-cutting. So I certainly appreciated that. From Mushumi, in terms of the Nature Conservancy, my observation working as a practicing coastal engineer is that they're living in a hurricane-prone or typhoon-prone region. There are situations where nature-based solutions may need to be augmented by what the industry calls gray solutions, right? This is the reality as far
Blue,
as...
green, and gray.
Yes. So there needs to be a hybrid approach, in my opinion, in order to fully withstand what we're seeing as more Category 5 cyclones.
I think it's a great point. There is no silver bullet. And I think that is also something you understand much better. And you also say, but the challenge is that the silver bullet of the past we believed in, gray infrastructure, will definitely increase climate change and make us more vulnerable. So that belief in single-focused, stupid infrastructure, among the panel and here is gone. But validating the other is harder. And I'm happy to hear that we become far better at it as a global community. But the mix, of course, is great. Perhaps you want to step in. Yeah.
Hello. I was going to agree. I mean, there is no silver bullet. I think we talk about grey infrastructure, and literally the day that we leave that and the concrete is set, it starts to degrade. And of course, nature-based solutions or nature ecosystems themselves have that ability to continue to grow. Yeah. And so I think we all know that that's a hugely important element of the conversation. Just last point, Henk, if that's okay, is just in terms of the costs of grey infrastructure. We're looking at something like a coral reef, or sorry, a mangrove, $23,000 to restore it. A seawall, 19 million.
Yeah. No, it's clear. It's clear. And in the city, in the city of Chennai, we did the baseline calculation, a third less of investments, half of maintenance and operations, and a reduction of carbon by 80%. So it's possible. One last question. I think I run over time, but forgive me. Tell me, please, who you are and the question.
Hi, my name is Cami Ramey. I'm a master's student at the Yale School of the Environment. I'm here supporting AOSIS. So my question, we heard from the minister in Barbados the other day about how climate resilience and socioeconomic development are inextricably linked. And so I'm curious, how can we use nature-based solutions as the narrative around which we can gain recognition for the interlinkages of these two key issues at the global institutional level?
Thank you. It's a good question. Would you, or perhaps our mayor is best to answer. Mayor, did you hear the question? How we can use also the narrative of nature-based solutions to bring these worlds together? That it's not about environment, but it's about society and people capacitating, because that is the only way. You're very strong on bringing that argument forward. So perhaps, Mayor, last words for this conversation.
Yes. For that, I believe that there should be an integration of indigenous knowledge with advanced technologies, as well as supported by a research-driven policy programs for us to have this sustainable, this climate change adaptation and mitigation.
And thanks for the panel. This is a panel that could go on a little bit, but actually I'm not allowed, although I wish I could. Because what is so powerful that comes from this panel is that from the local level all the way to the UN, from private sector to TNC as an organization who brings the capacity, that understanding, if you bring those coalitions together, the case, and that business is always a terrible word, but the case from a societal, financial, economic, and environmental justice perspective for resiliency and nature-based solutions is of critical importance. SIDS and LDCs as the most vulnerable are at the front line of climate change impact, but it's also the most amazing places where we show that what the world needs can be done. And I think while they might not be the majority of the economy or the majority of the people, they are the majority in the lead in showing how we deliver change in this context of DRR, resiliency, adaptation, and mitigation. I really want a hand of applause for the panel online. Mayor, thank you. And also our colleague from TNC, and thanks for the crowd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
management approaches. My name is Anil Mishra from Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, UNESCO. And this session is organized by UNESCO Alliances for Global Water Adaptation, AGWA, and International Center for Integrated Water Source Management, ICWAM. Welcome to the session. I know some of you are already in the Water Pavilion, and many of us are participating in this session virtually. The session isn't, we invited the Director of Water Science Division, Mr. Abu Abani, to say a few words to welcome you in the pavilion. I myself was there last week, but could not stay there longer. However, our director also could not attend this session as we have 41st session of the UNESCO General Conference started yesterday, and he sends his apologies. However, he wants to highlight the importance of this session, that water cycle is intensified because of the climate change. And because of that, we really need to adapt to water-related extremes, as we will be witnessing lots of extreme events with more frequent floods and drought. However, the adaptation requires also situation to deal with uncertainty. And there comes bottom-up approaches. The bottom-up approaches, UNESCO developed methodology with ICWAM, CRIDA, which was published in 2018, and we teamed up with AGWA and ICWAM to organize series of webinars and global conference last week here in Paris. A quick before the COP26 in Paris, which really highlighted that water is a delivering mechanism of climate change impact to society. Water Connect and its prerequisite to achieve Agenda 2030. And the language of climate action is the language of water resilience, and many more key messages that we will hear from later in the session. And at this point, I would like to emphasize that repositioning water in the center of political agenda, and perhaps now as negotiators are finalizing text, I hope water will be in that text and it will get highlighted. So with that, we would like to assure you that the recommendation that came out from the global conference, as well as from this session, we will take into consideration, and we will also include in the implementation plan of UNESCO's Intergovernmental Hydrological Program's 9th phase, water science for a water secure world in a changing environment, which is starting from next year. And finally, I would like to thank co-organizer AGWA and ICWAM and all the panelists and speakers for supporting this event. With that, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. John Matthew, Executive Director of Alliance for Global Water Adaptation, AGWA, to provide his keynote speech. John, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to say that this is a 5-minute keynote speech, so it's very efficient, very short. What I've been asked to talk about today is how do we think about climate risk in the context of the choices that we make around water management. The conference that Anil was alluding to was, as he mentioned, was just before COP. It was preceded COP by a week because we wanted to make our lives just a little more complicated in the context of preparing for the Water Pavilion and other types of events. So we had this whole extra conference that we prepared. But actually, it was profoundly relevant. If there's a reason why risk assessment is actually an important issue for decision makers, for kind of high-level people. It seems like a very technical topic, but why should high-level people think about risk assessment itself? The simple answer is the way that you diagnose a problem actually goes a very far way in terms of framing the kinds of solutions that you're able to make. So you can imagine that if you're a physician, you come in with a broad set of symptoms. You don't want someone to come in and just look at your elbow. You don't want someone to come in and just check your pulse. You actually want them to kind of step back, look at all the systems that are operating, ask a lot of very broad questions before you're able to diagnose an effective solution. And I'd say that there are three reasons that we need this kind of new generation of thinking around climate risk assessments. The first is that, as Anil also mentioned, the water system as we know it is really changing, and water is a deeply connective medium. So it's across sectors, it's across institutions, it's hard to manage in many cases. It connects with often quite long-lived infrastructure and quite long-lived governance systems. And so we need to step back and appreciate that complexity of water as a system. The second is that climate change means in very practical terms that we have a really hard time seeing what the future is going to look like with the kind of confidence that we were used to in the past. An engineer or a planner might have looked at 20 or 30 or 40 years worth of data, projected those lines a little bit forward and said, that's what we're aiming for 2040, for 2050, and we should be good with that. Everything's kind of out of the box right now. We have, for people that have to order a certain amount of concrete, that they need to prepare for a city utility that's going to be facing a really clear future, that's going to be able to be reliable and provision water or energy for a growing economy. They need to know how to build it. And our existing methodologies in the context of rapid climate change don't work. The third, and this is maybe something that I became especially aware of the last 10 days here at COP, it's actually the inclusiveness element. It's all the people that are outside of COP that say, I want a voice. So the reason, if you're the head of a UN agency, if you're the head of a water management agency, even like a firm that's handling planning and engineering, running a utility, you're a mayor, you actually have these three distinct problems. Your old approaches to how we diagnose risk don't work very well. And this conference was about bottom-up risk approaches. That's the term of art to describe this family of approaches of risk assessment. And they have had profound momentum. The earliest versions of them came out in the around 2008, 2009, 2010. They started to go mainstream with very significant actors like the World Bank, like UNESCO, starting around 2015, 2016. The one methodology that's been published by UNESCO has been used, and by our count, something approaching 30 countries just in the past 3 years. So, and it focuses on these kind of tripartite focus. We need to think about water as a system. We need to see that system. We need to think about the deep uncertainties that are associated with climate change and what it means for building systems, for managing systems. And lastly, we need to think about a diverse group of stakeholders and how we bring them together for a really shared common vision of resilience. And those are powerful messages. They're political messages, and they have to be expressed through infrastructure and governance. So thank you very much for attending. We're going to hear some other great speakers. It's a short session, but a couple of other colleagues. 5-minute keynote, over.
Thank you, John. And indeed, you highlighted the key elements, 3 distinct problems, and also the methodology you already mentioned that has been used by 30 countries, the methodology that we put together, published by UNESCO and IC1. And in the next talk, I would like to highlight how we are going to implement those case studies. As John said, we team up to prepare for this conference 2 weeks ago here in Paris, which gathered some of the case studies, but now we are going to implement those within the framework of IHP 9. And I would like to share some of the ideas and this is still in the phase that we want to collect your views so that the case studies can be implemented in a right way, with all the ideas that we will gather from you. So with that, let me share with you my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, I hope you are able to see it.
Yes, it's not displaying the full slide quite yet.
Okay, let me just. Sorry for that. Let me see if I can.
Anil, I'll pull it up on mine, and you can just direct me through.
Yeah, please, because there is some problem in my computer. I cannot see. Thank you very much for stepping in. Okay, so next slide, please. I don't want to spend time. We are going to implement case studies in the context of Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, 9th phase of Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, with the title Science for Water Secure World in a Changing Environment. And the changing environment that I already mentioned in the opening statement, we have to deal with uncertainty, and which is emphasized by IPCC 6th Assessment Report, which is saying that intensification of global water cycle, meaning frequent floods and drought. So we have to consider all those elements. But also at the same time, water is a climate connector, which allows for greater collaboration. So considering those two elements, we will try to include in the case studies. Next slide, please. Well, probably John can tell us where the negotiations are heading. And I looked at the media today from the distance. The new COP places which could bring projected warming to below 2 degrees centigrades, slightly above 1.5 degrees, slightly above 2 degrees. There were several arguments on that. But the main point here is whether the negotiators are able to keep their commitment so that the world and particularly water community can feel that there will be a range that can be manageable. Next slide, please. And with that, and very first time in this IPCC assessment report, which highlighted water cycle changes, climate change impact on the water cycle, although it calls it says climate change is intensifying the water cycle, but if we look at the global data, for instance, only from the river discharge data, which is 46,000 cubic kilometer of water available, and human water consumption is 24,000 cubic kilometer, there is still lots of water, but we don't have water when we need it and where we need it. So it's a spatial and temporal variation that we have to deal with that. And as UN Secretary General said when the IPCC report was released, a code red for humanity, particularly for us, for water community, we really need to consider those elements. Next slide, please. And with that uncertainty of the climatic events, uncertainty with the downscaling, uncertainty with socioeconomic processes, we try to team up together, as John said, publish the methodology which is already applied in 30 countries, but also try to went into the case studies from different regions and organize series of webinar, which the which brought us together to the global conference, Adaptation in an Age of Uncertainty, which really gathered more than almost 3,000 participants from 142 countries, and 40% of the female participants discussed. And this was a preparatory process of that conference. Of course, my colleague later will present key findings of that conference, but that really prepared for us to this event. And based on the recommendation of that event, we are now designing implementation of case studies. Next slide, please. As I said, UNESCO's Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, which recently approved, and we are hoping on this general conference, which will adapt our strategic budget and planning, will include the implementation of ISP 9 Science for a Water Secure World in a Changing Environment, with the 5 priority areas: scientific research and innovation, water education in the 4th Industrial Revolution, including sustainability, bridging data knowledge gap, integrated water source management under condition of global change, water governance based on science for mitigation, adaptation, and resilience, which laid out 34 output. And there are several elements where we want to include CRIDA and bottom-up approaches so that we can reach out to member states. Next slide, please. Out of those 34 outputs and 5 priority areas, I would like to highlight a couple of those. Priority area 1, scientific research and innovation, where we will include citizen science. Now, CRIDA starts with the shared vision workshop, inclusiveness with the citizens' involvement in identifying problems, but also engaging citizens in stress test scenarios. So that's how we will contribute to this methodology. Priority area number 2, water education, and where we will continue to implement tools based on new practices, capacities of skilled professionals and technicians at water-related tertiary and vocational education, and enhance better decision, and also capacity of scientific community strengthened through CRIDA and other bottom-up approaches, and new framework and tools, including bottom-up approaches, will be included. At this moment, while we are talking, there is a member states thematic group who are drafting detailed implementation plan, including financial scenarios. So this conference, this event will really contribute to identify detailing of the bottom-up approaches that we will be implementing from next year. Next slide, please. And with that, we will also contribute to SDG Global Accelerator Framework. As you know that SDG 6 is off the track, and UNESCO's particular contribution is on capacity development, which we coordinate with UNDESA. Next slide, please. And as UNESCO also come up with the open science recommendation, which really calls for inclusive science, including citizen science, open software, open hardware, accessing the scientific information to north-south, south-south. So we will be incorporating bottom-up approaches within the line of UNESCO recommendation on open science. Next slide, please. And this will be a contribution to a United Nations 2023 Water Conference, which will review water decade, action decades 2018 to 2028. So we really want to go at the national, at the local level, picking up those case studies along the line of ISP 9 and trying to come up with the policy based on the scientific findings underpinned by those case studies and feed into the global processes like United Nations Conference, Water Conference. Next slide, please. And as UNESCO stands for Education, Science, and Cultural Organization, we gather those information and to build a knowledge system. And here are some of the publications, including CRIDA publication, which we have published over the recent years, and including a policy brief. I don't know, John, whether there are any copies remaining, as I brought when I was there last week, the policy brief that we published together with AGWA, planning water resilience from the bottom up to meet climate and development goals. So I would like to invite audience who are virtually attending this, please visit UNESCO website and AGWA website, but also to the audience in the Water Pavilion, if there are any copies left, please have your copy. And with that, thank you very much. And with that presentation now, I would like to invite my colleague, Rita, to present key recommendation from the global conference that both John and I mentioned in our talk. Rita, over to you.
Thank you, Anil. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. My presentation will be very brief about the global conference that both Anil and John had mentioned before. This conference took place. Okay, now it's going too fast. This conference took place in the end of October, 26 to 28, virtually, in a virtual environment due to pandemic that we're living, and it supported the ongoing efforts to set the scene on the current status of hydrological cycle impacts of climate change, with a very high level scientific panel that gave some statements, also a great contribution to this conference. As Anil has mentioned, this conference was a follow-up of a webinar series that UNESCO, AGWA, and ICWARM developed during 2020 and 21, Adaptation in an Age of Uncertainty, which brought us case studies of applications of bottom-up approaches all over the world, and had over 2,000 people watching during the whole series. And the main objectives of then this conference, which we said before was a pre-COP conference to prepare for the event that gathers us here today, was then to introduce the participants on the benefits of the bottom-up approaches, to share applications on how these approaches can be beneficial, and identify policies and institutional capacities on how to incorporate them in national programs, climate finance, and also the private sector. So the global conference had the first day very high-level panels. We had governmental representatives, NGOs, scientists as well, with keynote speakers around the topic of water as a climate connector, water as a disaster risk reduction tool, and also a panel in which we discussed the advantages of bottom-up versus the traditional top-down methodologies, and particularly how bottom-up approaches can be a tool to address climate uncertainty, which is something that top-down methodologies heavily rely on. On the second day, we invited the speakers of the webinar series to share their experience from the ground, and we grouped them in 3 technical panels, in incorporating the climate risks into decision-making through bottom-up approaches, facing uncertainty in hydroclimatic extremes, and the final one, water as a climate connector, water, food, and energy nexus. The final day on the conference, it was about how to bring these discussions to COP, how to bring the bottom-up experiences of the water-related stakeholders to the stage where decisions are made. And so we held 2 sessions, one on aligning climate policy and the financial policies as well, because without the funding, it's very, very difficult that something will eventually happen, and institutionalizing solutions, how to engage stakeholders and how to build capacity. So this was a truly global conference. We had over 1,200 registrations, which resulted in 1,138 people watching the conference from 149 countries. African states were the most representative ones. We had 361 people watching from Africa, from Asia and Pacific 356, from Western Europe 222, followed by Latin America and Eastern Europe. India was the place where most people were watching, followed by France, the United States, Ethiopia, and Nepal. And I would also like to add that similar to what happened in the webinar series, we had a very good gender balance of 60% males to 40% females. The conference was also live streamed on YouTube. Also here, the numbers were very satisfying. We had over 300 people watching the live stream, which was transmitted in 2 languages. We had a live interpretation in English and French. The day 2 with 104 people watching, and day 3 with 52. The dedicated website that we have created to host all the information of this conference received over 3,000 views. And the communication team at UNESCO, together with Agua, they did a very good job in promoting this conference with over 30 tweets sent and a total outreach of over 16,000 people. So the main outcomes of this conference, as we've been hearing here today, the central role of water as a climate connector, water as the delivering mechanism of the climate change impacts, water as a prerequisite to achieve global targets such as the Paris Agreement, the 2030 Agenda, the SDGs, and also the Sendai Framework for disaster risk reduction. We heard, especially in the 3rd day of the conference, the importance of repositioning water in the political discussions and to bring them to the national adaptation plans of each country. But water not only as a connector, also we've seen water as a solution. Water is the medium for resilience, the language of resilience, meaning that most of the adaptation actions can in fact be done through water. And in this sense, the bottom-up approaches that we have been discussing help to bridge the gap of uncertainties, and they are critical because they reflect the interconnectedness of all the sectors. So the messages for COP that we would like to convene from the conference was that the development discussions should level up the development at a local level to support decision processes. And of course, related to all this is the promotion of open data and citizen science, because it is bottom-up approaches that we're talking here about. And we need to be inclusive, make sure that all these people have access to these tools and they receive the proper training to apply them as best as possible. Thank you so much. And I would like to pass the floor to Will Logan from ICWARM, who will moderate the panel. Will, over to you.
Thank you, Rita. I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the information from the conference, which I didn't know all of that, and it's great to hear. But today, what we're focusing on really is connecting the UNFCCC, however many C's that is, the upper level, the diplomats and the prime ministers, down to the water, the climate adaptation through water resources management, which is people with their feet on the ground. So how do we do that? And to start helping us out here, we have Marlon Pillay from the UNFCCC Secretariat, and he's going to tell us a little bit about how they try to do that with entities like the Adaptation Academy. Marlon?
Yes, so thank you very much, and thank you as well for sharing all this valuable information in the presentations before. Yes, so the UNFCCC started this program called the CAST, which is for climate action and support training. And so when we started this, I think back in 2017, our aim was to bring what was decided by parties in the negotiations that culminated into guidelines and modalities and procedures, and to bring that knowledge together with experts from across the international community and bring them together and provide some targeted training to national experts and policymakers in the developing countries. And so with that aim, we started to engage with various partners, first with the National GRG Inventories, and we have a program under the CAST for that. And then we moved to adaptation. And that's where we have liaised now with different partners like AGWA and UNESCO and brought them on board so that we provide this knowledge. Now, why it's important is because we have seen over the years that countries, developing country parties have been submitting national communications, and they have been submitting adaptation communications and national adaptation plans. And in these communications, one of the key issues was capacity building and how can they enhance their reporting over time. And when you look at enhancing reporting, you can't enhance reporting unless they start to measure the situation in the country. And when we look at that in terms of adaptation, it's about applying certain methodologies and tools that would provide information about the national circumstance in the country with regard to adaptation, and then as well as what type of actions can be taken and what will those actions cost. And so that's why we embarked on this training. And we are very appreciative to all the partners that have come on board, that is making a success out of this training. We have completed the first training this year for the adaptation, and that was quite successful. And we look forward to this continued support from partners to bring the tools and the methodologies and place them in the hands of the national experts and policymakers of developing countries. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Marlon, and really appreciate your perspective on not just measuring and reporting what individual countries come up with in adaptation, but the importance of these networks of people so that we can share our information, share our wins and our losses on that. And that brings me to a very special institution called IHE Delft. And we have the privilege of having Dr. Graham Jewett here. And he's going to tell us a little bit about how IHE does great science, but also keeps their feet on the ground for water management and connects the people around the world in that area. Graham?
Thanks very much, Will. And yeah, thanks for the opportunity to share some thoughts on this. And just to follow up on what Marlon was saying is that IHE is one of the members of the Adaptation Academy, and we were delighted to join that partnership because it is really relevant to the places in that we work. And I think the key thing for us at IHE is that we work in partnerships, and those are partnerships at different levels. At the global level, this partnership with UNFCCC and the other partners, Oregon State, Asia Institute of Technology, and in the Adaptation Academy, are very important in connecting us with the key national people in terms of the commitments to the NDCs and training to support those. But also at a global level, we're a member of the UNESCO Water Family. We're a UNESCO Category 2 centre. And through the UNESCO Water Family, we have good contacts and connections with other UNESCO centres. And of course, the national contact points at the UNESCO meetings. So we connect very closely then with other UNESCO centres and with the national representatives in the countries in which we work. And what that means then is that when we start working in those countries, as much as the knowledge that we share from a technical point of view comes from IHE, we learn as much about the context in which that knowledge is shared from our partners. So it's a two-way street in the partnership. And what that means is that we include local requirements in the training. We include local experts in our training. And I think what that does is it means that we provide effective, relevant, and appropriate training in those lower and middle income countries where we focus. The other thing, of course, is that we're probably quite well known for our master's program, but we also have two other aspects to our training, and that is short courses and a PhD program. Now, our short courses are generally on demand. So building on that partnership again, we respond to requests from country representatives to develop training that's unique or specific to their needs. And through those training, we can be sure that they're relevant, they're being requested. And if we see a consistent pattern in that training, then we can incorporate it in our master's courses. So it's shared beyond just the country that requested that training, but more widely. And then finally, I think our PhD program is very important. It's a unique one in that we have many PhD candidates at the Institute, but they come from all over the world. Although we're based in the Netherlands, there are, I think, one or two only candidates from the Netherlands. And our candidates are all working in the countries where they're from, doing work that is relevant to the context in which they work. And climate adaptation is a big part of that. So we have a lot of information which comes back to us around effective ways of implementing climate adaptation measures in deltas, in agriculture, in landscapes. And we build that into our programs at IHE. So it brings a relevance and a topical relevance back into our training and master's programs. And an example of that topical relevance, if you like, there's been a lot of the talk about net zero at the COP this year. And the adaptation of strategies adapted with that and carbon offsets. But there are very many risks of maladaptation. And that's one of the aspects which we pick up on in our training courses.
Thank you very much. Graham, I'm hearing a lot about the importance of both the academic side, the science of water management, and I'm hearing about the connection to the water managers and the hydrologists and the networking amongst them, which IHE has, especially through their incredible network of alumni. So with that, the connection between science and on-the-ground water people, it also sounds a lot like UNESCO, the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, and it's a network of Category 2 centers. And to explain a little bit about what a Category 2 center is, but more importantly, the kinds of work that they can do and the networking they do regionally, we've asked Gabriel Mancia, who directs the very important center in Latin America and the Caribbean called CASALAC. Gabriel?
Yeah, Thank you, Will. Thank you to everyone. Yeah, for Casalac and the Category 2 centers, is really important to try to highlight what are the best thematics or themes that the ISP is giving us. Actually, the phase 9 of the ISP focus on science and education as the great basis for getting data gaps and better technologies for the water security of the nations. In that focus, Casarac carry out actions aimed at providing conditions and foundations to carry out better water management in arid and semi-arid zones of Latin America. Therefore, the way that Casalac works is articulating integrated projects and studies for the countries of the Latin American and Caribbean regions, such as the definition of arid zones and semi-arid zones, determination of frequencies and intensity of droughts that are hitting hard these areas, and they are necessary for a better location and quantification of resources for mitigation and adaptation, actually. In addition to that, with the support of the UNESCO and all the water family that is related to UNESCO and its donors, Casalac also conducts training courses and scientific and outreach events on this matter. So that's the way that we work, but I know that that is the way that all Category 2 centers are working. So that's the way that we spread the UNESCO ideas and UNESCO tasks and activities to improve the water security around the world.
Thank you, Gabriel. And I know that Casalac works at several levels. For example, regional products like the Latin America and Caribbean Drought Atlas, but then you also work with the individual countries. Isn't that correct? Are there some country atlases as well, other products?
Yes. We're actually working. We actually work with each country. We help to train professionals of each country so they can make their own drought atlases. Right now, we are starting a new project that is aimed to train also professionals for each country in order that they can produce their own vulnerability to drought maps, so they know which area of their own country is more likely to be hit by the drought. So they can, in that way, they can allocate better resources in order to face these droughts. So that's the way we work. We work through the ISP committees, local committees of each country, so they can provide and they can identify the best professionals in order to be trained to conduct these studies.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And with that, we have maybe 30 seconds to wrap this up. We've heard people from various levels and various organizations. We need to continue working together, connecting with each other. Water is the connector to climate change adaptation, but we are the connectors to each other, to the UN organizations and the banks and the universities and the NGOs, the UNESCO Category 2 centers. This whole network, we want to stay together. You may keep your eye on just Google UNESCO and CRIDA, Climate Risk Informed Decision Analysis, CRIDA, and that will keep you up to date. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Will. I just want to mention that we have a policy brief that was announced, which we launched, and I said in my presentation. So Alex, if you can show that in the screen so that the audience can see the policy brief they can upload from UNESCO's website. And with that, I would like to thank Will Logan for moderating, providing concluding statement also, and also co-organizer, all the co-organizer, particularly Alex from Agua and Rita, who led the preparation of the through the global conference, and with all the team behind from Water Science Division here in UNESCO and Agua. Thank you very much. And with that, we end this session. And I would like to mention that we are going to implement case studies in the 9th phase of IHP. Thank you. Yes, and also thank you to the Paula, Nathan, who support really from the Water Pavilion by presenting the video, audio visuals from the Water Pavilion. Thank you so much, colleagues from Water Pavilion, particularly Paula.
Thanks so much. We really appreciate you coming. Have a good day.
Okay, so good afternoon, Glasgow. We're here my colleagues and I are here to tell you a little bit about a new World Meteorological Organization-led initiative called Hydro SOS. That's the Global Hydrological Status and Outlook System. I just want to say before we hear some more about that, and some of that will be through a presentation and some of it will be through a panel discussion, that this Hydro SOS program was initiated 4 years ago as a demonstration phase. So the WMO said, go away, try and come back and tell us how this could be delivered and what it could deliver. To support hydrological analysis by stakeholders in the community. That 4-year period ended in November at the WMO Congress, and at that point, it was formally agreed that Hydro SOS should now move into an implementation phase. So we've demonstrated what we can do, and now we need to move to implementing this in countries and regions across the globe. Harry Dixon, my colleague at UKCEH, is going to give a short presentation now on what Hydro SOS is designed to do and how we might move it towards an implementation phase. And then we will move into a panel discussion with some of my colleagues from around the world. So Harry, I'd like to hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Alan. And I'm hoping that everybody can see my slides. If somebody could give me a thumbs up.
We can see them, Harry.
Excellent, thanks. Well, hello everybody in the Water Pavilion up there in Glasgow. Alan and I are talking to you from southern England, from Oxfordshire, and we've got a panel from around the world who are going to provide some input on Hydro SOS after I've given you a little bit of an overview of what it is, what we're hoping to advance over the next few years. And really the aim is to try and infuse you to join in the efforts to build this global hydrological status and outlook system. So to start with, and to give you a little bit of background, in the lead up to COP and in many of the events we've heard in the Water Pavilion over the last 10 days, there's been a lot of talk about how water is the primary vehicle through which we will all feel the effects of climate change. And we all know that the focus in the last few days on the adaptation agenda. So I don't want to spend too much time going over the links between water and climate and how water action really is the key to climate action. But I'd like to give you 3 thoughts just to sort of set the background to this system. The first is that we hear a lot about changing floods and droughts, but we shouldn't forget that it's not just at the extremes where we're already seeing changes and where we're going to see changes in the future. In river basins across the world, rising temperatures and changing flow patterns are affecting where we have adequate water of adequate quality to be able to meet our increasing demands. The second thought is that this is not a problem for the future. This is a problem for now. So the map shown on this slide here was published in the recent WMO report on the state of climate services, which was presented just over the walkway there in the Science Pavilion yesterday, and shows the current water stress hotspots around the world. And it's estimated that nearly 25% of the global population are already living in countries under water stress, and this is going to worsen in years to come. So this is a problem of now and something that we need to do something about soon and rapidly. And the third thought is that if you look at this map, this isn't a problem that's confined to developing countries. Countries across the world, both within these red and yellow circles on the map, but also more widely, are facing significant challenges relating to the changing patterns of water availability and the growing water demands. So it's against that really the key question that a lot of events over the last few days have been grappling with is, how do we adapt our water policies, enhance our resilience of our water supply systems, manage water demand to cope with these changes that we're seeing in the hydrology of basins around the world. And those adaptation solutions are likely, of course, to take many different forms around the world, but something that we would argue lies at the heart of all of them will be better information to underpin decisions around water. The problem is essentially that at the moment we've got very substantial gaps in our data and knowledge around water availability, around how much water is where at the moment and how that's likely to change going forward. And just to give you two sort of quick examples of where we need better water information in a changing climate. The first shown on the left of this slide, if we're going to be able to sustainably manage groundwater abstractions in catchments like the one shown here, we need to understand current and future soil moisture conditions, precipitation patterns, aquifer levels. And it's both in irrigated agricultural systems like this and rain-fed agricultural systems where if we had improved hydrological information, we'd be able to make better informed decisions. And similarly, the picture on the right there, if we're going to make more effective use of hydropower moving forwards, we need to not only understand the water we have stored in our reservoirs, but also understand how upstream changes in river flows and wet melt patterns are likely to impact on the amount of water that we have in the near future, and be able to make balanced decisions around storage, environmental flow, and other considerations. So they're just sort of two areas where we think we need enhanced hydrological information as we move into the future. As Alan mentioned at the beginning, this is a new WMO initiative. And in WMO community, we often talk around the kind of thing shown on here as being the value chain, where you move from observations and data generation on the outside of the circle through information production, producing products that people can make decisions on, through there to improve water resources management, and ultimately in the middle, saving lives, reducing losses, and improving livelihoods around the different sectors that are dependent on water. It's widely recognised that there's a need for us to invest in that core underpinning hydrometric monitoring and data systems shown there in the first dot on the outside of the value chain. But you can't turn that kind of enhancement of the data into improved decision-making if you don't also invest in the sections shown in blue, which are trying to turn data into information products that different stakeholders can take decisions on. And so really, that's the reason why over a number of years now, member states of WMO have consistently expressed a need for improved support around turning their data into products which can allow their stakeholders to make better decisions. So for WMO members, HydroSOS is that missing bit in the middle between improved monitoring and improved decision making. So what's HydroSOS actually going to provide? Well, the initiative's focused on enhancing information around three things. Firstly, an overview of the current hydrological status in a basin, country, or region of interest, including groundwater, river flow, and soil moisture. Secondly, an appraisal of where that current status is different from normal, helping us, for example, to identify areas of increased water stress or susceptibility to flooding. And thirdly, an assessment of where those conditions are likely to get better or worse over weeks or months to come. And the focus really is on that sub-seasonal to seasonal timescale for prediction. So WMO has a number of other initiatives that support short-term flood forecasting, and it has a number of other initiatives at the other end of the scale looking at climate change projections and where our water resources might go in the long term. But the HydroSOS focus is on that middle-term decision-making. One thing it's particularly important to understand about HydroSOS is this is not a big new global modelling system. It's a way of combining what exists already around the world and then working together across the WMO community to fill in the blanks and to enhance the information that we have. And a key thing is that HydroSOS will use both large-scale modelling products and bottom-up, locally produced information that's based on monitoring sites around the world. So it really will provide, when operationalized, the first sort of global framework for combining top-down and bottom-up hydrological information products. Because at the moment, we think that the gap between those, the disconnect between those two types of products is really acting as a barrier to action. So on this slide, there's just 3 examples of 3 different scales of products that already exist out there. So on the left, we have a national product from Argentina. In the middle, we have a transboundary basin product from the Balkans and Southeast Europe. And on the right, we have a global modeling product produced in Sweden by SMHI. So these things are already out there around the world. We need to fill in the blanks. We need to help countries that don't already have such services to develop them. And then we need to try and find ways of stitching them together so that we can understand that information at a regional scale, at a global scale, or whatever scale the stakeholders are particularly interested in. So the vision really is for a complete patchwork of such services around the world. In terms of actually practically what will the HydroSOS initiative provide in terms of support? Well, the focus is on supporting national hydrological and meteorological services to develop their local capacity to build such products. And we'll do that in the form of providing a number of things. Firstly, help with the tools and the methods that they need to be able to analyze their data and produce these type of information products. Secondly, by establishing a peer-to-peer support community, which will help NMHSs support each other in the generation of these things and work out how to bring them together in a more consistent way. And then the third and fourth things shown on the right-hand side of the slide here are really to develop the standards and the infrastructure that we need to be able to bring different products produced by different people at different scales around the world together into a consistent information system. And we're very much envisaging this as being a system that's built by national Met and hydro services, and the primary user is really those national hydromet services in being able to enhance the information that they provide to their stakeholders. In terms of kind of who those stakeholders are and how they might benefit, well, really we can put these into 3 categories. Firstly and foremost, as I say, the focus is on helping national services to meet the needs of their national stakeholders. So the primary users are national agencies dealing with water resources management, ecosystem management, agricultural policy, industrial abstractions, disaster risk reduction, and we could go on for a number of agencies that could make use of this information. Secondly, and quite importantly, in many of the transboundary basins around the world that don't already have these products, we think that the HydroSOS initiative can help bring people together to create consistent, trusted information across boundaries, helping to prevent some of the conflicts around water resources. And lastly, at a global scale, if we can patch these things together to provide continental or global overviews, then this HydroSOS service will be particularly useful to NGOs, to UN agencies, to the aid and development sector in being able to get ground truth information about what's going on now and how that's going to change in the weeks to come to inform their preparation and response, particularly around extreme events. Viewed through a lens of climate adaptation, HydroSOS is really designed to help national hydromet services contribute more effectively to climate adaptation planning and implementation. So it'll help across a number of sectors deliver water information that's needed to inform, to formulate, to monitor, and to review national adaptation plans. And I mentioned a couple of those sectors earlier in the presentation, but there were a number of others sort of depicted here on the right-hand side, where we can see key users from industry, from environmental protection agencies, that we're really enhancing the type of hydrological status and outlook information they have will help to improve national adaptation planning. But we mustn't forget, and maybe it's a little difficult not to in the COP, but it's not just around the climate change agenda where Hydro-SOS will support. In terms of the 2030 agenda, it'll help provide some of the baseline hydrological data, statistics, information needed to understand how well we're meeting some of the targets of SDG 6 and the other water-related activities under the other SDGs. It's helping to foster, as I just said, this international and regional cooperation amongst countries, supporting a number of regional agendas. And lastly, it will help in providing information around the development of disasters, but both ends of the hydrological spectrum, and therefore help us move towards improvements under the Sendai framework. So just before I finish, just to sort of say, well, how can you actually help? Well, as I mentioned at the beginning, Hydro-SOS has been in a pilot phase for the last few years. And as Alan said, we're at a really pivotal moment now because we're moving from the what could we do into actually implementing things on the ground. And that decision by member states of WMO last month really opens the floodgates to a lot of implementation activity over the coming few years. And we'd very much like to hear from partners who could work with us to help support national hydromet services in their development of these kind of products. We're really keen also to talk to regional partners, regional technical organizations, regional collaborative mechanisms around how we might make Hydro-SOS fit best with the type of information that they need and how that might be able to help them. And we're also keen to talk to technical bodies around the world who might be able to help us to set up the global sort of infrastructure, technical support that's needed to be able to put this Hydro-SOS initiative into practice. So that's some ideas of where we'd like help and where we'd be very keen to talk to any of you in the room in Glasgow or connected online. I'm going to finish there, and what we are going to do at this point is move into a panel session where we have some of the current people involved in Hydro-SOS around the world who will be able to talk a little bit more around the benefits that will come from their regions and actually how we might move forward over the coming months and years. So with that, I'll hand back to you, Alan, to carry on the panel session.
Thank you very much, Harry, for a very comprehensive description of Hydro-SOS. You've given us a good indication of what Hydro-SOS is currently designed to deliver. But I'd like to try and put a bit more regional flavor on that, a bit more regional coloring by going around to colleagues in different regions of the world to see what their opinion of what the country and regional benefits of a system like Hydro-SOS would be. I'd like to start with my friend Ashish Mitra, Dr. Ashish Mitra, who is the head of the National Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasting in India. So Ashish, firstly to you, could you sort of tell us a little bit more about how you see this system helping the water resource situation within India or within the South Asia region?
Yeah, thanks, Alan and Harry. So we were involved in the pilot phase of the Hydro-SOS, and I come from India as part of South Asia, or you can say Asia. So we live in this huge climate system of the earth called monsoon system. So it gets influenced, and it influences the whole global climate system. And it's very challenging to do the simulation and modeling of this complex multi-scale monsoon system. So we have reached a stage where both the meteorological and hydrological modelings have matured, and they're ready to deliver certain products, which we are discussing part of this Hydro-SOS. So in terms of simulation and modeling, it's a very challenging scientific issue for the forecasting and modeling scientists and engineers, and it's like a benchmark. So what we saw in the pilot phase of the Hydro-SOS, we did some survey different national weather services, hydrological service providers, what capability they have, what kind of model output of the data is available, whether we are in a position to use it. And it came out that the new modeling capability, both in hydrology and in terms of meteorological forecast of precipitation, including snow, rainfall, and glaciers. So we are in a state where it can be used. And when we go to the implementation phase, both the meteorological forecast and the hydrological models can be integrated, and the water availability and all these things can be, in real time, it can be tried. And in India or in South Asia, we have this transboundary river system like Ganges, Brahmaputra, and Meghna. It's very interesting. It's surrounded with the Himalayan mountains, and it gives river flow from snowfall, glacier melt, and the rainfall. So it's a very ideal climate setup where things can be tried and we can come out with how capable the systems are to produce what we are envisaging to see in future. So that's a very challenging situation, and we benefited a lot from India and by participating in this Hydro SOS, and we are getting ready to use it in the implementation phase, so where we can use the real-time data from both the satellite and model to see how this water availability can be computed for the current state and also for the user. And seeing the huge population of Asia, the India, China, and South Asia. So it's and the way water demand is growing, the variability of the monsoons, there is so much uncertainty with the background of this climate change. So we are actually venturing into a very challenging and a very practical tool, which we'll know in the implementation phase. And I am sure it's going to be very useful, and we are going to get new knowledge out of this, how we can practice all this thing in real time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assis. That was very eloquently spoken. I'd like to ask a similar question to my colleague Arsene Mukubwa, who works for the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, centered in Kenya. Arsene, maybe you could answer the similar question and just give us a flavor for Hydro SOS within your region.
Thank you very much. Of course, the Lake Victoria Basin is, of course, part of the complex Nile Basin. So we sit, of course, far upstream the Nile. Of course, the lake is shared between 3 countries, but of course, supply water downstream to South Sudan, the main Sudan, and Egypt, where, of course, we know clearly how the water stress issue is downstream. So, but of course, as it has been mentioned in the presentations, it's of course in water resources management, where of course institutions like Lake Victoria Basin Commission are supposed to advise countries to bring cooperation among countries towards the shared water resources. Of course, information it's key. So we are, of course, in a basin that it depends much on water. For instance, the lake receives if you look at the inflow, for instance, is about 80% comes from rainfall. So if you don't have how much is coming in downstream, of course, we have hydropower plants, among other things. So what we see this system bringing, of course, number one is information, centralized information. Of course, we know information exists here and there, but getting information in one-stop center is one of the benefits, of course, we are looking into Hydro SOS. Maybe second, of course, is tools. It's a tool. So we've been lacking tools in the region that can, of course, answer some of these questions, like what the current situation of course, provided information. What is the situation going to be if this happens? And it has, of course, all this happening and affecting planning in terms of water resources. For instance, we see here water levels, fluctuating, and you find that countries, as a region, we don't have a common tool where we get information and get, let's say, data, produce information to guide now interventions. And of course, if you are in a situation in this period of climate change where you hardly get information, and once you even get them, you don't have, adequate tools to sieve those information and give you, a clear indication on how the situation is and how it is evolving, of course, it becomes challenging. So Hydro SOS will, of course, we will provide information. It will be a tool that we need to use to do quite a number of analysis, but also, of course, maybe lastly, it will also boost the knowledge in terms of capacity building, partnering with, because importantly, it's a global tool. So being in a partnership, being a network of a global, then we learn from others, and of course, it enhances the kind of products we intend to generate to support countries cope with issues, challenges of climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arsene, for those points. And let me just go to one other region of the world to visit my friend and colleague, Jose Alberto Zuniga Mora. He is the WMO regional advisor for South America. And Jose Alberto, is there anything that you could add from a South American context with regard the use or the benefits of Hydro SOS?
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Just to clarify, it's region 4, North Central and the Caribbean, North Central America and the Caribbean. But anyway, we are facing common problems, common issues. Let's say that, well, we have a very diverse region in terms of size, language, climate. However, we have common situations to face, to address, like climate variability. El Niño, La Niña they have very strong impacts in our region. Drought and floods or extreme weather during those periods, and the climate change itself. And we need to manage our water resources for sure. And drought is one of the the major issues that we are facing here. So we need to improve, let's say, our modeling capacities, even the data. We need to work on data recovery, and the modeling is an issue because we need to be quite certain about the intensity and duration of these droughts. And we are looking for, let's say, to have, we have the ideal of having a common platform for the regions of regions, getting the information from the outlooks and the forums, climate forums that we have in the Caribbean, Central America, and the North. And also, in order to couple all those efforts and transfer the information in a very smooth way, let's say, to the hydrological forums as we have already in place in Central America. So we have high expectancies from what can be done with the Hydro SOS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose Alberto. So interesting points. We've got to deal with seasonal or monsoonal issues. We've got to deal with shared water resources management on a very big scales. We've got to contribute to capacity building. We need to help with drought modeling capacity. drought issues, Hydro SOS becomes a tool for many applications. I would like to ask, however, Ashish, as a world-leading meteorologist, Ashish, how can you explain just a little more about how Hydro SOS could help us assess future water demands in any region?
Yeah, so I was talking about the monsoon, South Asian monsoon, which has a very high variability. And we have seen within the season, subseasonal variability usually is manifested in dry and wet spells. So within a monsoon season, you have days, let's say a few weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, you have very wet spell, and then you have dry spell. So the question is, are we going to get some information how long the dry phase is going to continue, so the water availability and the agriculture application, and when it's going to change from dry to wet, or if it is a wet phase, when we are going to enter into a dry phase. So that kind of information is very useful for water managers, agriculture operations, and even for the industry and people in general, those who are dependent on day-to-day livelihood, on the water availability. So we are at a point where the models have some skill. We have seen for the South Asian region, 2 to 3 weeks in advance, we are able to get this information on the dry wet spells, and similarly the seasonal forecast. That means what's going to be the next season, whether it will be drier or wetter compared to the normal. So almost 80% of the time the prediction comes correct. So the skill has improved. So as Arsene said, when we work under WMO, this Hydro SOS, so it's a kind of standardization. We are working in isolation. In India, I know the Central Water Commission and the Met Department, we are all working together. We have a now extended hydrological outlook project just started, looking at the skill of the model and the forecasting capability. But under WMO Hydro SOS, when we work, so many experts are together and so many variety of regions. So the standardization of the product, the model data, and the models we use, particularly the hydrological models, I think we are going to learn from each other, and it will help us in quickly implementing and learning from each other. And if we are able to practice in sub-seasonal to seasonal scale, these water management tools, you can say this same framework, the decision support systems or the water resources management systems can be used for climate adaptation when we go for decadal prediction and that kind of thing. So there is a huge benefit of now going through this pilot and the implementation phase. We are going to learn a lot and it gives us more confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. And I think you raise or you emphasize a very strong point there that Hydro SOS really is a hydrometeorological SOS. It's a very strong coming together of hydrologists and meteorologists to deliver this system. Arsene, turning to you and thinking about Hydro SOS in terms of climate change adaptation and resilience. And of course, that's something much on our mind at the moment in Glasgow. So how do you see Hydro SOS helping in terms of climate change adaptation and resilience?
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, when you look at like the basin where we, of course, operate, it highly depends on the agriculture, which also, of course, depends significantly on water resources. So as I mentioned, of course, it's a little bit very difficult sometimes to come up with a resilient, of course, environment if you don't have adequate information. For instance, when you get information that the temperature will rise for like 2 to 5 degrees, in a couple of years coming. What does that mean, and how does it translate into maybe possible actions that can, help an agriculturalist? So all that, of course, one, it requires, of course, having that information available, which, of course, we are seeing in this Hydro SOS. If we do the forecasting, we will be able to now convert that information into useful, maybe information that an agriculturalist needs. So it will help, of course, in the planning in the long run. You plan for, let's say, a proper infrastructure in terms of sizing, because if I give an example, for instance, around the lake, because the lake is huge, 60,000, I think it's the largest freshwater in the world. So it has attracted quite a big number of population around the lake. So it has 5 cities that are all looking at the lake. So for instance, if in terms of infrastructure, if you're planning like a water supply intakes and whatever, with the fluctuating water levels, it did happen, I think, 15 years ago, because there was lack of information, lack of this kind of forecasting, knowing that they can move to this level, to the other, where, of course, some of the intakes were hanging in the air. Now, last year, because we received a lot of rains, so again, there was nothing like a tool to tell people that now with this, if we convert them into useful information, this will be the extent that these floods will take. So a lot of damages happened, and actually some of the people in the basin sued the organization that you didn't warn us. So now, to build like a resilience, then we need information, and we need to tell people we serve, using, of course, the information and these tools, that this is what it means, this is what the degrees means, to serve them better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arsen, and very nicely put, emphasizing what Harry said earlier, that Hydro SOS is a tool for now, but of course it's also a tool for assessing the future, beyond the seasonal future, but into the climate change future, which is extremely important. One last question for our panelists, for Jose Alberto. So, Jose, we're thinking about implementation. Then we feel we need this tool. We think it can provide a lot of applications for us moving forwards. You have some plans in the Regional Association 4 for implementing Hydro SOS. How do you see the steps that are needed to actually move forward with an implementation of Hydro SOS?
Sure. Now, thank you. We need to go, let's say, step by step in a bottom-up approach, if I can say so. We have been listening from Ashish to Arsen, even Harry Dixon, the need to have information, quality information, if I can say so, the good quality information. So we need to start from the very beginning on this. Then we will be scaling this up, and then trying to improve our modeling capacities. And then we will be ready to develop the predictions themselves. So we need to go in these steps. It will be looking for those gaps that need to be filled in terms of information, those gaps in terms of modeling. Maybe we need other tools that might be facilitated, knowing the success, if I can say, of the pilot of Hydro SOS in these 2 regions that are represented by Ashish and Arsen. So this is the approach that we are looking for this. And as I mentioned, in Central America, we have these 2 forums that are already in place, the climate and the hydrological ones. So we are working together on this, but we need to improve in quality maybe, and also the uncertainty. We need to work on this. It's not the same that we are predicting 10% less water or maybe 30. So this will create a huge impact. The difference is quite important. So we need to work on these two. So that's the approach that we were looking for this initiative that you mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Jose Alberto. And that's a really important point as well, that implementation is not just about saying, well, let's take the system and put it on our computers and everything is fine. Actually, it's all about building on what we have and understanding what we haven't, and what tools can we implement. They may not be the same in all regions, but they need to follow the same guidelines, the same recipes. So that's really important point to make. Look, I'd like to hand over very briefly in a second to Johannes Kuhlmann, who's the Director of Water and Cryosphere for WMO. He, I think, is going to sort of use up the rest of the time that we have available. I just want to say one thing, and that is come back to something that Harry said, that water is the primary vehicle through which we will feel the effects of climate change. And we all agree with that. And yet, we don't know the current status of the world's water resources. We don't know how much we have in space and time. And that seems very strange to me at this point in the discussions. And of course, Hydro SOS is now an effort to address that issue. And I really hope that the resources will be found for us to fully implement this where it's needed around the globe. Johannes, let me hand over to you. We have a few minutes left, like 4. So feel free to give your message.
Thank you, Alan. Hello, Glasgow again. And I just want to re-emphasize maybe 2 things. And one is, after we have heard from our regional focal points, how important the SOS is really to build the regional activities for making resilience a reality and not just empty talk or a dream. So one is what Harry Dixon mentioned in his intro, and that is the Hydro SOS is for us also a tool to overcome all the difficulties that we have at the national but also regional level in terms of working together and exchanging information. Building trust is essential for resilience and for sustainable development. And the Hydro SOS is a tool to help us building trust. So that is a very important point. Then also one aspect that is not so often talked about because it's not of immediate impact and not maybe so interesting or mind-boggling is the Hydro SOS will also help us to really collect over time our joint knowledge about the hydrological system at the national, regional, and global level. And that is something that we are in dire need of that today. We always validate our climate models with assumptions or other estimated parameters or criteria, but really for the people who will have to take the hard decisions in 10, 20, 30 years on water management against the disappearing cryosphere, against sea level rise, these people will need a better information base and to decide what the future options for them in the future will be. So Hydro SOS is essential to build the future knowledge base for better predictions and estimations. So these 2 things I wanted to re-emphasize. And just linking in the last minute to what Alan has said about the cost, I was in Glasgow last week during our first talk about Hydro SOS related issues. I calculated roughly that my children would need about 3.5 million years to buy or to save money from buying senseless chocolate bars that they buy every now and then. So, but if I don't allow my children to buy the chocolate bars. It'll take 3.5 million years, and we won't be there in time. It doesn't make any sense. It takes too long, and they won't live 3.5 million years anyway. So, but also the cost of just a nice nuclear submarine is around 2.5 billion. We need for the Hydro SOS maybe 500 million in a conservative cost estimate to really establish this system and familiarize it around the globe. So if we would just save on one of those things, we could still donate 2 billion people to other cool things like food security or education and have the Hydro SOS in place. So we think it's a lot of money, but really implementing the Hydro SOS is a small step for the global financial capability and system, but it would be a giant leap for mankind. So I think we need to have that in mind. And with that, back over to you, Alan.
Okay, thanks, Johannes. And I think actually that brings us to the end of our time. It's now 15:45, and so that should be the end of the session. So I would like to thank everybody who's taken part. Thank you very much indeed for your help, for your time, and for your valuable insights. And I think, therefore, we'll close the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Water Pavilion at COP26. My name is Henk Ovink, Special Envoy for International Water Affairs, and moderating a session now on a new approach for hydroclimatic risk management. That is something we need. It is a partnership between the World Bank on one and Deltares, the Research and Knowledge Institute from the Netherlands on subsoil and water. They work together on an EPIC response, a governance for flood and drought risk management. EPIC is the acronym for Enabling Environment of Policies, Laws, Strategic Plans and Information. P, the planning at all levels to prioritize risk mitigation. I, investing in healthy watersheds and water resource infrastructure. And C, controlling the use of water and land to reduce exposures and vulnerabilities and respond better to extreme events. The flagship report, An EPIC Response, was launched in June 2021. It provides a new perspective on hydroclimatic risks by looking at floods and droughts through the same lens. So it combines floods and droughts perspective on risks, identifying the roles of different government agencies managing these risks, and highlights where and how these agencies need to collaborate. Cutting across a collaborative approach, bringing together floods and droughts to ensure that governance is not in the way to the response but becomes an enabler. Main concepts of the EPIC response framework here in the session will be Greg Browder from the World Bank. Greg is a lead water resource management specialist at the World Bank, and during the preparation of the report he served as the global lead for water and resiliency. Greg has over 20 years of experience at the World Bank and been involved in any large-scale project in Asia, Latin America and across. He's published numerous studies on water resource management and urban water supply and sanitation, and holds a PhD in environmental engineering from Stanford. Greg, it's amazing to see you and to have you with us. I'll quickly introduce the other speakers, but I will go longer in detail. We also have Eelco van Beek from Deltares and Ana Núñez Sanchez, but I will introduce who you are later, okay? Greg, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible to the participants? Good, thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction, Henk, and it's my great pleasure to be with you today at the COP virtually. I'm actually at a remote location in India, and unfortunately my Wi-Fi is not very good. One of the challenges of doing virtual sessions in this age of COVID. But don't fear, I have pre-recorded my presentation because I was afraid I'd run into these technical difficulties. So without further ado, Erica, if you could play the presentation. Thank you. Hello, my name is Greg Browder, and I am a lead water resources specialist at the World Bank. Today, it is my pleasure to introduce the EPIC Response Report, Innovative Governance for Flood and Drought Risk Management. The report was launched in June 2021 and is a collaborative effort between Deltares and the World Bank. The report is based upon 4 case studies and an extensive literature review. It presents the most comprehensive compendium of flood and drought policies and programs that exist in literature. The report helps to bring together the flood and the drought communities using the lens of hydroclimatic risk management, which I will explain later. It focuses on the role of national government agencies, which are critical to addressing flood and drought risk management. And these agencies are also typically the direct counterparts of the World Bank. Now, the report is over 200 pages long, and I don't have time to go over all the details. So let me present the main message now. What's needed is a joined up government effort leading a whole of society approach. What does this mean? A joined up government effort means there are many different agencies involved in flood and drought risk management. For example, hydromet, disaster management, water resources. These agencies must work together collaboratively and synergistically so that the government has a joined up effort. The government, in turn, cannot do it by itself. It must bring together all of society. It must bring together civil society, the private sector, households, and very important, marginalized and disadvantaged communities. Now, this is not easy. This is why we call it an epic response. But surely it's necessary, as this is one of the great challenges of our time in this era of climate change. Now, the term hydroclimatic risk management may not be familiar to all of you. Essentially what it means is looking at both climate and hydrology, which help frame our flood and drought management challenges. And honestly, we like to use the term because we get tired of constantly saying floods and droughts. There are many different hydroclimatic zones around the world. For example, tropical monsoon climates, hot deserts, the humid tropics, the humid subtropics, Mediterranean regions. Each of these climate zones have their own unique flood and drought challenges. But the report utilizes general principles that really can apply to any of these different regions. One of the most important principles is that hydroclimatic hazards don't have to become disasters if we proactively manage these risks. Now, many countries are not doing a very good job of this. As noted by the previous speakers, the economic and social cost of hydroclimatic extremes are really staggering. But what this report does is it provides a framework, what we call the EPIC response framework, to comprehensively and systematically cover all the different dimensions that are necessary to really confront these challenges. So as I mentioned before, there are many different agencies working on hydroclimatic risk management. The report goes over the mandates of these different agencies in detail and also identifies ways where they can collaborate. We looked at hydromet agencies, water resource agencies, national natural resource management agencies, agricultural agencies, and of course, disaster risk management agencies. And the key message here is that each of these agencies have to fulfill their specific mandates and do so effectively. But they need to go beyond this. They need to collaborate for a joined up government effort to achieve an epic response. So if we just describe the agency mandates, the report would be pretty boring and frankly not that useful. So what we did is we put on our thinking caps and we developed this epic response framework. It consists of 12 different program areas. These program areas interact synergistically and in complex ways, but generally in a downward cascading manner to ultimately influence what are the final economic, social, and environmental impacts of extreme hydroclimatic events. Now, I'll walk you through each of these program areas one by one. Please stay with me. I think it's an interesting stroll. At the top, we have the enabling program areas, headed by the national legal system. This national legal framework authorizes the programs, assigns the implementing agencies, and very importantly, funds these programs. These agencies, in turn, need to have their own programs for facilitating a whole of society approach. They need to tap into and bring along the private sector, local government, civil society, the scientific community, and most importantly, marginalized communities who often do not fully benefit from formal programs. Hydrological and meteorological services are indispensable for almost every program in the framework, and thus they form part of the enabling environment. Now, if we want to take a proactive approach, almost by definition, we need to have planning processes for flood and drought risk mitigation, as well as contingency planning. And the report looks in detail at many different types of planning processes, which are shown here in this graphic. I'd like to highlight two main points. First, flood and drought planning is almost always embedded in larger planning processes. Let me give you two examples. Flood and drought planning at the river basin needs to take place within a broader river basin planning process that's done with an integrated perspective and takes into account the many different issues of integrated water management at the basin level. For urban flood management planning, this is almost always part of a broader urban development planning process. The second major concept or principle we identified is that this planning needs to take place within a nested geographical context. For example, if you're a water utility or an irrigation service provider, and you're developing your flood mitigation and contingency planning, you have to take the river basin context into account. And your plan should mesh with the broader river basin management plan. Planning also helps to inform investment programs for healthy watersheds and water resources infrastructure. Healthy watersheds consist of forests, floodplains, wetlands, and coastal barriers that provide essential ecosystem services. We often refer to these as green infrastructure. Water resources infrastructure are generally man-made assets, such as dams or river embankments or regional water conveyance systems. We often refer to this as gray infrastructure. Now, integrating green and gray infrastructure really is the next generation of infrastructure. And by the way, that was the title of the last report that I co-authored. Probably the best way to manage our flood and drought risks is to control the way that we use water and land. For example, for drought mitigation, having a dynamic water allocation system is indispensable for transferring water from lower value uses to higher value uses during droughts and water shortages. It's also necessary to have a long-term continuous process of water allocation moving towards higher value uses. During droughts, the strategic use of groundwater is absolutely essential, as groundwater is oftentimes our only resource available during extreme droughts. For floods, by far, the best tool that we have in our toolbox is floodplain management. This is really the key to effective flood risk management. Now, when an extreme event hits, whether it's a flood or a drought, and you know, it always seems to strike when we're on vacation, right? We need to have programs in place so we can monitor, respond, and recover from these extreme events. Very importantly, we need to learn from each experience so that we can systematically improve our hydroclimatic risk management system, but also we can build back better after each disaster. Finally, disaster risk financing is very important for funding these response and recovery efforts. This includes developing a multi-layered disaster risk financing strategy that is tailored to the country's unique risk profile. To summarize, the report developed the EPIC response framework. It consists of 12 different program areas that interact in a synergistic and complex manner, but generally in a downward cascading fashion that is explained in detail in the report, ultimately determining the final economic, social, and environmental impacts of an extreme event. Now, we are not naive. We know that developing an EPIC response is an evolutionary and a continuous process, particularly in this era of climate change. And it depends very much on a country's level of economic development, as well as its quality of governance. To address this issue, the report develops generic development tables, which are shown at the top of this slide. Recall that we have 12 different program areas. Within these 12 different program areas, the report has another 40 specific programs related to floods and droughts that are described. Each of these program areas has its own program-specific development table. This will allow a country to examine each program, compare it to the development table, and see where they are in this evolutionary process. Now, if you remember from the beginning of the presentation, which actually right now might seem a long time ago, I stressed that we need to have a systemic systems perspective on this and ensure a joined-up government response. Thus, one of the key recommendations of the report is to have periodic, interlocking national strategic plans for water resources, disaster management, drought, and climate adaptation. Now, I imagine that some of you are rolling your eyes saying, oh no, recommending another planning process, but this is really important. As General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Allied Commander during World War II, used to say, planning is a substitution of error for chaos. If we don't have these national strategic plans, we really will be in a state of chaos, and we cannot develop our hydroclimatic risk management systems properly. So I hope you enjoyed this whirlwind tour of the EPIC response report. I encourage you to go on the web and download the various products that are available. We have a main report, which is an interactive document, an executive summary, and a brochure which highlights the main principles of an EPIC response. Thank you for your attention today, and goodbye.
Thank you, Greg. Amazing presentation, touching upon almost every aspect on preparedness and response, combining also from this systems approach that you alluded on, the critical importance of that. A systems approach on the substance of risks and opportunities, leading to a systems approach in governance from collaboration to inclusion. So I think what you also rightly say is that the complexity of the issue out there with climate, with development and humanitarian issues cannot be addressed by single-focused solutions, let alone single-focused approaches. Complexity needs to be addressed with these wicked problems need to be addressed through a complex lens. Only by understanding that complexity are we able to get through. Plan or fail is like the smallest summary of what you said. Thanks very much for leading us through. The other thing you also say, perhaps before I go to our next speaker, is don't be afraid of this complexity. It is complex, but not facing that complexity is worse. That will lead, as we see around the world, to disaster and despair. If you embrace that complexity as an asset, then you see a path towards sustainability, resiliency, and equity. Thanks very much, Greg. Second speaker, Eelco, is an eminence in the field of Eelco van Beek, eminence in the field of water resources management and water security. During the over 40 years of his professional career, And I can assure you that seems old, but Eelco is very young at heart. Professor Van Beek has been actively involved in many water resource development projects, ranging from projects with an emphasis on long-term planning to real-time operation. From projects aimed at pre-feasibility studies to full-scale river basins plans, and from integrated studies to single-aspect studies. Professor Van Beek teaches at the Delft University of Technology and the University of Twente, as well as the IHE Delft Institute. Eelco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Henk. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. What just Greg mentioned, the EPIC response framework tells us how we should organize the governance of flood and drought risk management. And in preparing this EPIC framework, we looked at 4 cases. We looked at how it is done in California. We looked how it is done in the Philippines and in Tanzania and also in the Netherlands. And this presentation is about the Netherlands case. How does the hydroclimatic risk management system in the Netherlands look like? And as such, it is more or less a real-life example of the EPIC response framework. Does it work? So you see here the cover of the report that we have published. And you see clearly pictures that is not the Netherlands, but you can replace that. July 2021, flooding in the Netherlands. Summer 2018, dry conditions, and what the use of a floating house if there is no water. And those events have been the trigger, the main trigger for evolution of water governance in the Netherlands. And the major, I just mentioned a few, the 1953 storm surge, sea flooding, river flooding, 1997, major threat, drought risk, a few years. But then also climate change. Climate change, we have to prepare ourselves for more of this kind of events. And that's why the Netherlands has started this Delta program. And important in the Delta program is that it's an integrated approach of floods and droughts, just what also the EPIC framework mentions. Now, and in this Delta program, there is associated a major governance changes, laws, institutions, and also the funding, how you finance this. But before I go into detail, just the Netherlands, for the ones that don't know it, 50%, 55% is a flood risk area, the dark blue area. 29% is below average sea level, 26% is floodplains, 10 million people, and 2,000 billion invested capital. Coastline, 3,500 kilometer flood events, locks, sluices, pumping stations to protect our country against flooding, but also an extensive system of canals and pumps to drain the water, but at the same time to supply water to areas during dry periods. So droughts can happen in the whole country, but the most serious in part that is light blue here or gray. So the Netherlands a little bit, or you have floods in the dark blue, or you have droughts in the gray area. But again, there is also a drought in the blue area if that cases. Now, how do we deal with it? 2 governance bodies, the main ones, Rijkswaterstaat and the water boards, and they are dealing with floods and drought, but also with water quality. But that's not what we're dealing with now. So Rijkswaterstaat at the national level, the water boards at the regional level, and that is being done in our normal system of central government, provinces and municipalities, and Rijkswaterstaat and the water boards together. They take care of our water resources management. Rijkswaterstaat national level, although they have 8 regions in which they are organized, and the water boards, 21 water boards, and you see at the municipal level, but you see that the water boards cover many municipalities, not only. This is water resources management, but then you have flood and drought risk, the disaster risk management. And that is organized differently in the Netherlands. That is done at the municipality level, but organized in so-called safety regions. And those safety regions are addressing all kinds of disasters. And although not in word and disaster, but also this safety region, they address the COVID epidemic at this moment. So that is how we deal with the disaster risk management. And they have to come together, and I will explain that. Now I explain all those steps that Greg just presented, the EP, IC, and respond. So before I do that, I recall this slide that Greg also presented. And the approach that we have in the Netherlands is also an evolutionary process. It has been triggered by events and depending on economic development and the quality of governance situation, we have developed it. Just the words of Greg. We moved from a nascent stage to an effective stage through those processes. And it started a long time ago. The first water boards were already nearly 900 years ago. So it is a continuous process in which periodically you formulate national plans, the disaster risk management, drought management, climate adaptation, and continuously improve your program performance through monitoring, evaluation, and adjustment. So what I'm presenting is the result of that. So first, the enabling part, the national frameworks, the two water agencies as mentioned, the water boards, very old, Rijkswater is not that young, but also supporting by other agencies, like, for example, a very strong hydromet service. The legal basis, the 2009 Water Act, which compiled at that time previous key water acts on water management, on drinking water, on flood defense, on groundwater, into one unified legal framework. It's integration as an important part. And that water law specifies also, for example, the flood safety standards. The 2009 Water Act had also a structured linkage with the Spatial Planning Act. It's very important for good water management. And this integration is continuing. There are now plans to incorporate this 2009 Water Act into a new environmental act, which mainstream water, environment, and agriculture under a unified land management process. So even more integration. But besides this specific Water Act, we have the Delta Act, and that is addressing the threat of climate change. We have a national Delta program that is looking at floods and droughts with a Delta commissioner, somebody at the level of a minister that is overseeing the implementation, the preparation of the country to be prepared for climate change. And they have money to spend. Also, the point that Greg mentioned, important, the whole of society approach, that's more or less embedded in our system. The water boards, democratic organizations, they are interest-based. That is where you bring in the interest together. But also the way the Netherlands in general is quite consensus-oriented. And we call that a polder approach. And the fact that it is called a polder approach, that shows that is how we started to get consensus. We had to agree to keep our feet dry, and by having those polders. So that are the enabling conditions. A little bit specific about the strategic planning, 3 levels, national, regional, and local level. 2 types of plans, strategic plans and management plans, and that are more operational plans. And they are then at that 3 levels, the national level, provincial level, the strategic plans and the operation plans. We have it at the national level, the regional level, the water board plans, but also we still have at the municipal level, the sewage plans. And they are very much aligned with spatial planning, the national spatial planning, but also the provincial and the municipal spatial planning. And in addition, we have this Delta program that fills it in with yearly programs to address the safety, the freshwater supply, and spatial adaptation. Something I'm not mentioning, but is important also, we are working within the European Framework Directive and Flood Directive. So that is a leading point in our planning exercise. So this is the strategic planning. Now we talk about this mitigation and contingency planning, planning for disaster risk management. That is a joint responsibility of the water resource management agencies and the disaster risk management, the safety regions. For both floods and droughts, they prepared contingency plans, they prepared crisis manuals, roadmaps, and a communication strategy. And it's important to know, to realize that the ultimate responsibility for disaster risk management is with the Ministry of Security and Justice, and not with the Ministry of Water Resources and Infrastructure. So, and how do you deal with those responsibilities? And I explain that later. The next one is invest, healthy watershed, water resources, infrastructure. Now, we have historically been very much infrastructure based. We know how to build dikes, the delta works, the pole, the pumps, etc. But what we see nowadays, more and more attention is being based, given to nature-based solutions. That's what also Greg mentioned. The Room for the River program that we have is clearly nature-based. The scent engine, the national beach nourishment, the water conservation. And that shows a little bit this picture that also showing that good flood management can prevent drought conditions. If you have this flood and you can have retention at the up part, you store it before you drain it. And the fact that we do it this way now, in comparison with our previous policy, is to get rid of the water as soon as possible, helps us also to improve the drought situation. And that we even have to do more than we do now. So number 4, the control. Control, we have the ISO lake. If you talk about water allocation, we have an ISO lake, and we can use that to store water. And then the level control of the ISO lake is in balancing between the storage, you like to have a high level as possible, and flood control, where you want to have it as low as possible to be able to store it. So even if it is a very narrow margin in which you can control the water level at the ISO lake, it is the same as you do in a multi-purpose reservoir. Under normal conditions, by the way, there is abundance of water in the Netherlands. So the Netherlands is also one of the few countries in the world where we don't have water rights. Of course, we have permits and that kind of, but no explicit water rights. But even without water rights, in periods of droughts, the contingency plans has to be followed. There has been a priority for high-level use. Explicitly mentioned, so that if there is a drought, the water allocation takes place. Floodplain management, also mentioned by Greg as an important element. Room for the River project that focus the management of the floodplains on nature and recreation, and so to enable the discharge of the water if needed, but also at the same time to have more nature available. And of course, there are rules in if there are high river discharges, and particular conditions are opposed on shipping and access to the floodplains. But then finally, the last one, the response. So how do we respond to floods and droughts? We try to avoid them, but we get them. And so there is a central organization, the Netherlands Water Management Center, which is part of Rijkswaterstaat, actually cooperating with all other stakeholders, that deals with floods and droughts, and supported by hydrometeor specialized agencies. Now, what is specific? They work with a 4-coloring coding system, and that indicates the level of severity of the flood and drought event. And to the right, you see for drought, how it is defined. The zero, the green one is normal management. Yellow, there is a first sign of water shortage coming up, maybe. Once in 1 and 2 years, it is happening. Once in the 5 years, we see an orange situation where actually water shortage starts to happen. And the red one, number 3, is that we really have a crisis once in 10, 20 years in which there is socioeconomic impacts. And depending on that color code, the level of severity, responsible agencies will be activated, being in place, and including the upscaling at a certain moment from water resource management to disaster risk management, shifting to the safety organization. Now, how to upscale? A clear criteria has been set for drought and for flood. Green, normal conditions, normal management, but for drought, we look at the discharges of our main rivers. We look at the precipitation deficit. We look at salinity situation. And depending on it, first measures are being taken. If you go to the orange level 2, some first measures are being implemented, and so on. With flood, it is the same. We look at the situation and we decide what to do. And at the first level, the standard measures at the yellow level, but then large scale measures, and at the highest level, the real impacts are felt and measures are taken. And that is being translated into the level of attention for the situation. And now it is turned around. Bottom is green, the national water management. If it is getting yellow, it's going to the regional level, regional coordination. If it is getting worse, it's going to the departmental level. And at the highest red level, we see the ministries coming in. And actually, at that moment, even the prime minister will chair the situation. And all those 3 levels, the yellow, orange and red, there is this involvement of the stakeholders and also the relationship with the media. So, and how do you upscale then? And that's more or less my last slide before the conclusions, is that, yeah, we follow the color coding. And I'm not going to explain all this abbreviation of the organization, but you will see that you have more or less a water resources management pillar and the disaster risk management pillar. It starts going up in the water resources management pillar, but from the start there is a linkage with the safety regions. It's going to the regional level, it's going to the ministerial level, but at a certain moment it goes to the red part where disaster risk management works. But in all those stages, those agencies have to work closer together, involving the stakeholders. Now, this is how it works. If you look at it, and that's how I presented this, is our system aligns very well with the EPIC response framework. And we realize that also in our situation, what I mentioned is this system has been developed as an evolutionary process, and it still goes on. And we also are convinced that if you're looking at our system, that all those elements that are mentioned by Greg needs to be in place, and actually are in place and are quite effective, I think, in the Netherlands. But it should address the specific local conditions. And so the historic situation, physical development level that was mentioned, and that means also that what I just presented, the Netherlands system, is not a blueprint for other countries. Absolutely not. I think that's why you have to look at the EPIC response framework, because that helps the best approach for a specific country. And of course, you can use such examples and being illustrated by the Netherlands case. But if you do that, do it step by step as an evolutionary process. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Back to you, Henk.
Thank you, Eelco. Thank you for taking us through not only ages of water management and disaster risk management in the Netherlands, but also highlighting how that complexity of organization actually is a guarantee for success. As long as that transparency is there and that coordination across is clear and that everybody knows what to do. There is a level of certainty in your presentation that in reality also is backed with a redundancy in governance. A Delta program in itself is already outside of the institutional system to ensure that you have redundancy also in your governance. So thanks for making that pretty clear. You were also very long in time. So now we have to get to the end quite quickly. And the last presentation, Ana Núñez Sanchez, you come to the water resource management from an institutional, law and policy perspective. 15 years of experience in water resource management. You worked the design and implementation of water-related projects in Latin America, the Middle East and Southeast Asia. Ana is also co-author of the EPIC Response Report, and you will introduce an effort to develop the EPIC Response Assessment methodology. Ana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Henk, and thank you all for being here this evening. So as Henk and Greg mentioned, the World Bank and Deltares partner for over 2 years to develop the global flagship report, An EPIC Response, which focuses on innovative governance for flood and drought risk management. So the report launched in June last year, and since then, we have been very fortunate to present it widely. And the overwhelming feedback that we have received from practitioners and knowledge partners during the dissemination phase is that we need to operationalize the useful concepts that are included in the EPIC response framework and help countries apply them and strengthen their flood and drought risk management systems. So in response to that feedback, the same team that brought you the EPIC response framework is getting together again to develop an EPIC response assessment methodology. So the EPIC response assessment methodology aims at supporting practitioners and countries to assess the status of the hydroclimatic risk management system and identify areas where programs and the collaboration between them should be strengthened. We hope that the assessment methodology will ultimately constitute a decision support system that will inform the continuous evolution of flood and drought risk management systems. So we're just starting right now, and we hope to have a first prototype of the tool and a couple of pilot applications in the second half of next year. But let me give you a sneak peek of the concept of the tool. Erika, can you go back a couple of slides to the EPIC response? Thank you, that's it. So Greg and Elko presented this EPIC response framework and these 12 different program areas that form the EPIC response framework. Well, actually those 12 program areas consist of 40 specific programs that are related to flood and drought management. Next, Erika, please. So this is the entire list of the programs that we looked at. So the report that we put together describes the key elements of an effective program. It describes the important functions that responsible sector agencies should undertake to ensure an effective program. And it provides this generic program evolution table that Greg and Elko alluded to, recognizing, of course, that program development is an evolutionary process. Next. So we're hoping that the EPIC response assessment methodology will build from these tables and will help practitioners to evaluate the development status of the programs that form the EPIC response framework, and will also help deliver useful references and examples and good practices and guidelines that are related to program development. Next. Also, Greg mentioned during this presentation that we have all these agencies that have a role in flood and drought risk management, and they need to fulfill their mandate, but unfortunately this is not enough, and they need to go over the mandate to collaborate in a joint up government response. Well, the programs that these agencies also implement interact in complex and synergistic ways. And ultimately, the way that these programs work together determine the ultimate environmental, social, and economic impacts of any hydroclimatic hazard. So we're hoping that the EPIC response assessment methodology will build from these key linkages that are described in the report and will help practitioners to evaluate the level of development in the collaboration between these programs, and will couple this evaluation with key conceptual elements like the background, the challenge, and the opportunities in the continuous evolution of hydroclimatic risk management systems. We're hoping also to pilot the methodology in 2 cases, and we're considering right now the state of Assam in India and also the Gambia. So listen, the message that we're hearing throughout this COP, from Greta Thunberg to Prime Minister Rutte from the Netherlands to President Obama, is that we need to move from the blah blah realm to action. And I could not be prouder to be here today offering a concrete way for governments to channel this energy and spur a whole of society approach to resilience. So we hope that the EPIC response assessment methodology and the framework will enable constructive and action-oriented policy discussion, and will support government agencies to develop a common understanding of their role, the status of the programs, and a way forward in the process of strengthening hydroclimatic risk management systems. And ultimately, what we really want is that for this framework and these methodologies to help countries to deliver better resilience services to communities, even those that are underserved, and not only reduce the toll for flood and drought disasters, but also to generate opportunity and to create a more resilient and a more prosperous planet. So let's get to work. Henk, back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. And thank you also still for being very swift and clear. But I do have a question to you. Because you went fastest through your presentation. The EPIC response framework is, it's been a collaboration, amazing collaboration between Deltares and the World Bank. But if we look around the world, when we think about resiliency and adaptation, we also always say every place, every culture, every political system, every governance is different. At the same time, you are a true believer through the practice of this EPIC response framework that you provide a tailored approach with this one framework. So there, it's like a little bit of magic in that. Can you expand a bit on why, with this framework, you have the capacity to tailor it to almost every system, every condition, every culture, to that matter, and why that is also so important?
Well, thank you very much, Henk. First of all, we're just looking at the combination of management of floods and droughts, and we believe that no matter really in which climatic zone a particular country finds itself at, all countries need to manage this unique set of floods and drought challenges, and these challenges are, of course, growing with climate change. So we believe that this understanding of hydroclimatic risk management apply to all countries. And we also have been, even though we're looking at agencies and we're looking at the mandate of particular agencies, and these agencies and these programs might vary in terms of how they're called or where they are located, but the functions are fundamentally the same. There is always an water agency or disaster risk management agency, an agriculture agency, a natural resources or environmental agency, a hydromet agency. All these mandates are common. And so we find that the principles of the EPIC response framework actually apply to those. Yeah, and then at the same time, as we're talking about all these 40 programs are pretty ubiquitous in all these countries, we're also trying to, of course, we cannot go to a great level of detail. So every time that we are presenting a program, we're also introducing these guidance and these best practices to help practitioners to dig deeper in the nature of these programs if they wish so. So I hope I answered your question, Henk.
Fantastic, Anna. Yeah, you did. And it also gives hope in a conference like COP that no matter how dire your situation, the challenging circumstances or the governance or culture you have in place, there's an opportunity to move forward in this combination of disaster risk management and integrated water resource management. Thank you. World Bank and Deltares compliment and celebration to having the operationalization of the concept of such a framework into a tool helps putting in practice innovative governance approaches. At a time when the world is overwhelmingly turning to governments to do more, to be ready and respond to the impacts of climate crisis. I have to close this because we ran already 6 minutes over time. The framework presented is an innovative perspective to the combined management of floods and drought, combining those two aspects. The content of the report is both groundbreaking as detailed, presenting the most extensive compendium of flood and drought policies and programs that currently exist in literature. Now it's time to put it into practice. Action now. As many of our leaders, but I think most importantly, many of the people around the world that are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change demand. It is action now. This report presents them an opportunity to act, scale and replicate those initiatives and embed them in governance and structures that are really able to help, that focus on an enabling environment across society. That is not only an institutional capacity, but it is also community and cultural capacity. Reducing risks and creating opportunities. And with that, combine the aspects of climate mitigation and adaptation. Thank you so much for all your presentations. Thanks Greg, Ilko and Anna for your amazing work. And thanks the audience and the world who was watching and listening for being with us. Really look forward to our next event. Thanks very much. Wish you a great day.